Well, hello. Good morning. Oh, go on, let's hear a hello back. Hello! And welcome. Good day, good afternoon, good morning, especially to you as well. Not just in the room, but online. So welcome from all of us to all of you.
I'll get scripts in a second. There we go. In the room!
Hurrah for those of you in the room! And another one for online on our live streaming. Yes, welcome to the Audio Drama Hub Podfest
2023!
So, excitingly, my script is great. This is a great start, Sarah. I'm going to come a bit closer to the mic, not the type iPad. Just share one.
I've been this first before.
Yes, I'm sure you all know by now, but if you don't, her is Fiona Thrail.
Hello there. He, him is Kareem Crumfley.
Hello world, and he, him is Michael Hudson!
Hello folks, and she, her is Sarah Golding, and I'm not gonna do this anymore because I'm exhausted, and so are you, I'm sure. Oh, maybe one more.
And who indeed are you? After three, do shout out your name, and if so, wish. 1, 2, 3.
And a huge welcomes to this year's extravaganza of a day. We're so excited about who is in this room. I am far too excited this is even real. I mean, I'm stood here next to Dracula and Agent Simon Griever and Lady Hazel Valentine. And I mean, is it real? Are we really here? Are we really? Is this really happening? Because I feel like I'm in a strange dream right now.
I think it is very real. I feel the blood pumping through the room. So many hearts of fire.
All right, Drac, calm down. They've come to get inspired, not perspire. Now, sorry. Right. Now, if you're new to this Podfest and us, we're all working indie audio drama producers, voice actors, writers and more, and some of the core admin team on the Audio Drama Hub Facebook group, child of the Audio Drama Production Podcast Group, which was started back in 2014 by the amazing Matthew McLean and Robert Cudmore.
Yes, both of whom sadly could not be with us here today because jobs are demanding and because Scotland is a bloody long way away.
But some people have made it from Scotland.
Hello, and from Sweden. I mean, this is so exciting. Thank you for making the effort.
And Robert and Matthew might be watching our live stream. So yes, hello to our live stream folks. From wherever you are. Our live stream is set up by our amazing technical team from James and Byron of Pierce Sound and Lighting. And seriously, if you could see the kit that's lined up here, it's incredible. Anyway, we are so grateful to have Pierce Sound and Lighting help us make the event run smoothly today, and thank you for all the technical prowess of the day, which is this year sponsored by the superbly talented Tin Can Audio. And we're truly grateful to have Amber and the Tin Can team for helping support this event, so more of you may join us from around the world. Amber, would you like to say anything to the masses joining us today?
Oh my goodness, microphones already. Good grief. Hello. No, it's wonderful that we're able to broadcast this to more people around the world this year. And like the fact that like live streaming an event like this is terrifically complicated. So I'm hugely excited that it's got working. So thank you to the tech team. That's fantastic and amazing.
And talking of sponsors, yet again, the podcast host team have come up trumps and supported us this year. Hooray! Hooray! Their help has enabled us to pay all of our contributors today. Do have a browse of their amazing articles, how-to pages, and join their thriving community of podcasters on their circle forums. They also produce the newsletter Fiction Podcast Weekly News.
Yeah, which is an unmissable newsletter, people. If you're not already subscribed, please do. And remember to send them your milestones if you're starting a new show, if you're coming to a finale, if you have events, if you have courses, anything that they can ping out. It will go to audio fiction lovers. So use it. It's a brilliant resource. Truly groovy.
one groovy.
And it has a growing membership run by the super amazing, tenaciously groovy
Two groovy.
Lindsay Harris Frill, and I actually love her so much. All she does for audio fiction in a cool way. And I am delighted that our Adwit podcast is up for an International Women's Award this year. It's groovy.
Three groovies.
Kareem has started the groovy count.
Four groovies.
Yes, we should do a sweepstake today to see how many times Sarah or any of us, because she wrote this script, says groovy into a mic.
I think, oh, you groovy souls, you.
Six groovies.
Yes, so, okay, we've done our introduction to us, our sponsors, you. So let's just crack on, shall we?
Wait. Hold on. Health and safety, Sarah. So exits, one over there and one this way, through the back. And the loos are through there and to the right and the left. We'll be announcing the bar masterclass sessions as they come.
Woohoo!
And there is some overlap on those with events in here, so please do your best to leave the main event room quietly and enter the bar that way.
Yes,
as quiet as you can. So if you hear the fire alarms, they are real. Follow us out.
Indeed.
As fast as you can, but not that fast. If you wish to buy a ticket on the door for the bar masterclasses, they are £5 each, five of your fine English pounds each. And we do have some left for the voice acting masterclass and music panel and directing masterclass. Oh yes, and don't miss Beth Eyre and Sarah's unmissable voice acting workshop. They taught me everything I know.
He said it, I got him to say it. And there will be warm-ups. Everyone give me a me-ma, moo-ma.
Mima.
Lovely, good. Amazing. And to start this. This is going great, Sarah. This day could have no other more inspiring keynote speaker than the uber creative audio fiction royalty we have here today.
Founder of Wireless Theatre, a multi-award-winning audio production company running now for 15 years and counting.
Current casting director for Audible.
Director of the must-listen-to show of the year, David Copperfield, and casting director on audio drama Slayers, A Buffyverse Story, and oh so much more.
Oh yes, please give a rousing welcome to the stage the uber creative, multi-talented Marielle Renega-Temple!
Hello. Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. Hello. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Marielle. I'm the founder of Wireless Theatre. I'm also the director of production and casting for audio drama at Audible UK. I just want to say thank you so much for having me here today. I've worked in audio drama for a long time, 15 years, as Sarah just said. When I first started, the independent scene was practically non-existent. It was just sort of me, Fred Greenhouse, and maybe Casey, but really nothing else. So it's been so exciting to just watch this amazing hub of independent audio drama creativity grow over the past few years. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about Wireless Theatre, my work with Audible, play a few clips, and then maybe if you guys are up for it, you can ask some questions and I'd be happy to answer any. So let's rewind all the way back to 2007. I trained as an actress at East 15 Acting School. I'd not long left there. Whilst I was there, I represented the school in the annual BBC Radio 4 Carlton Hobbs competition. For those of you who know what that is, it's like a competition that the BBC run. I don't know if they still run it. But if you win it, you get 6 months on the radio drama rep. So it's an amazing competition. I didn't win it. But I did get a lot of extra audio drama training. And I fell in love with acting for radio and audio. I love the freedom of it. I love just putting your voice down and then hearing how it can come to life with sound design and music, etc. However, when I left IS 15, I was really frustrated with the lack of audio work available. I thought I'd just casually walk in and get starred in a BBC radio drama. That just really didn't happen. Anyone who's been to drama school will know they tell you to make your own work, which is great, but quite hard to do, right? So, especially in TV and film, like, sure, yeah, I'll just make a film. But, so I had a conversation at home with my dad. I was really kind of passionate, and he was like, a big fan of audio drama too, and we talked about it, and actually Wireless Theatre was born. So online audio drama. Obviously back then there wasn't very much for anyone to kind of do if they wanted to do audio drama. You guys have got loads of stuff now, and I think the world has changed hugely, but then it was really quite barren. So I was like, this is cool, this is going to be fun, we can just at least make some stuff, we can do our own thing, even if no one listens to it. I'd love to say that we were super slick when we first started, but we weren't. We had no idea what we were doing, like genuinely no idea. What we did have was passion and loads of drive. I'd been working as an actor at the London Dungeon, which, believe it or not, is a real hive of creativity, or certainly was then, full of actors, comedians, writers, directors. So I had a whole load of ready-made talent to tap into for ideas in between when we were kind of scaring tourists. From the very start, I felt really strongly that you live and die by the quality of any work that you make. So I wanted to ensure that everything we made would sound like we knew what we were doing, even though we definitely did not. So I had no recording equipment. I had zero idea about how you'd go about making an audio drama. But I did have a script, which was written by a friend of mine from the London Dungeon, Jack Bowman. It had been on in stage, directed by Rob Valentine, who's also in the room. We were like, sure, we can make that into an audio drama. So I called around small recording studios to kind of beg them to take pity on me, to maybe offer us cheap rates. And I actually found one in Marylebone who seemed to really like what we were doing and gave me a deal. He would give me studio space for 2 hours for £20. So it was a tiny studio, it was cramped, it was a music studio really, but it meant that we didn't have to worry about the sound quality or even really know how to do it. We could just all turn up in the room. And it became our lovely home for studios really whenever I could afford to kind of make something. Streaming services obviously weren't really a thing back then, so a friend of mine made a simple site that allowed MP3 downloading. He designed me a logo, and then once we had a few plays on site, I was amazed to see that they were being downloaded like constantly. Like we had 100,000 downloads in the first year. It was like wild. So I was like, wow, okay, this is something that people are interested in. It was so exciting to see it grow. To have listeners email us and say they really enjoyed the content, to have writers say, hey, would you like to make my script? We started with new writing, to be honest, because we couldn't afford to pay the rights to do any scripts, but actually that ended up becoming our USP, like championing new writers, making new work, and it's still something that we're really passionate about today. I think it's really key to say at this point that I do know the landscape has changed since then. From my experience, though, I still feel like you can create something really professional by just gathering together like-minded, creative, ambitious people, and with some decent planning, something to record on, and maybe even a phone these days. A great script, you can make what you want to make, how you want to make it, and you just don't have to wait for permission. You don't have to wait for certain things are in place. I think, there really isn't a huge amount of barriers stopping you from doing it. And I have to say, a lot of the best stuff that we made was kind of, should we just see what happens if we do this kind of situation? So here we are, still at this point we didn't really know what we're doing, no one was paid a penny, so everything took forever to make, but that situation gave us a huge amount of creative freedom. It meant that I didn't really ever say no to anything at all. Record a play on a bike? Yeah, sure, let's do that, sure. Record War of the Worlds on actual war common for competition? Yeah, let's do that. Make a play with a cast of 30, even though we have a tiny studio, no budget, and absolutely no clue how to schedule a play of that size. Yeah, let's definitely do that. Experiment with the binaural mics and outside recordings. Yeah, let's do that, definitely. I'm going to play you a clip now of one of our first experiments in binaural recording. It's probably 12 years old. Obviously, binaural, anyone who knows, is supposed to be listened to on headphones, so it might not translate massively well, but I think it's quite a good example of the kind of stuff we were just playing around. We just found a room, blocked it out like it was on stage. We had, instead of using a dummy head, we took the microphones out of the dummy head and put them in the actor's ears, so they were like the perspective of the person. It's called the autopsy, so just trigger warning, it's about an autopsy. So if anyone wants to leave, please do now. We did use live Foley, so I had my hand in a bowl of pasta to make the sound of brains. But again, like, no one was stopping us. I was just like, I'm going to just do this. So I'll play a little bit for you now. It's just a very short clip. Whenever you guys are ready.
Who? What do you mean, whose identity?
Can we just do this, please?
Sammy? Samantha?
Yes, of course, but we'll need a distinguishing mark. Anything?
Distinguishing mark? What's he talking about? Sammy?
He's got a mole in the joint of his right arm.
No.
Sam, I'm here! Sam, I'm here!
Now, I'll need to show you the body too. If you're not ready, then just...
What?
Now, I just need to check for this mole.
Oh, Sam, can you hear me? Please say you can hear me.
Do you have any ideas yet?
No idea. It could have been his heart, is the most likely explanation.
What? Wait a minute, you think I'm dead? No, I can't be, look at me, how can I be dead and hearing this, Sammy, please?
Just to be sure, is there anything else?
Sorry. We did have
Come on.
blood vessel burst in his eye on the day.
Come on, move, just anything, come on!
Okay, that's good. Now, I will need to open his eyes. Is that okay?
Oh, God. God. Right, come on. Focus.
I just need some evidence of that. Yes. Okay, I can see that. Thank you.
It can't be.
Can we have a moment, please?
No, it can't be. Sam, I can see you. Sam, I'm here. See me. Come on, I can see you. Can you hear me? Oh, God. Maybe I can blink. Come on, Stephen Hawking can blink. I can fucking blink. Come on. Oh, please see me. Hear me. Please, come on.
One last thing.
Move.
I know this is difficult right now, but due to the cause of death being so sudden, we will have to perform an autopsy.
A
and
what?
Preferably sooner rather than later. Tomorrow or maybe Friday, we think.
Oh, no.
And we'll need your permission.
An autopsy? Come on.
Will you sign there, please?
No, wait, don't do it. I'm not dead. I'm not dead, Sammy. I'm right here, right now. Can't you see me? No, please, don't sign that, please.
Pleasant. So in the spirit of never saying no, and driven by my love for live performance, we launched Wireless Theatre Live, which involved recording audio dramas in various venues around the country in front of a live audience. We did over 40 live recordings in different venues: drama, comedy, horror, kids shows, really anything that we fancied. These gave us even more opportunity to be experimental and to shout about what we do. The venues, sometimes theatres or sometimes just rooms and halls, would give us the space for a door revenue split, and I'd beg actors, engineers, sound designs, and anyone to come and help and make it happen. The live shows were so much fun. We would only have a space for one day because of budget reasons, so we'd have to get in, rehearse, tech, do everything all in the same day, which meant the shows had this incredible frenetic energy and fear whilst you were standing on stage. We'd often finish the tech run as the audience were like walking into the room. So, we'd have actors in costume, we'd have the sound desk, the live musicians and the Foley people on the stage, which the audience loved. Sometimes our Foley would be really professionally done, other times not so much. We even once had a beatboxer do all the Foley. I'm going to play another clip now. This is from Drayton Trench, which is one of our last live recordings. We did a 6-part series recorded at the Museum Comedy, written by David K. Barnes, some of you might know, starring the late, great Stephen Critchlow. It was a real fun production to record over 2 nights.
Sir Percy, my agent should be with us very soon.
I must protest about the severity of these conditions.
You've had 2 lunches and 6 bottles of cognac!
Well, I want another Where's Wally book. I found him in all these.
Have you found the dog?
Nobody bothers with the dog. I'm calling room service.
Sit down and shut up!
My God, being a prisoner is dreadful.
Nathaniel.
Yeah, there you are, Violet. Have you got got the statue?
Of course I have. Here.
Excellent. It's incredibly valuable, isn't it, Sir Percy?
But I've no idea what you're talking about. I've never seen that statue before in my life.
You'll have to do better than that, Sir Percy.
I intend to. But before I say anything, I want some answers. For instance, what is your name, you beautiful creature?
Nathaniel Swan.
Not you.
Speak for yourself, madam.
You pretend not to remember me, do you?
Why should I remember anyone?
Look, Percy, we're asking the questions here.
I'd like another brandy.
Not until you tell us about the tomb of Caesar.
But I must have some brandy. It's the source of all my power.
Tell us what we want to know and we'll give you all the brandy you need.
I can't tell you. The Reform Club would kick me out. I've got a bar tab with them, and they've no idea that I'm not going to pay it.
You refuse to cooperate?
I'm proud to say that I don't even know what that means.
Then we must use more persuasive methods, mustn't we?
I'm not scared of you.
Violet?
With pleasure.
No, not her. I'm terrified of her.
I'm going for a little drink at the hotel bar.
You swine.
And while I'm gone, I think our guest would appreciate the application of the cat o' nine tails. That should beat some cooperation out of him, eh, Violet?
Eventually, Nathaniel.
You fiends! You fiendish fiends!
So, wonderful Beth Eyre, you can hear there as well, and Simon Kane. So over the years, we built up a fantastic catalogue of content with over 250 original audio dramas on site. However, our productions were released for free. So apart from the small amount of money we made from live shows, and sometimes we did like quizzes and events, and also donations through the site, we still needed to find a way to monetize. Otherwise, I was going to go bankrupt. I wrote to every single actor who had ever been in a radio play, asking them for money, advice, time. I received an overwhelming response from all sorts of people, the likes of Nicholas Parsons, who agreed to be our patron, Stephen Fry, Prunella Scales, Alison Steadman, Sheila Hancock, Michael Kitchen, Julian Glover, loads more. And whether they sometimes would send money, sometimes they would just say, do you want a quote? Or sometimes they would literally come in and just give us their time to be in a production. Obviously, I do think being tenacious at a time when there weren't that many indie creatives in the space really weighed in our favour, but I would urge everyone to get tenacious too. Just write to people and ask them to be in your dramas. The worst that can happen is they say no, right? Once Wireless had won some independent awards and gained a reputation for making quality audio drama, I applied for us to be accepted onto the BBC Preferred Suppliers list, obviously thinking absolutely no way is that going to happen. And they said yes. I was then allowed to pitch for Radio 4, and then I also wrote to Audible and said, hey, do you guys ever thought about making an audio drama? And my timing was perfect because they were just starting to branch out into audio drama. And we made our first production for them back in 2014. Again, I took a real risk to put myself and Wireless Theatre out there. When I went for the meeting with the commissioning editor there, I felt I had the most imposter syndrome. Like, I knew that everyone else they'd met had been like BBC producers, etc., etc. But she really liked me, and they really liked our body of work and the creativity and the kind of passion behind it. So if I hadn't done that, I don't know what had happened. And actually that meeting changed everything. I feel really excited about where audio fiction is going right now, and I think it's people like you guys, like us, who can drive the narrative for the future of audio drama. Yeah. Since then, Wireless Theatre have grown our client list to include BBC Radio 3, 4 BBC Sounds, as well as a whole load of other clients. Pitching to anyone is really hard. There's a load of competition these days, and really, there isn't a hard and fast way of getting your projects chosen. We constantly get rejected. But if you have heartfelt belief in your pitch, in your team, in your script, and you feel like you've got something that really needs to be heard, that's kind of how that will come through when you pitch. I'm just going to play now a little montage. It's about 3 minutes of kind of a selection of stuff over the years of what Wireless stuff. So it's about 3 minutes, I think.
This is a download from the Wireless Theatre Company.
To be or not to be, that is the...
Oscar Fingal of Flatty Wells Wild. The crime of which you have been convicted is so bad.
And I hate it. Shake it like a sheep shearing. Whoever you are, can't you just shut up and stop shaking me about? I feel all sick inside and I can't handle having anything
I have endeavoured in this ghostly little tale to raise the ghost of an idea, one which shall not, I hope, put you out of humour.
The
with
message from the
yourself
local
or with the
TV
season.
news is muddled, but it's looking like you marginally failed in murdering someone.
Of course, we've murdered him. Murder is our business, you fool. Murder! Murder! Murder!
Inform the captain. I will ensure that we are unseen. Be quick.
Wait until his lackey has gone inside. I give us 30 seconds before Jaeger gets back. Pass me the bomb, will you?
By all means. It's not hard to believe in the supernatural when you are walking around the catacombs or threading your way through the sinister, gnarly, and twisted trees.
Can we go now? It's getting a bit spooky here.
There. Wasn't that worth a little deafness?
And now I shall hunt with Bagheera.
No. The lesson's not over.
It is now!
It's becoming harder and harder to ignore the growing requests from women's groups.
We do suffer with suffrage.
Do not talk about the Edwardian Ladies Sanitary Association.
Madame, your orders are charming, and the way you give them even more so. You make despotism itself seem palatable. Not for the first time, as you very well know. I am sorry not to be your slave.
I've always wanted to see one of Shakespeare's plays done by Shakespeare's actors.
How was it?
Rubbish.
Rats! Rats!
Greetings.
Greetings, Mr. Mallison. Though, truth be told, I'm always a little disquieted by a visit from the Undertaker's men.
A creature with eyes of red fire and breath of blue flame.
Listen, there are some things you should know about me. I drink too much, I sweat, and
It's the rock and roll lifestyle.
You like rock and roll?
Who doesn't?
Shall we?
Let's.
Pretty little owl, you're obscuring my view
He
of
had
the
his own
sun like
keyboard,
a
that much was true.
To my woman, she
Oh,
said, "What's that
The Secret of Spring-Heeled Jack, Episode 2.
It's a prize that could send us all into the abyss.
The Tunnels of Death.
Good God! You're Stephen Fry!
Forgive me, I couldn't just walk past a woman crying on the pavement.
I am aware that many would like to hear more.
Please visit wirelesstheatrecompany.co.uk for more audio downloads.
Nice to have you on the program.
Makes me a bit emotional hearing that, actually. So in 2017, there she is. I was approached to apply for a job at Audible after having worked on productions externally to help with casting and production, and I've been there ever since. I managed the production and casting of the slate of Audible original dramas. I've been honoured to work there on some absolutely incredible titles. I couldn't possibly list them all here. I'm not always sure that it's known or understood that Audible are a production company as well as a platform, and we handle the end-to-end production across books, podcasts and dramas. Audible Dramas features cast of 20 plus actors across every single title, full sound design, full music. We've recently been mixing everything in Dolby Atmos, which is bringing another dimension to audio drama. It's fantastic to see how it can elevate productions, both in high drama moments, but also making the smaller moments feel really natural and realistic, putting the listener in the centre of the scene. And it's not that difficult to do. I thought when we started, I was like, this is going to be really hard, and it's really not. It's something that I think everyone should explore. I've produced large-scale epic IP like The Sandman or Slayers, A Buffy West Story, as well as big classics, big, huge musical productions, and we've also done smaller projects too, like Algorithms, which was a one-woman Edinburgh show that they adapted and made into a drama. I love building production teams, pairing directors, producers, sound designers, editors, engineers, production assistants, composers, together choosing teams, cherry-picking the best, and giving freedom and budget to play. It still amazes me that the skills that I use in my day job were the skills that I learned through wireless theatre. I never had any professional training at all in audio. Wireless theatre is still going strong, managed by the fantastic Sarah Golding, who we all love. I'm incredibly proud that Wireless Theatre provided all this amazing training ground for people to play and fail and challenge the boundaries of what audio drama could be. So many people who were part of that crazy early journey, actors, writers, directors, producers, editors, sound designers, are now lucky enough to be working and earning their living full-time in audio. The budgets and the timelines may have changed, but the passion and the spirit that Wireless instilled definitely still remains. I'm going to play a little bit of Oliver Twist, which is one of our recent Audible classics, which is the EP by Sam Mendes. It is a Dolby Atmos mix, so it definitely doesn't fully translate on these speakers, but you can have a little idea of what it is, and maybe then download it and listen to it later in your own time.
Dodger, Charlie, what's happening?
What's happening? He's running! And if I was you, Oliver, I'd run too.
What?
Those boys! Stop them!
Oh no! Wait for me!
Here he goes! Stop them!
This way!
Wait! Why did you take that man's handkerchief?
What do you think? Keep up!
But why?
Here they come, Dodger! Coming this way too! What do we do? Dodger?
Stop, thief!
What? Stop! Thief! Here he is! Over here! This little one!
Who? Me?
Yes! Here he is! Stop, thief!
I'm not the thief! No! Wait! I'm not the thief! Get no!
Mr. Clutch hit the baby. Smack, smack, smack. Judy cried. Baby cried. Maybe he got laughing.
Dodger! Charlie! Where are you? It wasn't me! What?
Wait! Let me through! Stand aside!
Give the boy air. If he ain't dead already.
Yeah? You don't deserve it, little thief! Make room for the gentleman! Is this the boy, sir? What? There?
Oh.
It's him, sir, ain't it? The pickpocket? This boy?
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No, this is not the thief. Fetch me a carriage. Quick!
Rest, my boy, my poor lost lad. Rest, and let your hurts, their hates, fall away. I am watching and seeing you safe.
Mother?
And do have a listen. It's good fun. It's only 3 hours. It's got original music by Dan Gillespie Sells and great cast. It was a lot of fun to work on. So just to finish, I just wanted to say I really believe that there are no rules when it comes to making audio drama. I'm lucky enough to work with a huge amount of amazing audio experts, and they all work in different ways. Everyone works in a completely different way, and I think no one way is wrong. And I love that audio allows you the freedom to experiment, push the boundaries. I never trained professionally in audio production, so if you have an idea that you want to make, I urge you just to go ahead and make it. If you are ambitious and you want to get onto wireless production teams, or if you want to get in touch with Audible, these are the details here. So Sarah, put your email address on there. Hope that's okay. Contact Sarah, and also these are the 2 emails for Audible. I mean, that voices comes to me, so you can send that to me, and then the crew. Always looking for new engineers, and just. Honestly, if you've done any work and you're proud of what you've done and you've got some stuff to show, send it, because we're always open to looking at it. And, this industry is quite small, the audio drama field, so we're looking for people who have done it before and who are passionate about it. That's it from me in terms of this spiel, but if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer as best as I can.
Okay, folks, let's give a huge resounding applause for Marielle Waneka-Temple. Woohoo! Absolutely amazing. I think it is inspiring to know that you can fake it till you make it and just
I'm
do it.
still faking
people.
it now. Definitely still faking it now.
Same. So welcome, and we'd love to have some questions from the floor, please. We've got Mike and Kareem on roving mics.
And to start, while they're choosing someone, here is one we received earlier while we get the mic to you. Marielle, Wireless has an inspiring array of brilliant audio fiction for people to delve into. What's one of the most fun experiences you've ever had in making audio drama?
That is a very tough question. Actually, putting this together was so fun because I did a proper deep dive in memory, and there were so many more photos and clips and things I could have talked about. Honestly, it's all been really fun. I can tell you a really funny or kind of not so funny thing. We were doing a live horror recording at the Leicester Square Theatre on Halloween. We had to get in the morning at 8 o'clock, and the show started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When we arrived, Halloween day, they'd shut down the theatre because there'd been a murder on the doorstep. So we were like, oh my God. So we all sat with all our kit and everything in the McDonald's across the road, Burger King, I think, and waited. And then the guy who was supposed to be letting us in said he could let us in through the back way. But then when we got there, there was a bolt on the back, and he didn't have a way to get it open. So we, honestly, he appeared with a thing and cut it open. Anyway, we got in the end, but we weren't allowed out the front because of forensics. It was wild, but it kind of added even more craziness to the event. And obviously it was a great story to tell for a Halloween production. And it was a full house, so it didn't stop people from coming. That's kind of one of millions, I think, probably.
Yeah, hi, I'm Floyd Kennedy. In your introduction, I just caught a hint of something with Liverpool in it. And I'm based in Liverpool. So.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm from London. My husband was born in Liverpool, and my parents are not from Liverpool, but no.
You didn't say the word Liverpool?
No, I don't think so. Did I? No, I'm a massive Beatles fan.
Excellent, always good.
But no, I love Liverpool, but no.
Thank you.
Any more questions in the room?
Can you tell me a bit more about the process of getting patrons? You reached out to people and got funding and advice from stars that you hope to get. That's impressive. I was wondering if you could tell me more about it.
Yeah, I was obsessed. I've got a really obsessive personality, so I became completely obsessed. So, and it was kind of before social media, really. So I literally Googled people who'd been in radio plays, and then I wrote to their agent, or I would admit that my friend knew where Prunella Scales lived, so I put a letter through her letterbox and stuff. But I know, bold, right? Bold. But then she came and recorded the drama for us. And I think, agents are really terrifying, and they can be real kind of gatekeepers, but actually they have to take stuff. So most of the time it was quite nice because they were like, oh, this sounds like an amazing thing that you've done. And obviously it was quite unique in those days. So they would forward it on, but they couldn't guarantee that anything would happen. And I'd be saying, can you come and be in my play for free? Or can you give me some money? But actually, I think people saw my desperate pleading letter and thought it was kind of a cool idea, and the website looked quite good. And so, but I wrote to hundreds, and probably, a percentage of people who actually did reply. And some people replied and just said, I can't give you anything, but this is a great idea. And that was still really good and kept me going. Because actually, when I first started, a lot of people were like, oh my God, radio drama, that's from the 60s. It's dead. What are you doing that for? So it was nice to have people kind of saying, no, this is a great idea. And obviously, I knew people were listening and stuff as well. So, but again, no rules. I just was like, I'm just going to write this thing. I happened to work as a receptionist in those days as well. So I used to just be like, yeah, I'll make you a cup of tea in a second. I'm just doing this letter to Prunella Scales. But then I used and I printed stuff out and things. So I was kind of cheeky in that respect as well.
It was so interesting hearing about how you started. Hi. And so inspiring to see how you really kind of initiated a movement, really. I wanted to ask, what's next? Do you have any big ambitions still?
So, honestly, if you'd have told me when I first started Wireless that I'd be working kind of managing the slate of audio drama production and casting at Audible, I'd have been like, what? Absolutely not. So right now, I'm in my dream job. It's really hard work, but there's a huge amount of creative freedom still. We do like workshops, which you've been to and stuff, where we can train people up and stuff. I'm really able to be like, hey, let's use this person because I've listened to them do something and let's just try them out or whatever. So for now, I'm really happy where I am. Honestly, I don't know what's next. I don't know where you go after, making content for Audible, but who knows? But at the moment, I do have my dream job, so I feel quite lucky. Yeah.
Sorry, hogging the mic. Is there something, because it feels like you've, at Audible tried lots of new things also. Mm-hmm. Is there something at Audible that you would like to try that's new that maybe hasn't been part of the slate yet?
So I don't work in commissioning, so I don't get that much say in what we actually make. I mean, a bit, but not huge amounts. We made a musical last year with Ellie Goulding and Universal Music. They'd never made an audio drama before, so it was an experience kind of navigating that part of it, but the music is so good. I love doing that. I'd love to do more musicals. I'd love to do musicals that are like already known, so like famous musicals. I don't know if that's even possible, but I really enjoyed that. I love Dolby Atmos, and I feel like we've just started with it. There's so much fun stuff I'd like to kind of see what we can do by thinking about Dolby Atmos even at the commissioning stage, like writing stuff specifically to be made in Dolby Atmos. I think at the moment it feels still like there's loads of new things that we can try, so I'm not sure what that would look like, but I'm obsessed with musicals. I also love comedy. I don't work so much in comedy, but that's something that I really love, so I'd love to do more. We did Algorithms, which was this one-woman show from Edinburgh last year, and it was just so fun to make a comedy that started as a one-person show and was made into a multicast drama. So I'd love to do more stuff like that as well.
Hello? That was absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. I am wondering, could you speak actually a little bit more about Dolby Atmos, sort of what it is, what it could do, in fact, how it could be integrated in from the beginning, or just sort of what you're seeing?
Yeah, I can. I don't do the actual Dolby Atmos, so I work with Dolby Atmos engineers. But what I have found is, so obviously you record, so we find that people record in different ways. A lot of people use a stereo pair, and then they block actors around it, but a lot of people use shotgun mics. With Dolby Atmos, everything has to be shotgun and so that each voice can be separate. But that means we found you can do, and it didn't quite translate here, but you can do so much in terms of the space, using the space. So, on Oliver Twist, when you're watching them mix it, they're using these little dots, and I'm like, can we have, what's the dog's called? Bullseye the dog. Can we have him literally run over? And then you watch this little dot run over, and the sound runs with it, so it feels, but what's interesting is that it's easy to get really excited and be like, oh my God, let's do everything. Let's do shipwrecks, and let's do like going to the moon and all this crazy stuff, and let's have arrows flying over people's heads. But actually for the listeners, it's too much. So, but what I've really enjoyed, because I really love like hyper-real performance, and I want to try and do that even more. And it really helps with that. So even if you've just got two people talking in a room, you can make it feel so real because they walk around. And actually, Wireless have been doing some, as you know, some like erotic content, which has been amazing. But I think, oh my God, you could make that so real with Dolby, too real maybe with Dolby Atmos. But like, I think thinking about the fact that you could kind of place that listener so in the room. And you have to think about that because for some listeners, I think, particularly in Audible, mostly audiobook fans initially, so you have to think about it because I think it can be very, very, very real because you've literally got the sounds moving around. But used well, I think it can be really fun.
Super, thank you. And I think just for everybody in the room, discoverability is a massively horrible word, I know, but I don't know what advice you've got for anyone either just starting out or who've got an established show to try and just get seen. What would you recommend folks do?
Yeah, I think, honestly, I feel like I'm in the same boat as all of you guys on the wireless side of things. I think it was, when we first started with wireless, as much as it was being downloaded all over the place, I was still like, how do you get it seen more? How do you get it out? And there's even more competition and stuff these days. I think in terms of being discovered by companies, big companies, and asking them if you can help or get involved in making content that they make, paid content, I would just say write to people, send links and examples of the stuff that you've done, and try and actually come in and meet people, because I think that really helps as well. But yeah, in terms of online discovery, I think honestly you'd probably be better to help than me. It's still something that we struggle with wireless now, I think, even now, if I'm honest, like getting, our content's all free, but there is now so much incredible content out there, it's even harder to get heard, so, sorry, I don't have a better answer.
For folks now working, that, you could be the next breakthrough, exciting thing to listen to. I'm really sorry, folks, but we have run out of time, so can we give a huge rousing applause, please, to Marielle Temple.
Thank you so much.
Can we have a tradition where we do a little...
I'm just going to unplug everything. Is that okay?
We're just going to do a little selfie with everybody and you. So does everyone, if you would like to be in it, crowd in a bit to the middle. Let's get you front and centre, please.
Okay, sure. Still with my Madonna mic on. Everybody Vogue.
We need you guys in a little bit more, because I can't really go further back. I don't want to break this view. Yes. Okay. Let's say Happy Audio Drama Podfest. 1, 2, 3.
Happy Audio Drama Podcast.
Yeah. We are now going to have, as Fiona will say,
a short break. So please chat amongst yourselves as we set up the next event in this main room, the Directors Panel, with the delightful Maximilian John as chair, and the fabulous Amani Zado and Uber Groovy.
Another groovy, seven groovies.
They are very groovy. Robert Valentine.
There he is.
After the break, thank you.
Hello, hello. Thank you, everybody. We're back in the room. I've got nothing more to say. Sarah.
Just to mention that over here is a beautiful orangey type merch table. If you'd like to buy anything for today, please do. There is stuff not just from us, but from Wireless. And Floyd, do you want to tell us what else is on there?
Am I old yet?
No, you're not.
Rhetorical question.
So yeah, feel free to buy anything on there and talk to Floyd if you want to buy anything from Am I Old Yet? If you have stickers or anything you want to put on there, not yourselves though, not that kind of show. And Kareem.
Thank you, Sarah. There are also he, she, her, they, them stickers if you would like to make yourself known to people, etc., etc. But please be seated and calm yourselves. I didn't write this script, all right? Where's it going? Oh, yeah, there we go. Welcome to the Audio Drama Hub Podfest, our director panel. Maximilian John of Definitely Human as chair. Amani Zardo of Cry Havoc Ask Questions Later. And Robert Valentine of Wireless Theatre, Big Finish, and so much more.
Hello? Hello. Hi.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Hello. Thank you for coming. I think I know almost all of you in the room anyway. So, but for people on stream or watching the video later, I am Maximilian John from Definitely Human. Thanks. I'm a writer and producer and director, and we make Mars Corp, The Infinite Bad. We produce for Monster Hunters and Down and stuff like that. And with me, Amani.
Hi, I'm Amani Azado. I have just directed Cry Havoc Ask Questions Later for Rusty Quill. Woo! Thank you. Yeah, it was an amazing experience. It is my first foray into audio drama, so I'm definitely feeling like an imposter right now. And also, this is so formal. I thought this was going to be more like a layout, I don't know, more like a living room chat. So yeah, I'm going to angle my chair slightly.
Yeah.
To feel less intimidated. Sorry, rambling.
Good morning. My name is Rob Valentine. I'm a writer, director, and producer of audio drama, which is why I'm here. Yeah. I didn't think that through, really. I am glad I'm not wearing the same outfit as on the photo. Yeah, so I do stuff with Wireless Theatre. That's how I started. So yeah, Marielle kind of just gave us a platform, and that was all the permission we needed. And I hate asking for permission from anyone, so Wireless was the perfect place to start, really. And since then, I've done stuff with for Audible through Wireless again. I'm doing a lot of Big Finish at the moment, so I'm writing a lot of Doctor Who, and I was directing some yesterday, actually. And I'm also directing at the moment, again for Wireless, quite a bit of erotic audio drama for the Quinn app, which is great fun and definitely worth talking about. Yeah. Anyway.
How did you actually get started with Wireless? I don't think I know that. What did you do before?
Not much. Well, I was a film student and just sort of a frustrated screenwriter, really. And then suddenly, through my mate Jack Bowman, who was working at London Dungeon, met the rest of the Dungeon lot, as I would call them. And so then Marielle founded Wireless, and suddenly there was just, because you couldn't get arrested back in the day. Suddenly there was a platform where you could write big, damn expensive fiction that you couldn't do, that would be prohibitively expensive to do on screen. And so that was the genesis of doing the Spring Hill Saga. And I got into directing, and this is a directing panel. I got into directing because I was on a short film shoot with the director of the Spring Hill Saga, and everyone on the film shoot but me got the norovirus. So that was how I started directing. Well, yeah, I directed stuff before then, but it was persuading anyone at Wireless that I could do it was the challenge. But then there was no one else left who wasn't, having trouble at both ends. So that was the beginning of my audio directing career.
Oh, nice.
And it just took the one vial, and I don't like competition either. So, yeah.
Oh, and how did, because you've just done Cry Havoc, and that was your first audio drama. So how did that happen?
I don't really know, to be honest. I got an email in my inbox. No, so I trained as an actor and started making short films, actually, as a way to get myself out there as an actor. But very quickly got really interested in behind the camera and started to feel quite frustrated in front of the camera. So I started directing on screen. That's kind of what I was doing. And I was still acting. I did a play that was written by David K. Barnes, and that was starring and produced by Beth Eyre, who's also in the room still. And so that's how I met David, who wrote and created Cry Havoc. And I think that he recommended me, I don't know why, to Rusty Quill, and we had an interview. I had an interview with April, and it went well. I got the job.
What's a directing interview like? What was that? What happened?
She asked me a bit about my directing experience. There was some what I imagine are like the kind of questions that Google asks you in an interview, like what was the best piece of advice someone ever gave you, or stuff like that, to do with directing. And I was like, I don't know.
Cool.
I was like, I can, something. It was along those lines. It was a very long time ago. I was on this project for 2 years. I think, I don't really remember. Sorry. Have you ever had to do a directing interview for a job?
I don't think I have. No, actually, I tend
You
to
just get the jobs.
Rob, everyone else is dead. Can you just? So no, I've been quite fortunate. Once I did the Spring Hill Saga for Wireless, that was a production that turned out just right. We cast it right. The production values were amazing. So it sounded like it was meant to sound in our imaginations. So to be honest, kind of the work kind of did most of it for me, to be honest. And then really everything I've had since, I've been approached rather than because I did 2 series of a sci-fi kind of cyberpunk thriller thing for BMW of all people, because during the pandemic their film wing just kind of collapsed because film did. So they thought, well, we want to produce stuff. So they just said we'll do audio drama. So I did 2 series of a show called Hypnopolis for them, and it's just BMW Presents. That was kind of it's non-branded advertising apparently, but I was approached. So I tend to. I'm not very forward. Really, it turns out, but people do ask me just to do stuff. And that's kind of that's been my experience largely.
So when someone approaches you with a script, a producer, and they have maybe a show bible or just a pilot or something like that, what are you looking for in a script that makes you excited to direct it?
I must confess, I'm most into directing if I've written it. So so because then the directing does become. I think I'm a writer by nature, and if you've written it, then the directing an audio drama is an extension of the writing process, or it's the part of the act of creation just beyond it. Otherwise, I think it's really, if the script is good, then you do your, and it's as a job. You do your due diligence of you read it, you study it, you get down all your first impressions of it. You understand what it's about, why it's about, and how every single scene works, and the function of each scene.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but it's great.
Right
fun.
at the beginning.
Basically, what you're doing is kind of, it's not everyone's approach, but it's kind of, if you're not the writer, you kind of, you read it and then you deconstruct it and get your head into the writer's head in a way. Because I find with audio drama, unlike visual media, it is more writers-led. A lot of the active, mise en scène, stuff like that, is actually the writer does all that. So the director's job predominantly is to understand the work, then cast it correctly, then get the performances you need out of the actors, and then make sure the scenes play right. And that's kind of my sense of this particular medium.
Did you have that on Cry Havoc?
No, my experience was quite different. I was brought on really early in the process.
Right.
So we had a show Bible, we had a pilot, but the idea was that David wanted someone to help him develop the story further.
Okay.
And so I would say what excites me generally on a project is if it's something I haven't done before, which this certainly was, and if I feel like there's quite a lot of scope for story, I'm really into, I love story, I love plot. So I think, like you were saying, if I feel like there's room to really explore a lot of stuff, the human condition, I think that gets me really excited. And we knew that this was going to be a 20-episode series set in ancient Rome. Audio for me, was something new. I was like, oh wow, this is going to be epic. Like, it's going to be a comedy, but there's definitely room for drama and to cover some we knew David was pitching it as a political dramedy, and I was like, yeah, we can have loads of fun here and maybe say some important stuff too along the way. So yeah, that got me really excited about it.
Right. So because this was first audio, you were excited about that. Was there anything you were worried about from the fact that it was audio?
Yeah, I was worried I wasn't going to be able to do it well. No, I wasn't really worried about anything. I think that if you don't really know what's possible, you kind of just go for it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was or wasn't possible, so I was like, other people know more than me, I'll ask them. I'll be like, can you do this? Can we do that? And it generally turns out that we could.
At what point did they then cast the show?
So I cast the show.
You cast the show.
I cast the show.
Did you have all the scripts by that point? Or most of them?
Not really. It was quite hard to cast because we were still in David was kind of, we had a fantastic writer's room, which Rob was part of. Fantastic writer's room of 7 other writers alongside David, who each wrote 2 episodes, and then David was editing across the whole series and wrote the first 2 and the last 2. And so by the time, we were casting, and I think we were still in second draft mode. So the scripts were still with the writers. They hadn't yet gone for, official script editing with David. And, I was using scenes to audition people with that. I was like, this scene is gonna change. This character is not quite on the page yet. So yeah, I had to kind of adapt my audition process to reflect that. So yeah, because I knew that I couldn't, there were certain things that I knew I could be quite specific about in what I was looking for in terms of casting, like accents and diversity of accents. But there were other things where I was like, okay, I need to find actors that are super adaptable, that take direction really well. I have an understanding, a sort of overview of what this character's journey is going to be. And so I know what kind of highs and lows I'm looking for from them. So it was, kind of like general testing.
So in those first discussions with an actor, where you know they're going to be playing the character now, what are you trying to convey to them? What kind of understanding do you want to draw out from them about their character and that journey?
In an audition?
Once you've already cast them, I think.
Once I've cast them, we're in recordings.
Or both, either.
Yeah. what is it that what is it that I'm trying to convey to them?
Yeah. Like, how do you approach a first discussion with an actor about a character? Is it just outlining it and letting them kind of come up with some ideas from there and then bouncing that around?
I think it really depends on the actor, to be honest. Some actors like to kind of get into stuff. I don't know what your experience has been beforehand.
It depends on the production, depends on the actor. Most of the stuff I do these days, the actors just turn up and they're ready to go. They've done their prep. There's no real discussion. It's probably largely Big Finish and other kind of companies with some budget behind them. So you just have to find it very quickly on the day. But if you've cast right, most of that job is done, and actors aren't necessarily that interested in talking about that stuff. I've got the scene, I'm in the part, can we just do it? And then literally, you're like the conductor of the orchestra. You have to just very quickly figure out, okay, I've got a cast of 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, and they're all different. They'll all need different things from me. But really, there's not that much navel gazing really before you go in. It's just you go into the studio, you play the scene. Not all actors are the same. I remember when I did Red Moon for Wireless, which was kind of, that was the thing that changed everything really for me professionally. But I remember Phil Bilcock, who played the main character, he's a sort of a disgraced MI5 agent, and there were a couple of scenes where he uses a gun in it, and he rang me up at my temp job. Again, I was a receptionist, and they're as a writer, they're the best jobs to have because a reception job, if you're monitor, there's a wall behind you, and it's just unbeatable. But he rang me up because he wanted to know is my character, what happens if my character are they used to using guns and all that kind of stuff. So I actually, as the writer, I knew this. As a director, this would be BS and I'd be winging it. But as the writer, I knew that if he pulls that trigger, then it's an immediate suspension, 6 months of paperwork before he's allowed to resume his duties again. So so some actors kind of they do want to discuss this stuff with you, but for the most part, actors are more interested in just playing the scene, not knowing anything about the stuff that as a writer you want to discuss this stuff till the cows come home. But actors, in my experience, tend not to. They're much more in the moment, and because in the moment is where they tend to spend their time. So it's less about the journey of the character across the story, and more about the very, very specific journey of the actor in this scene.
I totally agree with that, because actually sometimes if you talk about it a lot, you can tie yourself up in knots. And then an actor might get in their head, and then you picture in your mind something that you want to do, but then it might not come across. Yeah, I think it's better to just kind of dive in.
And as a writer-director, you want to talk about this stuff, and an actor is the wrong person to do that with, because they're there to act. And if you start talking about the journey arcs and what this means, is their eyes glaze over and they start to hate you. So I kind of learned to do. The more experience I've got, the less I'm inclined to bother with any of that stuff.
Right.
Unless the actor wants to play that game. But
everyone's process is different.
Yeah.
Right?
Would you talk about that kind of stuff with the writer if you're just directing it?
Oh yeah, yes, yeah. Well, not if the script's really good, because then you don't need to. It's there. It actually might be more useful because yes, if the script's great, it's easy to direct. If you cast right, it's really easy to direct. You've run out of things to screw up. Mm-hmm. But it might be more interesting sometimes is what do you do when it's actually a bad script and you've miscast? Because that's when you actually have to be skillful as a director. If the script is good and you've cast it right, there's not much in this medium, especially. There's not much left to do other than maybe suggest little particular grace notes, or if there's a line where the subtext is missing, it becomes painfully little touches. But if an actor's actually bad and the production is potentially doomed and there's no money to come back on another day, then you actually have to work as a director to get the material you need, and then while keeping the actor happy and comfortable and playful and compliant, you get enough material out of them.
Compliant.
Yeah. So that because what you can't allow as a director is the director, an actor to realise, oh my God, they think I'm bad.
Right.
Because that will kill everything. So what you need to do is you don't let them know you think they're bad, but you just, you get enough out of them that you can build a functional performance in post-production. And on a combat pragmatism level, especially in the independent world, where you might have the time, but you haven't got the resources, and you need that good performance when an actor isn't giving you one. That's when, you need the skills to just wrench enough material out that you can actually artificially build not a good performance, but a functional performance in post. And this is like one bad casting choice or whatever in 50 or 100. It's not common, it happens, but those are the times you need to actually be a good director to make something good out of something bad.
Yeah, I kind of think that if an actor is bad, it's because you're not doing your job as a director. Or you've cast wrong. Like, you're totally right. You can cast wrong. And if you've cast right, that's like, 85% of the job done. I think that, I think that...
Once in a while, an actor is bad. Once in a while, the rare ones. But,
Well, I think that everybody has their version of stuff, right? They have their version of an interpretation of a character or a scene or an emotion even. Certain emotions don't look the same on every person. And it might be that what an actor is presenting to you isn't actually what you're looking for or what you were hoping for in that scene, but that's their version. And so then you have to either, accept that this is their version of this moment, or you have to find a way to guide them closer to what it is that you originally wanted.
That is interesting, because sometimes that happens as well. If an actor gives a performance, it's great, it works, it's just not the thing you had in your head.
Totally,
But in that situation, for me, I think you just have to very quickly hold just a private funeral in your head for the loss of that version, because with recorded media, it's that one version exists and that's it. So you do have to kind of just very, very quickly grieve that version of your idea. It will never be that way. It's now this way. So you can have, and this way, the way it will now be in perpetuity forever. Yeah. It's different. It's not wrong. It's good. But it's you do have that sense of loss, and that can actually just distract you from getting on with.
Yeah, and then there's a little bit of a hop skip to what's this new version now? Let's go down this road. I have to rejig my plan in my head now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that part because the attachment being the writer?
I wondered that.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. Because these characters, sometimes you'll a production will commence and it's, oh my God, this is what I had in my head made flesh, or it could be, this is better than, I had no idea that character was as good as they are, because an actor can make a character so much better than what's on the page. And sometimes, if it's just different, that character who you have been living with for potentially months or longer will never exist in the way you saw that the way the character who's lived with you will never be now. But the funny thing is eventually, and by eventually, sometimes by the end of that day, you've actually forgotten that original character, because now this is the permanent concrete iteration, and you do forget, but it can sidetrack you on the day, even like for a few seconds. But that can be enough to kind of get me off my game anyway.
Well, to that end, how far do you adhere to the scripts completely as written? Like, at what point do you start allowing more improvisation? Is there a point of inflection, or do you just, from the beginning, you can do what you want?
No.
No?
Otherwise, what's the point in a script? Someone spent a lot of time on this.
Yeah, well, it depends. It depends on the production, but sometimes, an actor will just suggest, here's a much simpler version of this line. And so, that's much better. It conveys as much with less. Sometimes an actor will just ask if, can I try it this way? So for me personally, I'll say, yeah, sure. If I'm the writer, absolutely. If the writer is present, and I do like having the writer present, as long as they're not too chatty during the thing. then you ask them, is that okay if we change this line or whatever? And sometimes there might even be logic problems that leap up on the day that have been there glaring at you off the page all along, and you actually have to solve plot problems or even just minor or major logic problems. So sometimes you have to rewrite on the day, because if you don't, something won't make sense.
Totally.
Mm.
Yeah. I don't encourage improvisation around the script, but I completely agree with you. Like, I think all forms of storytelling are collaborative, and I like to encourage, I like to create a space where anyone can kind of contribute, because I'm under no illusions that I have the best ideas. But I think you realize quite quickly, I think, if a line is not working in an actor's mouth,
right.
I think you can see that quite quickly. And so I will just dive in and be like, shall we change this line? If they haven't already suggested that. So it's more like, small tweaks, or as you were saying, sometimes suddenly you notice a plot issue and you're like, oh God, I hadn't noticed that until now. That needs fixing in the moment.
Yeah, you can't do that with David Copperfield, though. That's actually there is a slight. I think there are cultural differences too, because in the UK, author is king. Respect the text, and part of the skill of being an actor is having the skill to speak, to speak the words. Working with actors in the American tradition, which is, for a lot of the time, it's the film tradition, dialogue is secondary. Again, it always depends on the production, but I still feel, even though I'm a writer, that dialogue is secondary to the meaning and intention beneath it. But again, it all depends on the particular production you happen to be working on. So there is no one answer. There are no rules. It's honestly every single case, every job is different.
And the more you mess around with the script, of course, there are time considerations where you have material that you just need to complete. What happens when you do start running out of time, when you realize you're actually pushing it to its limit? Do you start becoming more regimented?
Stressed, yeah.
Panic.
I had that the other day, actually. I've been directing this week and last for Big Finish, doing some Doc 2 with Derek Jacobi, actually, who's really brilliant. He's a very good actor, it turns out. But the Big Finish way is very much, it's you get 2 takes, go back for any pickups, then move on. In the independent world, like working for Wireless, if you're really in trouble, and if it's an indie project, it's okay. Audiobooks is just 1 take. When I first discovered this, I was terrified as a former film student. It's like an audio book. You say the words the 1 time, and then you move on. Yeah, for like 8 hours, and that's it. Yeah, but I was mildly terrified, and I don't know why. But yeah, if you're really in trouble with time, then it's 1 take plus pickups. So you do the scene once, and if there are any duff lines or any lines you really want to redo, you go back for 1 pickup. But Big Finish is very, very kind of industrial. It's 2 takes, 2 pickups, move on. But that's the importance of scheduling as well. Knowing how many pages you've got to get done in a day, deciding how long a page will take, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes, and then you get on. But then there can be dead bodies in front of the studio and stuff like that. So external factors can screw you over. So yeah.
Yeah. How was the scheduling on Cry Havoc?
They were really kind to me, actually. I think because they knew it was my first time doing this, they gave me a lot of time in the beginning, in the first week, and then once we got into a role, we tightened things up. Because we were working entirely remotely, there was sometimes tech issues that would eat into your time. And so then it was suddenly like, oh my God, we scheduled however long, 45 minutes with the actors for this chunk, and we spent 25 minutes trying to get everyone's everyone to hear each other or whatever. And that was quite stressful, but somehow we always got through it. I think in those moments, it's really important that you know what you're looking for. Yeah, I think if you know what you're looking for, then you just kind of nail that, and you don't bother with the like, oh, this would be quite fun to have on the side as well. Yeah, less alternative takes, as it were, which I think is something very much indie productions where you have the little bit more time. I think when you're working on big, with big finish or audible, so it's very like tight scheduling. You don't have time for it.
Yeah, but if you're able to use home studios or recording remotely, my God, time is the biggest gift. Recently my experience has been working on the clock, but if you've got the time, use it. You go to as many takes as you need. To be honest, you probably don't need that many takes, really. I mean, another thing I find is in post-production, if you get an actor to go to like line 5, 6, the 7th or 8th reading of a line, and then in post you realise, oh yeah, the first read was, yeah, that's all you needed. Yeah, because sometimes as a director you can think, no, I need that, I need the actor to really convey that emotion on that line, and you don't, because the meaning is in the line itself, not in the delivery, and their primary instinct was the correct one. So you can do too much as well.
Totally. Yeah.
But at least you've got the takes to reject, rather than not having the takes if you need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I do kind of feel that you can swamp yourself in too much material, but if you really, if it's a labour of love, then I actually think the independent sphere is the better sphere to create something properly good in. Simply because when you've got studio time and those kind of considerations, you get the job done, but the quality is there because you're using quality equipment and really great professional actors and stuff. But the one resource you don't have is that extra time, and the time. Yeah, so yeah, it's that's one strength that indie productions really have.
Okay, when you have an actor that's maybe getting a bit frustrated with their own performance, they're not delivering what they want. How do you handle that?
I mean, in my experience, an actor is only really going to get frustrated with themselves if they feel like you're not happy with what they're doing.
Right.
So I think, like you were saying earlier, you never let them see that if you're not happy with what they're doing, right? And I think, yeah, I think keeping things light and playful and in the moment stops an actor getting in their head. And I think also you can start to, I mean, I've certainly done this also as a director, where you, as you just said, like where you fixate on something where you're like, oh, I really want to get it, this line this way. And I know that they can do it. I'm just like somehow not managing to explain it to to give them the nudges that are going to help them get there. And so, yeah, I think being light on your feet is really important. Finding a way to change the actor's mindset so they stop bugging on this thing and try something different. That's what I would do.
I find it's really important to just let everyone. This is fun. It's meant to be fun. Otherwise, we're not. It's not the medical profession. No, it's not life and limb. There's a sense of play throughout. Is vital. And just a lightness of touch. And if there is anything an actor, I mean, it's really rare. I mean, most 99 times out of 100, there are never any kind of problems like that. But it's the 1 time in 100 that's good to know for. But sometimes we'll just leave it. We'll do some other stuff. Then we'll come back to it. And sometimes just doing something the other side of a tea break is all it takes. It's something really prosaic like that. Because they're just little mental blocks. So you just put your mind to something else. Maybe a quick change of scenery, then come back. So, something as simple as that is usually. But if an actor's having any kind of trouble, in my experience, it hasn't really happened unless something else is going on with them. But I
feel like that's more common. Like if you're learning lines, and an actor realizes they don't know their lines that well, which is not something that happens in audio, right?
Right.
I feel like that's. I was thinking about this. Like, when have I ever felt an actor get really frustrated with themselves? And I think it's when they realize that they don't know their lines well enough, but that's not an issue in audio.
Yeah, I think one time it can happen actually is just there might be just one line that is a really simple one that for some reason
Yes.
you just can't get through.
Or a hard word to
Yeah.
pronounce, and
That's
they
when
keep
I've
and they keep getting it wrong.
is-
Right?
yeah,
yes.
when-
Okay. Good
when
point.
They keep, they know what the line is. They can see the line, and they read it wrong every time, and they start getting upset at them.
Yeah, and
And,
it's
you have
Mount,
to-
it's,
yeah.
it's Mount Everest in the
Yeah,
West.
because
Yeah.
they become more self-conscious about it the more they try, and then you have to try and like talk them down off that, and like we'll change it.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Yeah. Or if
Yeah.
it has
Like-
to be that, because the whole story falls apart if it isn't that, literally out the studio, take a walk, have a
Yeah.
coffee, you know.
Go for a jog.
Yeah, do it in a bit, you know, just anything to stop it being in any way important, you know.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. A quick change of scenery, yeah.
I like that. Stop it being in any way important. That's,
None of
that's
this
how I
matters,
feel.
it's audio drama. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really important, I think, just to convey to everyone, yes, it's a job and all that, but it's also, you know, this is something we all want to do. We want to write and direct and act and make up stories. It's meant to be fun.
Totally.
So, you know, that's, you know, and sometimes, yeah, there can be external pressures and money and stuff, but really, it's, you know, it should be fun. So that, I think, as the director, if the script is good and you've cast correctly, most of your job is creating the right climate in whatever way you're recording, just the right mood, and have, you know, because if you're kind of stressed and belligerent or grumpy or tetchy or, you know, kind of scowling over the script or something, then that's going to rub. Everyone else is going to be, who the hell is he? Should we be frightened of him? And, you know, and am I going to be yelled at when I do my stuff? You know, again, never happens, but these are the unreasonable fears we all have.
Yeah.
What I would actually say, just as a non-actor who does nevertheless occasionally get asked to go into the booth or whatever just to provide some extra material or silly voices or whatever. As a director, it is really healthy, I think, just to experience what a studio or it feels like having the mic pointed at you, just so that you don't ever forget how vulnerable it can feel like as an actor in that very artificial situation. So I think it's healthy to know what they're going through.
Oh, yeah, I think that's a great point.
Great. Do we have questions? Just.
Hi. Thank you. That was all really, really great. I think, I really relate to what you guys are talking about like being in the room and just getting them to sometimes just say the lines. Is all you just say the lines. For me, the main reason I ever get someone back for a pickup is often because I feel like their performance isn't connected to what is happening in the post-production. So, for example, we might have someone in a really big avalanche and they're not pitching their performance for that, and that is my fault as a director for not thinking and telling them that. But how often do you guys have your kind of post-production head on whilst you're directing? Like, how often are you thinking about that, or do you speak with the sound engineers or the sound designers to know what that's going to look like in post? Or like, I'd love to know just your thoughts and experiences around how because you're the ones who know what it's going to sound like in post much more than anyone else in the room, I guess. So, you know, how you reflect that in your directing.
Yeah, so I literally did that. I was really annoyed with myself. Basically, the first time we meet Mark Anthony in Cry Havoc, he's giving this big speech in front of the whole army, and I had told him to pitch it up, but I think because I wasn't that experienced, I didn't really have a clear idea in my head of how much that had to be pitched up. And so he gave me a really good performance, and then when I got to listen to the edit, I was like, oh my God, this is so not what we needed it to be. But I think that was a really good lesson. And I think Kazim, who plays Mark Anthony, also then like really realized that, and so then we kind of learned together, and so then it was something that we were all really aware of, and became something that we were actively thinking about in. We were also really, we were lucky with our process because we recorded for a really long time, and we actually started editing some stuff while we were still recording, and so there was some adaptability that was possible. But what's your experience been?
Oh yeah, that's something. When you're directing, the first thing you do is, especially with like big Finnish stuff, there's lots of Doctor Who, alien planets and weird things like that. But whatever the production, you just let the actors know what the environment's like. It's a large wood-panelled room, or it's a pub, or whatever. And it can be difficult for an actor to know quite how much you want them to pitch it up. I remember on doing at Audible, doing Albion, The Legend of Arthur. Lots of battle scenes and stuff like that. So you have actors raising their voices to talk to, the Romano-British and stuff. And an actor might still not pitch it quite high enough. But a studio solution, which we did a couple of times there, is on the playback. We actually played, but you can do this on an independent production as well. Just quickly go on YouTube. Okay, you're in a blizzard, so I'm going to play you a blizzard. So as long as there's no like headphone bleed, the actor can actually hear. Oh yeah. Okay, I can hear the blizzard I'm in, and then they pitch their voices accordingly. Because sometimes there might still be some a reluctance to the fact that you are Ahab on the deck in a storm, and it's your performance that creates the storm. It's if you can't get them to do it just by virtue of trust me, go as big as you bloody well can. Actually, just on an iPhone, just go on YouTube, whatever, and just play them the environment so they can actually hear it. That tends to fix it. But yeah, that always happens. Yeah.
This one's for you, Max, because I know you've been a very diligent panel host, but I also know you're a great director, and I would love to hear your tips and your spiel on what your approach for direction is.
Sorry?
Yeah, Max.
What do you want from me?
I want what is your approach for directing and your experience as a director?
That's a really big question. James, you're asking my entire experience. Okay, right. So I tend to direct stuff that I write with my colleague David Knight. So usually one of us has written what it is, and we know what we want out of it. We also direct slightly differently in that we tend to have small groups of actors at a time, or even one actor at a time, just to make the scheduling much easier. And also so we have more control in the post-production, but we don't say that to people. It's so we can get actors to do things multiple times, and that helps because a lot of what we do is so silly and big that you can have actors say, in this kind of situation where you need them to go big, we'll say, okay, well, do the line for me 4 times and just get bigger each time. And you're going to use the last one, right? Because that's one where they think, well, this is just stupid, where they let go of whatever is holding them back and they just give you a stupid one. And usually, if a character is that way inclined, that's kind of what you want. What else? I don't really know what to do with your question, if I'm honest. Yeah?
That was a great answer.
Shall we call it there then?
Thank you very, very much to our wonderful first panel and their fantastic directorial insight. Let's raise this oak grim roof one more time. Our directors. Thank you.
Fiona. Fiona.
You've got a message.
I do have a message. Firstly, if you didn't get to ask them a question, please harangue them all you can all day. They're here, right? They're trapped at this event. You can't escape. There's also a fantastic bar masterclass later happening in the secret room through these groovy doors. And and of course, there are a few spaces, so if you would like to join them and learn some amazing techniques as a voice actor and director, I think it's definitely worth jumping in on. For now, you lucky folks have got lunchtime. I hope you can find somewhere amazing to eat. There's lots of places on the high street and so on. Me and Beth Eyre, however, are going to be running the first bar masterclass next door. Again, there are some spaces, so if you want to just come and have a play, please do. We've also got all sorts happening this afternoon. For me, if you would like to also prepare yourself, we have a pitch-a-thon later. If you have got a show that you can fit a pitch in of 30 seconds or less, have a think about it over lunch, and we'll hopefully be able to share those after your lunchtime. So come back for 2:20, please. We'll see you here then, if you're not in the bar masterclass next door. Thank you very much. Our panel, woohoo!
Just do it right,
Okay. Says he, desperately fighting his tablet. Excellent, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and those of you between the binary. Welcome back to the second half of three. Oh, for God's sake, who wrote this? 3 parts to the day. We have our annual pitch-a-thon. Yes, Fiona, please.
Okay, to make you aware, we will record these and put them out on our Audio Drama Hub podcast. So set up the clock, please. Okay, if you would like to come up, anyone who would like to make a pitch for your show and form an orderly queue, you can pitch your show to us in 30 seconds. Any way you like. Tell us about the genre, the main thrust of the plot, the characters, where your show can be found or followed, why your season 1 or 2 or 3 is so exciting, but you must do it within 30 seconds. So, who would like to come up?
Come on, Francesca.
It's one I haven't actually released yet.
Exciting!
That's okay.
Fine. Get up here. Well, that's fine. You can pitch to find a producer, that's fine.
So I'd really love a producer to find this interesting. Thank you. Okay, are we
30
ready?
seconds then since you're making whatever link this was. We're going to count it down another way.
Okay.
Are we ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go!
The year is 2004. Flip phones are in vogue, MySpace has just been launched, and Britney Spears' Toxic is top of the charts. And Castle Dracula is about to receive a young guest for dinner. Armed with only his dictaphone, newly minted solicitor Jonathan Harker has taken the Eurostar out of Britain and travelled to the depths of Romania, where phone service and peace of mind have become a thing of the past. But Jonathan isn't the only one in the toils. He's just unwittingly given a blood-sucking monster unfettered access to London's teeming millions, and he, his friend Zamina, the love of his life, are in grave danger. A found-footage extravaganza, Dracula, a 21st century audio drama, dares to ask what happens when you combine vampires and dial-up internet. Join Jonathan as he survives a work trip from hell, gossip with Mina and Lucy over Lucy's 3 suitors, and meet the eccentric Van Helsing and her vampire-hunting armory. This is a new millennium, a new age of technology, and a version of Dracula that you have never experienced before. Care to take a bite?
Oh, yeah.
That sounds very exciting. Where can we audition? It's going off. Sorry, that's annoying. Anybody else? Have you got a show? Have you got an idea? Have you got even one that you've got going out right now that you want more people to listen to? We want to give you that forum to do it. I can't see anyone, Floyd, with their hands up, Floyd. So will you come up, please, Floyd? Give a rousing applause for Floyd of Our Audience. Oh, profit of today, a pen!
Okay, I probably can't find the printed thingy in time, so I'll just have to wing it. As some of you know, time. However, I'm writing a new one, so I just thought I'd have a go at pitching the new one. It's this year, whatever this year, next year, whenever it comes out. There's a war baby born in 1943, a Gen Xer born in 1973, and a millennial born in 1993. I think I'm right. So we've got 80, 50, and 30. You're kidding!
30 seconds. We'll let you talk.
Right.
We want to know more.
10 more seconds.
They meet on a Zoom class for how to make sourdough, and their lives intertwine over the time adventures.
Thank you.
What's it called, Floyd?
Working title, Starters.
Super.
Superb. Now, also, if you have wares, if you are a director, if you are a voice actor, if you are an editor or director of everything, and you want to advertise your wares, this is your 30 seconds to do so, people. So come up and use it. Anyone want to give us some? Everyone's being... Yes, James.
Really? Let's give him
So Paddle Boat has just finished post-production, so I'm getting ready to release it. It's got this amazing cast, including Sarah and Kareem. And this is the first time I'm going to be releasing something, and I have no idea how to release something other than just like, here it is. So if anyone has any advice on how I can, now that it's done and it's a microfiction, so it doesn't have to be huge, but like generate a small audience for it that's not just my friends and family, I would love some advice, so come find me. Thanks so much.
Anybody else? Honestly, this is your chance to tell everybody live stream, and it's being recorded so people can hear this and see this afterwards. It's your chance to share. Nobody else wants to share. You're feeling very shy. Stop. Okay. Oh, Andrea. No, you have vocalized your intention. So can we give a massive round of applause for Andrea still finding? Andrea was just in the voice acting workshop with me and Beth, and wasn't she a astounding actor? We've got every single person, I hope. There's Sally here, and where has everybody else gone? Grace, and I think they're in the other. So they're all fantastic actors, and please speak to them today because they're astounding. Thank you.
Okay, hi, my name is Andrea. I am a voice actor. And I am part of, and I've just found the link. I've taken part in an full cast audio drama, which is out at Christmas, and it is from Theatrical Shenanigans. And it's a Christmas Carol. And it's gender switched. And I was lucky enough to be cast in the lead role of Edwina Scrooge. So please check out Theatrical Shenanigans and look out for their Christmas Carol, the audio drama coming out this year.
Super, yay!
Superb. Now, you may have heard the noise next door. The masterclass for music is happening. If you feel so inclined to join them, you can jump in now for a special price of £5 British. But in here, we have very exciting things with some of the best, very best people in this space right now. She says, reading the script wrong. So, next door. Oh, my goodness. So next door, just to tell you, we have Chair Katie Seaton of Hidden People, Rusty Quill, Beyond Shakespeare and more. Longcat Media, we have the awesome Lawrence Owen and Supersonic Noise Wizard of Canaan Fields, and one of today's live show showrunners for the Lightning Bottler, Oliver Morris, is here. So if you would like to join them, please do now, and Fiona can take any pennies if you want to pay extra for that. And here, in this grooviest of rooms...
11 groovies.
Yes, there, thank you. For you truly inspiring wordsmiths, we have our humbly uber-talented writers panel.
Yes. This year, please welcome to the stage with rapturous applause our awe-inspiring writers panel. The chair is all the way from Sweden, multi-award-winning Y2K and Chaikas, Karen Heimdall! With multi-award-winning Longcat Media, Lindsay Sharman. And Uber award-winning thrice-forgotten writer, but I have remembered them, Nemo Martin, and he writes what he does not do, multi-award-winning Robert Valentine. Again.
Hello, is this working? It is! Amazing! So I managed to talk to Robert before, but Nemo and Lindsay, I didn't understand who you were. I'm sorry. So that everyone here can understand who everyone is, please tell the audience who you are and what you write. And why don't you start, Lindsay?
Hello, I'm Lindsay. I'm from Longcat Media, which is a huge company of two people. So I'm 50% of Longcat Media. And I'm the writer of Mockery Manor, The Ballad of Anne and Mary, and Magenta Presents Ghosted. And that's it, yes.
Nemo.
Hello, my name is Nemo Martin. I am a freelance writer. I wrote a show for Rusty Quill called Thrice Forgotten, and I mostly work on theatre things. So Thrice Forgotten is the only thing currently out that is audio.
And Robert.
Well, thanks. Hi, my name is Rob Valentine, and I am a writer. Of course I'm right. And I've written for stuff for Big Finish, Wireless Theatre, BMW, Audible, and a couple of bits for Radio 4 and anyone else who'll pay me, basically.
Thank you so much. And I write my own shows, Chica and Y2K. And I've also written bits and bobs for other people. So that we know who we're talking to, I'm really interested in you guys. So hands up anyone who has never ever written anything for audio ever, please. So like maybe 4, 5 people. Okay, welcome, especially welcome to you. Okay, hands up anyone who has written something for audio. Could be short, yeah, okay. And then leave your hand up if you've written like a season or something equivalent to that or more. Yeah, so that's like also 4 or 5 people. Okay, do you know who we're talking to now a little bit? Yeah? Cool, okay. So I, as a writer, started writing for the stage and sort of moved over to audio. And that was interesting for me. And I know that all of you write for different media as well. So what do you find the most interesting about writing specifically for audio? Nemo, why don't you start?
I'm always the person that people pick on first, and it makes me so sad.
I'm so sorry.
Like I said, mostly worked in theatre and then started working in audio. Thrice Forgotten is an epic nautical drama that is a period drama across the world, and that is not something that is easy to pitch to film, TV, especially when you're an early career writer like I am. So, I mean, it's what I'm interested in. I have a research background, a doctorate in stuff, and
Can we have an applause for the doctorate, please? That's amazing.
Thank you. It's really fresh. It was this week that I officially became a doctor. So, but yeah, something that is really research heavy in a period drama about race relations in the 19th century, and to do something to pitch something like that and to make it as epic as it that I wanted it to be, that was really fun to do in audio. So much less money needed. No costumes and no wigs.
Yes, and that kind of ties into what you were saying, Robert, on the directing panel about all of a sudden you realized that you could write these epic stories that would be very expensive in film, but not in audio.
Yeah, I mean, that is obviously one of the great liberating things about writing in the audio medium. However, there is a budget, and your budget is calculated in the cast size. So unless you're producing yourself, and if you are, that makes life far, far easier. But if you're writing to be produced by someone else, the way to make your stuff prohibitively difficult is with big casts. When I was doing stuff with Wireless Theatre back in the day, we had massive casts, but that was okay because no one was getting paid. And all I would suggest is, don't write. If you're hoping for someone else to make it, always have in mind that it's their money, their budget, and you have to write. Design your story accordingly. But within that, you can do anything. Yeah. So there's infinite set budget, infinite costumes, and bringing in the whole the tradition of where you might come from writing in.
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Obviously, with the theatre tradition, you might have longer scenes in one location and that kind of thing. But coming from a film or TV kind of background, or purely influence, where your scenes are shorter and perhaps more globetrotting, there is no upper budget on any of that stuff. But you probably all know that already. But those are the considerations to have.
Yeah. And how about you, Lindsay? You sort of like me, came from the stage?
Yeah, I did a lot of fringe theatre, and I've written for myself mainly in fringe theatre. And of course, that's extremely limited because a lot of the time it's just a black box. Although in a way it's not limited because you're so limited. So you have to be like, this object here is, use your imagination to the audience. And in a way, I suppose the amount of work that you're asking the audience to do in something like a black box theatre production is the amount of work you might be asking an audio audience to do as well. Because there is a little more concentration required, and they're building the sets in their head, of course, in audio as well.
Yes, but you can't have that thing on the table in the middle of the black box because you can't see the thing in the audio. So you can sort of charge that thing with meaning on the stage. And in audio, you have to do something else to make that same sort of thing happen, right?
Yeah. You can't have any physical presences symbolizing anything, no.
Yeah, I know that when I started writing for audio, I sort of wrote these things that, and they're walking out the door, and it's to the left door, and it's like one of those things where, like, no, you can kind of make it feel like it's on the left side, but very few people are going to actually know that that is where they're going. You have to sort of convey that some other way, right? Yeah.
Sorry, it just made me think. My PhD supervisor works on audio descriptions for stage plays, and so it was like, I've never had to use it as an accessibility tool, but because I was working with her, I started listening to more audio descriptions of stage plays, and it did really affect how I write radio or audio drama, because thinking about all of the information that you do take in, like actively thinking about all of the information that you're taking in on stage, and watching plays with my supervisor who is partially sighted, and explaining things where, people had laughed, and obviously it was a visual kind of information that even I hadn't really picked up, or there was a prop or something. The active choice to understand what was happening changed how I write audio. That I completely forgot about it until just now.
That is amazing, and I think that is kind of something that makes audio, if you're visually impaired, audio is more accessible, right? Because we as writers and everyone else in an audio production have to make it more accessible just audibly. Yeah, I love that. Okay, so I was wanting, because I emailed you things, and I know we're never going to get to talk about all the things that I wanted to talk about, but I wanted to hear about your favorite part of writing. I mean, writing is a process, and it starts way before you put a word on the page, and it ends usually way after you sort of put the last dot at the end of the last script. So, what is your favorite part of the writing process for audio drama, and what is that like for you? How do you do that, Lindsay?
I think I've got a joint favorite. So I think the ideas stage is always really exciting when you realize that there's an idea that you can happily commit to for several weeks and months. And so the brainstorming part is just pure kind of like playful fun. And then I think at the other end of the process, hearing it all come together, hearing the actors embody the characters, hearing the sound design, really realizing the world that you had in your head, I think those two parts are the most satisfying for me. The bit in between can be a bit hard.
Be a bit of a chore. Right? Yeah. You have to push yourself in that bit. Yeah. You're nodding, Nemo.
Yeah, the similar two-stage process, my favorite being the shower process, where you're standing in the shower and being like, having the conversation in your head and being like, yes, this is so good. And then being like, no, it's really bad. But, and then for me at least, writing all of them and then going back to the beginning of the scripts and then putting in all of the, and then you can filter this information here and all of that. I like doing that process as well. It's just makes me feel clever. Which is so stupid, but you need the little wins when you're writing.
No, I actually love that as well. When my writing makes me feel clever, it doesn't mean I am clever. Doesn't mean it's any good, but it makes me feel clever to have written that. I love that. How about you, Robert?
Well, I think I love the whole process. I love the ideas phase. That's the kind of the really joyful, playful part where it's also the research stage, because I tend to write stuff that's kind of I love a weakness for historical fiction and the fantastic and folklore and stuff like that. So it's always fun research and even like day trips to places and whatever it might be. Just the accumulation of ideas is really fun. But I love the whole process. So I think it's really useful, I think, to always have more than one thing on the go at any one time, so you can be at different stages on different projects, and therefore you get to dip in and enjoy those different stages. I think one thing we were talking about in the break was just the important, especially if you're a writer-director who's kind of in control of the whole production process, the final stage of the writing is in post-production, when you've got the performances and the sound design and the rest of it. But just in terms of the performances, this kind of bled out of the directing panel. But it's amazing how much you can overwrite in your script, and then obviously in post you realise how little is required, but what it required was the performance of the actor. One word, one breath. If you've written a speech which on paper is necessary to convey the meaning of what you're trying to communicate to the reader at that stage, and then the realisation in post-production, you need none of it because the actor has done everything. But what you can't write in the script is character name and then in brackets actor conveys all this. Actors do convey all of that, but you have to you write more than you end up using sometimes, I think, and that's always a revelation. But you have to write it in order to be able to remove it later. Sometimes.
Yes, definitely. And that is sort of in the post-production, you only have what you have. So it's better to have a little bit more than to realize I need that line and I don't have it. And for whatever, if you're renting a studio's time, then you maybe cannot do that.
Actually, sometimes I wonder if it's bad writing on my part, or if a better writer or me on a better day would have just it might be an experience thing, but just the confidence to know that line is all that's necessary. But then you're relying on the certainty that the actor will deliver. So I don't know.
Yeah, I tend to sometimes, I think, write too much in my stage directions, and I think that is also sort of a theater thing. But also because I generally work with actors remotely, so I want to sort of make sure that they have all the information, and that I'm perfectly fine if they don't use all that information. But talking about what you were saying, Robert, about the after finishing the scripts and during the production, I think that you maybe have some experience in that as well, Lindsay. Changing rewrites during.
Yeah, I tend to slightly overwrite as well, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, while writing it, sometimes I'm thinking I'm being way too verbose here. This character needs to shut up. But then I think, well, let's see what happens. Let's see what the actor brings to it. And sometimes, sometimes you're going to use that. Sometimes they bring such magic to it that you're like, who cares? Let's be verbose. Because I think, how in TV and film especially, they're like, strip the fat, make it as lean as possible. I actually think there's something quite nice about audio drama occasionally meandering down a little alleyway and admiring the scenery. It's a bit like a novel in some ways, like a really good novel. You don't mind if a chapter kind of goes off-piste slightly. So sometimes I just think, well, I'm enjoying it, I'm enjoying writing it, so someone will enjoy listening to it.
Yeah, because I find, in some ways, I think with my pacing, it's not conscious, but it's definitely influenced by cinema. Because my scenes, the structure and pacing of my stuff tends to be shorter scenes and the drama turning on the edit, essentially, the transition. However, the great thing about the audio medium is that it's got many parents. There's the theatre tradition, there's just spoken word poetry, song as well, and as well as the as film, TV. They're there too, but it's a medium that actually the black box theatre analogy is one I kind of find really useful. It's a space where you can do anything, and the thing about the audio medium is it's one of the closest ones that you can, I think, reflect the way we work in our imaginations and internally. The only challenge is that if you can't hear it or it doesn't speak, it's not alive. So with the black box analogy, if you have an object on the table, it has to have some kind of sonic dimension to it. But now that I've said that as if it's a fact, I'm probably wrong. So.
Yeah, I'm actually, I was going to contradict you a little bit there, because I think,
go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, using pauses can be extremely powerful, even though I am aware that I don't control my audience, so the listener could be like, I don't know, washing dishes or something and won't even hear or notice that lovely pause that I carefully sort of constructed. But also, I think I use music a lot for that, for the object that you're centering in the black box and sort of imbuing with meaning. And I think in the other room right now, they are talking about the wonderful ways that music can imbue meaning where dialogue and writing cannot, or sound effects. You're nodding, Nemo.
Oh no, I was thinking about because my characters are mixed race, and without visuals, and without being the most clunky about it in the entire world, how do you convey race to an audience when that is not necessarily the thing that is like important to convey at that moment? And one of the ways that we were using music was to show culture, not just like skin color, and working with really talented composers who understand music composition from different countries, which is not something that I'm an expert on. It was really cool because at the end of the process, I was like, that's a really cool song. And they were like, yeah, you don't understand that we've used drums from this culture and like instruments from this culture to show the mixed raceness of this person's upbringing. And I was like, that's really cool. I don't think anyone apart from you will know that, but it's really cool. Like, yeah, I just find that really cool.
I love that, and that perspective of, yeah, I've had that. I want to convey this person's ethnicity, but I don't want to be clunky about it because why would I? In my shows, what I do is generally they are from different parts of the world, and that will carry with it. And then I cast voice actors from those parts of the world, and that will carry with it certain sort of images, I assume, in the listener's head of who they are and where they come from and kind of what they look like. So yeah, do you have any thoughts on that, Lindsay, on the conveying things through your writing regarding the character's
identity?
Identity or appearance or whatever, yeah.
Nothing of any insight is coming into my head. So no, I think at the beginning when you're introducing characters, you're trying to give the audience enough information that they kind of know who's speaking, and enough information that they can flesh them out to a satisfying extent in their head, and then you can dribble things in as it goes along. But I'm not sure how conscious a process that is sometimes with me. So yeah, sorry, that's not particularly helpful.
No, but I think that is actually, because we don't want to write make it too on the nose, right? Because that's just going to feel like it is not organic to the story. But we still want to have representation of various cultures and identities in audio drama as well as everywhere else, of course. And I think that's a really important point that you brought up, Nemo, about how do you do that, and music is wonderful. Do you have any other ideas about how to do that, Robert? I'm looking at you and you're sort of like, maybe not.
Yeah, this is my general expression anyway. Yeah, not really. No, I tend to write from the inside out, and obviously, it's representation is vital, and it's something on a conscious level I'm definitely aware of. But in terms of the expression of it, I kind of feel it's not my experience to express. I mean, I have no, it's not a need of mine to. It's not something I'm great at. Yeah, it's not the way. That's not the conscious approach I take. So I've got no tools really to recommend, basically.
I'm kind of veering off the questions that I sent them earlier, so sorry about that. We did talk a little bit about the writer's role in a production. I'm a little curious about the whole, because I know you've all written vastly different things, and of course vastly different amounts of things as well. But the whole writing a series and sort of trying to keep things connected, keeping character and tone, and so that everyone is recognizing. Could you speak a little bit about that? Maybe Robert?
Yeah, well, my taste is for sort of one shots, so like a mini series is the perfect length for me. So like
But a mini-series also needs to, you need to keep it consistent.
Oh yeah, but it's a story. It's a world. Whether it's it's a 1-parter, 12-parter. I'm not working on anything like this at the moment, but I've got a yen to write like a 3-4 hour, 5 hour. For me that seems to be a good length. But again, it all depends on the demands of the story. But yeah, I don't see it. There's any particular secrets or challenge to it. It's a work. So the characters live with you. And the innate rhythm of whatever it is you're working on kind of dictates itself. So a lot of the time, the idea generation phase, the characters, the structure, everything else, they reveal themselves to you, and your job is to kind of just organise them. So yeah, I don't think there's any particular challenge there in a series.
In a mini series.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Like because you can screw up with a 1 hour piece. You can not have effective consistency in a 30-minute work. So yeah, I don't. All these challenges are just the challenges of telling a consistent story, regardless of the length. So I would just say that I've got no tips in terms of a series in that regard, because they're all the same problems you'll face in a 1 hour play, I think.
Anyone else want to address that?
Yeah, I had an interesting, for my first show, I was the lead writer and had 2 more experienced writers on my show, and so I was the person who was script editing for them. So that was a really bizarre, that is not the way around it should be, but it was my characters, my story, and I had 2 writers on the project. And so it was an interesting first task for me to understand how to make sure that 2 other writers could write the same that we were all writing the same tone, and that the characters felt the same across episodes, and that they had the same vocabulary, because I have mostly worked on devised projects before, so in writers' rooms with 5 other people, and so can only speak positively of that kind of chaos of many people trying to write one character, and then one person at the end being the decisive person to be this is what they are going to sound like, and then categorically being that vocabulary is wrong. And I listened to a good podcast called The Children of Tendu, who are a film writing podcast, but they were talking about showrunners that they had worked for before. They're very, very experienced people, and essentially them being it's really good when the showrunner listens to ideas but is decisive about what they want. And for someone who is very anxious, that was pretty good advice, because it kind of got rid of some of the voice in my head being you're just being a dictator and nobody likes you, and we these writers want their creative freedom and stuff. The balance between these writers can have their own creative freedom and feed into the characters and feed into the tone of the storyline, while also being and you get to say, no, that joke doesn't fit the tone. And yeah, I don't know. That's not really advice so much as I think it is good to work with loads of other writers, and then you develop I know what my voice is, because you can separate it from the other people.
Yeah, I think you certainly do need, if you have a room full of writers, you certainly do need that dictator person, because otherwise it's going to be complete chaos and you're never going to get that sort of tone. How about you, Lindsay?
Well, like you say, it's a lot easier when it's just you, isn't it, really? Because the only kind of crossover with having to tell other writers, what to do is you do have to kill your darlings sometimes. So sometimes you're like, oh, that's so cool, what I've just put in that character's mouth. But they wouldn't say it, so I'm going to have to cut it. So yeah, being slightly ruthless with yourself sometimes, not allowing yourself to get too self-indulgent, is really the only time I think you might veer off. Because otherwise you live with these characters in your head so much that you know exactly how they'd react to things. So it would be, I think, unlikely to not realise that you'd done something completely out of character, or a character had done something out of character. Yeah.
No, that makes sense. I want to leave a little bit of time for questions, but before we head on over to that, I want to ask you each for a top tip, and it can be, and I want you to state which it is, either for an emerging writer of audio fiction or someone who's sort of gotten to a certain level and want to take the next step. Do you want to start, Lindsay?
Oh no, I knew this question was coming and I had loads of things I was going to say and I can't think of a damn thing now. What could I have benefited from? Let me think. I think when you're at the idea stage, it is important to figure out your commitment to the idea. So sometimes you can be like, oh, that's not a bad idea, I could work with that, but are you going to be okay kind of like 2-3 months in? So make sure that you're really passionate about it and that it's got plenty of directions that could go in that you're equally passionate about. So don't be worried about throwing out ideas as well. And the sunk cost fallacy thing, where you're like, I've done X amount of hours on this project, so I'm going to finish it come hell or high water. Sometimes it's actually better to just cut your losses and head off in a different direction, maybe. I don't know, that's probably terrible advice. I have no idea.
No, I think that is good.
Those are good. Those are both
good. Down in my head.
No, I think that is excellent advice. I was talking to Hem, who's sitting here earlier today, about those ideas that sort of stick with you. The fact that you have an idea, and you're like, oh, this is really cool, and you sort of note it down somewhere, and they're like, oh, okay. And then if it's 6 months later, and it's still there, and it's still interesting, that's maybe when you can sort of go, this could actually be something. But if it doesn't seem interesting anymore, then maybe not. Another top tip, perhaps?
This is just what was useful for me. Again, don't know if it's a top tip, which is that I knew that, well, I don't know. I have always wanted to write with other writers on like long-running shows, and so I did write a lot of fan fiction. And I do think that for me it has been a really useful skill of emulating other writers and trying to understand what vocabulary and tone and pitch like they're using during fan fiction, and like so that my fics are not all Nemo voice. It is like trying to sound like someone else. And I think that was very useful, especially in like writers' rooms that I've been in, because I think that a good skill that I have now is being able to see another writer's writing and then be like, I can kind of work out what structures you use and how I can fit in. And I know some other writers who can't really do that. And yeah, for me, that's a skill that I like to use. But fan fiction, very good. And low stakes, no cost.
And also loads of practice writing, right? Which is essential. Yeah.
Well, 3, I suppose. You're not an aspiring writer, you're a writer. The next level is the next project, or, to be honest, every time you start something new, it's square one. And the other thing is exposition via conflict. That's it, really, I think.
Brilliant. 3 in 1 there. I think my top tip, which is a very common tip, what is always good to be reminded of, I think, is listen. Listen and consume the medium that you are writing for, because that will, don't be afraid of sort of going, hey, I'm going to be influenced and now I'm going to be sort of reiterate what someone else is doing. No, you're not. You're going to do your thing. So listen and consume what you want to write, and then a lot of it, and then write your thing. I think that is brilliant. Also, before the questions, I want to promote Chris Gregory's audio drama writers group that he started. I was at the first online session a few weeks ago, I believe, and it was wonderful. And so if you're interested in that, talk to Chris. He's right there. He's very tall and wears glasses. And if you're online, go Google alternative stories and fake realities, and you will find him there. Okay,
Can I just pass the mic to Chris for a moment, because I think this is
absolutely.
Don't mind interrupting. I'm so sorry, but I think it's worth you just giving it your peneth too.
Thank you very much. Yes, so Audio Drama Writers Forum. The idea being monthly meetings of about an hour, guest speaker on a topic about writing, kind of book group element where we'll pick a podcast or a drama, and everyone will have listened to it and we can talk about it a bit. And the next level ambition is once a year get together in a place and do some collaborative projects. Probably bring a couple of actors along so that we can then actually, write something and have it performed at some point. And maybe an ongoing collaborative writing project between us. So, yes.
So excited about that. So yeah, a few questions maybe. Anyone have questions for us? Yeah, Sarah's running around with a mic.
Do you have any advice for the point where you've written something, you've maybe got a pilot, you've got a show bible, and you want to get it made, but you don't want it to be a calling in favours and not paying people sort of thing? So pitching to potential actual production partners or submitting to things. What's your sort of go-to at that point of the process?
Anyone want to jump in on that?
I'm always really reluctant to give advice because I've got my experience and it's kind of very subjective. I'm 43, and I think at some point in your mid-20s or sort of somewhere around then, I think you've passed the point of asking buddies to work for free kind of thing. It's just when I did that was kind of with Wireless Theatre. So they had me working for nothing. But so it's a difficult position. I have I can just confidently say I have very little experience of it. I think really things it's rather than I think create a pilot, and I try and find a company who's like a preferred supplier to the BBC or something like that, and then pitch ideas to a platform. If you've put all the work into a pilot already, I kind of think then find someone, the kind of people on a day like this, and they're the people who can probably help you the most here in this building right now.
Yeah, that's really good advice, I think. But also, I think if that's the point you're at, it sounds to me that it's more common that people at that point sort of launch a Kickstarter or do something like that and produce it themselves, or with people that they pay through the Kickstarter. Because, I guess it can be a little tricky if you already have something. I've only pitched once to one company that didn't pick it up in the end, so hey, but that was an experience.
Yeah, I might just add actually, because I don't think my response was that useful. But yeah, for me, that's the realm of you've kind of decided to become your own producer there. So yeah, I hate asking permission or being reliant on other people to make something happen. So yeah, if you've got to that stage with a project, I think especially in this medium, it's not beyond the realms of possibility to raise the finance yourself and get it organised that way.
I've literally only had the experience of, again, I'm not super experienced, of directors who know me, who work in audio, who are talking to BBC producers who are always looking to pitch things and being asked if I have like one-liners, and then giving them one-liners and then them being like, not interested, see you next time. So I think that's how it works from my perspective of failure.
Yeah, and I self-produce, so money's always an issue, and that's a whole conversation on its own, really. But I would go down the self-producing route, and maybe if you have a cast of hundreds and it's a bit Ben-Hur, then maybe think about how to make it a bit more likely to be produced by yourself.
Yeah, and I think also that people are forgiving of not being paid as much by starting out producers. Although, of course, I'm a big proponent of everyone getting paid and getting paid well. So, but if you're sort of starting and that is what is stopping you, maybe sort of have those conversations and see where you can go.
Can I just jump in as a production manager who's yearning for the next exciting projects to read and jump in on? I mean, I read so many scripts every week, and there are only a few that pass the Sarah test at the moment. But that's the thing, it's a Sarah test, right? And you've seen a bit of today of what I'm like, if you didn't know me already. But I think the key thing is that we're looking for specific things, and it's approaching those companies that are making and saying, what are you after specifically? If I've got something that is this, and you tell me what that pitch is, if I'm interested enough, yes, I will look and want to yearn to read your script. So it's about just creating those conversations, and there are people open to that. So find other companies like Wireless who are doing some exciting things. Next year we've got some really fun things that are planned and coming up, and I'm really, really excited about the people we can collaborate with, some of which are in this room right now, with Matthew, who spoke earlier, and Izzy and Grace at the back here, who are potentially doing some groovy things. So yeah, just be brave and ask people, what do they want? What do you want? And they might possibly give, I do, give an answer as what I'm after at this point in time. So yeah, communicate.
Brilliant.
Can I jump in again just a little bit as well? Whilst I'm only a voice actor, I've been in a few productions. And there are producers out there who will look for new work, but a lot of them will say, if you've built up a little track record of having indie produced, they will see your work and would be more open to you joining their stable. They have a number of productions within their stable of productions, and they're looking to bring them into the network, and then they can help you with the other bits you're not so strong on, or you may need the extra resource for. So you've got Fable and Folly, you've got Rusty Quill, you've got the various networks who have built up over the last years through the indie market. And they're there and available, and you can only ask.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I ask got a question from one of our streamers, Paul Spencer, if I can ask that. How much do you write to maximise the opportunities of the audio form, or do you simply tell the story you want to tell and ensure it is understandable through the medium of audio?
You want to jump in, Lucy?
Long-running series do tend to do better when it comes to building an audience. So Mockery Manor's got 3 seasons, and that's our biggest drama. And I think because it's got 3 seasons, you know, it's grown during the season, in the bits between seasons, and so forth. So I would say if you're looking to grow an audience, then a long-running series is a good way to go. However, we've also done a couple of short-form mini-series, and we put one in an anthology for the same reason, which is that we want to retain the audience on that particular feed. So I suppose, yeah, was that the question? That was the question, wasn't it?
I think the question was, do you write for the audio medium specifically, or do you just write the story you want to write?
Oh, right. It wasn't about length.
I don't think so.
No, I think it was more about, do you do anything special because you're writing?
Although that is, that is good advice, though,
right.
that
Okay,
a
well,
long-running
there you go,
series
little bonus.
actually will attract more. Which I agree with.
Yeah, otherwise, do I do anything special? Well, I do exactly what I want to do, which is the great thing about self-producing. So I don't feel like I have to change anything that I want to do. Because there's an audience out there. You're going globally. So you know you're going to find people who are going to like what you've got. You don't have to like respond to the whims of a producer or anything, because it's you who's producing it.
Yeah, I would have the same answer, that I just write what I want to write because I produce my own stuff. Robert?
Oh yeah, I would say story and medium are 2 different things. You always write the story you want to write, but you must write for the medium in which you are writing. Absolutely, you can't kind of take your discarded screenplay and just, I'll do the sound version. No, whatever the medium, screen, audio, comic book, they all have different demands. They're all different skill sets. You can acquire all of them, but they are all wildly different from each other, and woe betide you if you forget that.
You can tweak one to the other, though, I think.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you can absolutely, adaptation. You absolutely can. But if you're writing something for the audio medium, you execute the whole approach. You must tailor every scene, every moment for that. Otherwise, you'll screw up.
Stopping the, oh no, why have you got that gun and why are you pointing at me moment?
Oh yeah, the most obvious thing is how do you deal with visual information and exposition in a medium where you can see nothing? But also, if all you're doing other than that is telling a story that could be told in a visual medium like TV or a film or a stage play, but it's just one you can't see, then you're also missing out any opportunity to use audio in a way that you can only use audio. But like I said, it's a medium. Depending on which culture is producing it, with an American podcast drama, you can tell they come from a culture that's largely informed by film and TV. With Radio 4 stuff, you can tell it's from a culture that's mostly informed by theatre. But the point is, all these things it's a rich grab bag, and you should be feeding from everything else and also doing stuff that only this medium can do. So if you're ignoring the strengths of the medium, you're limiting yourself as a storyteller and as a writer. But in terms of telling the story you want to tell, please do, but everything else is execution, and that's dependent on the medium you're working in.
Lovely.
Emo?
There was one day a couple of years ago that I was listening to an audio drama in Brighton on a really stormy day, and so I was standing near the sea and the wind was coming at me, and I was listening to an audio drama. And now when I am at the point in scripts when I'm reading through all of them, I'm imagining myself standing there listening to an audio drama, reading that script, listening. And I think that is something so uniquely audio drama, is that people can be doing sometimes they might just be doing the washing up. But for me, every person who listens to my shows is standing next to the sea on a stormy day. And that is what I imagine my audience is doing, and so that is what I am writing for them. I am writing that. It helps that most of my stuff is about the sea and pirates. But yeah, or on a walk, and I wrote a rom-com musical for audio, and in my head I was like, everyone who listens to this is going to be walking through a forest and looking at trees while they're listening to this, and you can't, if you're writing for a black box theatre, it's and everyone's going to be in a stuffy black box theatre and we're all going to be breathing the same air. But yeah, so just for me, that is what the magic of audio drama is that somebody could be having that experience.
I mean, absolutely. And I think that your thought of the listener in that windy place will inform how you write the story and the story that you're telling, right? I know that we're running a little bit late, but I think maybe we have time for one question more. Go on, then. I think Francesca has one. If someone has a mic.
Hello. My question is, do you do anything to warm up for writing? Do you have any preparations you do to write?
Secret rites and rituals. Anyone want to jump in on that?
I watch hours of YouTube videos. Generally, people dyeing their hair. I'm obsessed with it. I'll just, with my jaw slack, and I'll just watch it, and then I'll panic and do some writing. That's how I do it. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Yeah, unfortunately, my warm-up is open the page, write some absolute fucking shit, close the page, and then reopen a new document. But I think that is useful, right? For me, it's useful. It's writing the really, like every writer, or like me, I struggle with writing the thing that I want to write, and so I write the really, really terrible version that is and then this goes here, and then this goes here, and then this goes here, and then I close it, and then I start again.
And then you edit it, right?
Yeah.
That's how you get from the terrible thing to the...
I'd say if you're lucky enough to be writing full-time, or you've got some time off, you're on a holiday and you're writing then, I'm a morning writer, so in a perfect world, I will just kind of roll out of bed and waft in my pajamas to my laptop, have the coffee on, and I'll stay in the zone, and without fully waking up, because that'll kind of break the spell, and write until I'm done around lunchtime. Then I'm no more use the rest of the day. If you're trying to write around a job, think of it like you're in prison and you're digging that tunnel out, and at lunch breaks you've got to just discreetly sprinkle some of that soil down your trouser leg into the prison yard so the guards can't tell you've been digging. So again, I go back to the reception job with the screen with the wall behind you, and just email bits of work to you, just email ideas on your phone. The notepad I'm a big proponent of just notepad on your phone. Email your ideas to yourself, because ideas come at any time. And eventually they coalesce into vast lists of bullet points, and then the story kind of starts waving at you from there. So depending on what your circumstances are, there are different combat pragmatic ways to get your writing done. So
ideas do come in the shower, though, don't they?
Yeah.
I was trying to figure out why, and I think it's because you have no option to do anything else. You are there to do a low-key bit of maintenance of your body. There's nothing to look at, so it's a little holiday. You're not under pressure. You don't feel guilty because you're not doing something else. And then suddenly, because you're not in that horrible pressurized mental space, you go, oh, what about,
Changes of scenery. I think it's the shower and driving, the two places you can't write ideas down. Yeah, swimming, yeah.
Yeah, we need to find sort of waterproof audio recorders that we can sort of chat into while showering and swimming. I was stuck at an airport the other day for a delayed flight, and I had all these ideas, and I didn't have my laptop with me. I just had this useless iPad that keeps autocorrecting everything to Swedish. But I did make some notes. I have no idea if they're going to make any sense. But yes, I don't have rituals either. When I've finished my procrastination, I usually just reread whatever I wrote last to figure out where am I, what are the characters, where are the characters in their emotional state, all of that stuff, to get myself into the right place. Yeah. Okay, I think that is it. Thank you so much. That was amazing.
Thank you.
Michael doesn't have a mic, so I'm going to do an impression of Michael. Well, let's give this whole team one more round of applause. Nemo, Lindsay, Robert and Corinne, thank you all. And please do talk to these people in the break if you can. Find them on social media, hunt them down, and follow their fantastic works, because honestly, they're sincerely amazing, all of you. Thank you for all that you've given out into the world as beautiful entertainment. Seriously, you're all amazing. And also, of course, do talk to each other. We've got a 10-minute break now, and after that, we will be having the competition of competitions. It's the sound effects, live Foley, breath only, original music competition. Let's go have a break. 10 minutes. Bye. Proceeds for the beginning of the sound effects, breath only, original music.
We have to find a shorter title for this, you realise that? Punchy, short, impressive, not the 17,000 word, 1,500, and why not do the next thing title?
So, welcome back. If you have signed up for the director workshop, please do go next door. It's happening any second now. If you'd like to buy a ticket on the door, it's 5 of your British pounds, and I can tell you it's something, as a voice actor, that is hugely worth investing in. You're going to be working with 2 of the best directors in the audio fiction indie world, and of course, as directors, learning some new techniques and working with, again, a groovier amount of wonderful people. So otherwise, should we just get listening to our Sound Effects Microfiction finalists, Kareem?
Yes, last year's winner was Peter Beeston with the super piece titled...
It's a long title.
Tightly edited, called One Day...
Just a writer. You can't get good writers to write rap scripts. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. We'll start again. Hang on. My apologies. Right. Where we go. There we go. So, Peter Beeston with a super piece, tightly edited, called One Day We Will Leave the Grind, Swim in the Ocean and Live anew.
Yes. Hearty thanks go to Oliver Morris.
Are there any editors going free?
Oh.
I mean, I'm just...
Yeah, I asked last year. Nobody volunteered. So hearty thanks to Oliver Morris and Katie Seaton, who were in the fantastic sounding music panel next door with Lawrence Owen for helping judge these brilliant audio pieces. In no particular order, we are going to play the top 5 of all that were entered. We would love you, please, to hopefully vote for the winner today. So in this room, it's a heavy weight of responsibility, I know. If you would like to get your phones out, out, we've got a QR code that's going to come up on the screen here, which hopefully will lead, if all technology works on our favour, which gentlemen have worked. Can we just give a rousing applause for these guys at the back, by the way? Thank you, you're amazing. So this should lead to a vote form. It's, as it says on the form, basically your top 2 only. So there's 5 entries. We need your top 2 on the form, and that makes it a lot easier to decide who is the winner.
Not another form, Sarah.
Yeah. Yeah, I am so sorry about the amount of forms this year. It's the only way I know how to do things. Again, if you'd like to help us streamline this in the future, please contact me. And email me, talk to me, whatever you want to do. That'd be good.
Yes, may we please dim the lights a little so you can focus on the audio?
Oh, I don't think we can do that.
Or maybe not. Who knows?
Imagine in your mind dimmed lights of the room. There you go. So
we will not tell you who has made these. We will not give you away any context on the creator's intent, but will simply play each piece for you to enjoy. We recommend that as you listen, you make notes and decide on your top 2. Only these 2 are recorded on your vote form, and please do tell us why you love them.
Oh, do tell us. We want to know, why do you love these brilliant things? So, results will be given at the end of the evening, okay? So we need you to do this as soon as you possibly can. What are we looking for, though, in our winner?
Well, does it fit the title? Always a good starting point. Now and tomorrow. How inventive have they been with sound, breath, original music, and Foley?
Cool. Now, we have a general chat about your thoughts once all the 5 have played, yeah? So it'd be great to get any feedback in the room as to what you've loved and why. Without further ado, James, Ollie, are we ready? Let's play piece 1, entitled Now and Tomorrow.
Wow. That was impressive. Spooky season personified. Right. Here we have piece 2, entitled Now and Tomorrow.
But I think it's going to be very hard to judge this year, don't you? So let's have a look at piece 3, entitled Now and Tomorrow.
fantastic piece there. Now, piece 4, entitled Now and Tomorrow.
Anyone else's heartbeat go with that one? I was slowing my breathing right down. Yeah, can't decide which I love the most at the moment. Okay, so we've got one more. This is the final piece. There. Oh, there was one more breath. I feel so rude now. Ollie was trying to indicate to me, and I just completely ignored you, Ollie. Sorry. So there you go. Brilliant use of pause in that piece. Apologies to the producers of that. Yes, so here we now have our final piece, Now and Tomorrow. We're good, it has finished now, Kareem. You're able to talk.
Yeah, I was just making sure this time. There we go. 5 quite different finalist audio pieces. Anyone want to share their thoughts on any of them? Say why you loved it, what you're not sure of.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of exciting mixed craft in each of those as well. Some have also been collaborations with writer and sound designer, which has been a new development for this year, which is very exciting. So yeah, I want to know really, soundscape-wise, use of narrative, anything you want to share with, anything you particularly enjoyed? Or you all like stunned into disbelief at how groovy they were? Yes.
I really liked the first one. I think because I come from a bit of a film background as well, so I like the different connotations of time, uses of time, and the sound of the clockwork. For me, that was the closest match to the title, about Now and Tomorrow, showing the time and movement of time throughout those actions. So
superb.
That's
Thank
got
you.
my vote.
Groovy. Yeah. Anyone else like to share any thoughts? Yeah, Dr. Lou Sutcliffe's in the house, everyone.
Thanks, Sarah. I think I heard a Russian lullaby I recognise in the second one. So that was quite interesting. I'm like, oh, I think I reckon it just sort of permeating through it all. I like that about that one.
Superb, thank you. Yes. Any other thoughts want to be shared? Anyone want to move? Any questions to talk about with regards to that? Yes, thank you.
I liked number 4 because I liked for me it was the one I was like, there is a tomorrow, and it's a nice tomorrow. That's nice. It's rare that tomorrow is a good place. So, or at least, yeah, birdsong.
You're so right. A positive narrative on our future is so needed, isn't it? So yeah, lovely. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Any things people want to move about the sound as a storyteller? Because I feel like the whole point of this competition has been to challenge people to fathom story through only the use of the medium that we're using. And I feel that all the 5 today have done that in their different ways. And we have got their interpretations of what they aimed for. Last year we shared that, and I think we discovered that was a mistake, because then people were kind of driven to what was the intention. So today I think it's really fun that we've got lots of perhaps different interpretations on pieces. Yeah. Amber, we're coming to you in 3, 2, 1.
It's interesting that you sort of talk about this idea of, what I love about this competition is that it is it's more aligned with this idea of sound art. That and I was listening to an interview recently where they were comparing American audio storytelling with European audio storytelling, and how in the European tradition it's much more sound art, it's non-linear, it's less about communicating information, and it's more about vibes and feelings and things, but also like giving clues for the sort of listener to pick out. And I think that's what I really enjoy about these pieces, is that like you're more engaged as a listener because you're trying to figure out what's going on, and I just love that there's a space for it.
Yeah, superb. Thank you so much. I think we have no time to play anymore. I think with regards to your vote, if you can put down any thoughts into feedback also to those producers, the ones that you liked as well. We will read some out later, but we will get these comments back to them. And can we just hear a hearty round of applause as well for all the people we've just played? Thank you.
Voting will close at 6 p.m. today.
Superb. So, I think we're going to just cut a few little bits. Yeah.
Please do decide on your top 2 and enter those on the form. Hang on, I'll sort out my glasses and my microphone. It might actually work one of these days. Any issues, see one of us organise and we'll help you out. Well, now, oh my. It's coming up to 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, what does that mean, Kareem? Tell me, I want to know.
Well, it means that it's time for our... can we have a drum roll, please?
Well, drum rolls. Good luck.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
Get on with it, please.
Our troubleshooting panel!
Woo-hoo! Yes. We need to find some folks who I think have disappeared into different places. But yes, I will try not to cause trouble. Basically, we have our troubleshooting chair to welcome to the stage, Amber Devereux. We cannot thank you enough as well to just remind you folks that Tin Can Audio has kindly sponsored our live stream, and Amber has also worked on amazing shows. If you haven't heard Doctor Who Redacted, or the upcoming Camlan is in production now, Folk's Law is one of the best storytelling shows out there right now, and more. So yes, welcome to the stage, Amber, come!
8. No, it's 12. 13. No, it's a number of groovies. I've lost count.
I don't know anymore.
Joining them today are the super talented, funnest duo of troubleshooters, Hawa Khan and Lucia Scazzocchio of In the Beginning and More. Please come to the front.
Woohoo! And exciting today to fathom the Scream Queen and super legend of Lighthouse Productions, the Lucky Die, the Sprouting, so many more things. It's Wavefault, she's in, oh my goodness, Counterbalance, there's so many fun things. It's my pal, now yours, the amazing Trouble and Troubleshooter, Brewster! Woo-hoo!
I need to find Lawrence and Lindsay now, don't I?
Hang on, I'm just going to shout it.
I think they're next door, aren't they?
sorry to interrupt. Lindsay and...
We'll find them. We'll track them down. All right, okay. Well, we'll sneak them in a minute, maybe. We'll find them. Anyway, welcome to our lovely panel. Thank you, that's good. Let's do the whole applause thing, please. You know, they've come all this way. Aha! Will they come? No?
I'm really sorry, they're not there.
We'll bring them in at the beginning, so at some point. So, Amber,
just-
would you just like to start, and we'll sneak them in on the end?
Amazing, great. So yeah, you see, this is what it's all about. It's about troubleshooting problems when they. So hello, welcome to the troubleshooting panel. You got troubles, we're gonna shoot them. My name is Amber. I make podcasts as Tin Can Audio. I make a show called The Tower, which is an audio fiction concept album. I promise it's not as boring as it sounds. And I'm going to be chairing the panel today, along with some fantastic panelists, some of whom are not even here yet. Yeah, I think that's to kind of get us started. Do you all just want to introduce yourselves, and then we can start talking about some problems. Oh, they're here! Amazing! Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen,
Fashionably late.
Lawrence and Lindsay from Long Cat Media.
Hi everyone, I'm Lucia. I run a small production company called Social Broadcast, and we produce all sorts of things, and radio drama is just a tiny portion of what we do. But with radio drama, I work with Howard, and we co-write, we co-direct, we co-produce. Yeah, sure. I should know how to use a microphone by now. And we recently produced something, a 10-part series called In the Beginning, for kids, but also adults who are feeling kiddie-ish. And it's they're creation stories from around the world, dramatized in a fun and interesting way. Yeah, I'll pass over to
I think that was a very good explanation, Lucia. My name's Howard Khan. I'm a singer-songwriter. I'm a voice artist. I write, I direct, and I produce. I'm also a well-being coach, so I'm busy, joyfully. So yes, we had an idea. We both love storytelling. There's a lot of culture going on here between the two of us, and not enough of those stories being told. So it was very exciting for us, delightful, entertaining, and also challenging to produce such a wonderful piece of work, if I do say so myself, that tells stories that as much as Lucia said, they're directed at children, but I think that's the thing about storytelling, they're directed at everybody. There's a moral in the story of Goldilocks, we all know, don't go around people's houses, so, and help yourself. So similarly to our stories, is that like any story, if you look deeply in it, you will find yourself, or you will find a lesson. So yeah, this is us. Ebony and Ivory, as I like to call us.
Hi, I'm Hem. I am the lead producer at Black House Studio. We are essentially all over the world, which comes with its own problems. We're from Sweden, Germany, the Philippines, Iceland, the UK, represent. And to make my scheduling nightmares, 3 different time zones in America. So it's good times. We basically produce stories that allow people to escape stuff. Because everybody needs to not always look at the darkness of our world, instead come to the apocalypses of ours. So yeah, we've been running The Lucky Die, which is an actual play, which is not quite what everyone else here does, but there are so many deep story elements that I definitely pick up from what it is that I've done as voice acting and producing and basically writing a story that I don't know the blanks for. So we've been doing that for about 6.5 years. I swear it will finish in the next 2. But we've also got new shows going. We have Counterbalance, which is written by the incredible Kessa Releniki, which I'm sure most of you know, who has done so much beautiful podcast artwork for everyone. They wrote their own show, the whole thing, and we're helping them to produce that. It has so much cool stuff. It's very different. It's not improvised. It's all scripted. And we also do a non-fiction show. So we kind of put our foot into literally everything. And my job, apart from running the games and hosting our non-fiction, I keep the trains going on time. So there are people who do the editing, the music, the writing, the artwork, and I just make sure everybody has what they need and it's done on time. So yeah, I think a lot of folks here are involved in the literal audio production of it and editing. I feel like the wild card here. Everything but that is kind of my job. So yeah,
You're the one that actually does the work.
I encourage other people highly to finish their jobs on time. Yes, that's me.
Shall I speak for... So we are each 50% of Longcat Media.
Hello.
Hello. So we make Mockery Manor, The Ballad of Anne and Mary, Madame Magenta, and Magenta Presents. Those are our 4 podcasts that we have at the moment. So we're a 2-person audio fiction production company. I am loosely in charge of composing and sound design and editing and acting, and Lindsay is responsible for
directing, writing, and although actually we co-direct nowadays.
We kind of co-direct.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it. You do a bit more than.
No. Let's. Yeah. So yeah, that is us. That's who we are.
Amazing, thank you very much. So I have some questions to ask, but like just before I fire into them, does anyone want to kick off troubleshooting? Does anyone have a trouble that they wish to be shot? No? Okay, good. Well, I'll get things moving then. So this is a very general, broad question for everyone. How have you or your productions responded to limitations? So this can be in the planning stage, it can be at the very start of a project, it can be a self-imposed limit, but how have you adapted to being under limitations when you've been making something? I think we'll just go.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Oh, are we? Is it any?
No, same order.
Person?
Yeah.
Okay, so I immediately think, which we forgot to mention, Lucia, being in a building like this, we wrote, directed, co-produced, and starred in the family tour for the Tower of London. So if you go there, you will hear us. And during that process, again, sort of speaking to sensitivity around, culture and colour, it's a very, how shall we say, English in the tonal sense at the Tower of London. That was really good how I did that. And so there were a couple of tricky things. We actually had a physical thing that happened in the space, but in terms of the writing, we had written in an elephant, and I did the accent for the elephant. And one of the staff, without sort of being too detailed, in a very notable position, but one of the only staff of colour who happens to live at the tower and who happens to be from South Africa. We did a bit of a recce because we wanted to make sure that everyone, they wanted to have a few people listen, and particularly being the only person of colour at the tower, it was great that he did. And so he posed a few questions to us in terms of, so let me just fill you in terms of the elephant. I know we all know here, like, lions are the king of the jungle, but actually elephants are the queen of the jungle. And he spoke to us in terms of even how we wrote that character, and that's even my intonations. And so based on that conversation that he and I had, that was wonderful, we changed what we did, and it reminded Lucia and I, as we did within the beginning, that there's a lot of honor that has to go into telling stories of people, whether they are indigenous, not from their native lands. And so to make sure that we do that, and so we had Leona Fensom on in the beginning, and we're speaking to Mawak tribes or people from the Aboriginal community to make sure that we are titling and we are introducing their story in a way that is respectful and honourable to them. So that's how we troubleshooted that, by getting our heart involved in it further.
That's amazing. Thank you. I'm sorry, I completely missed the Tower of London thing. We were talking before.
No, not at all. That was for us to say. Tower of London tour, if you go there, you hear family tour. We'll just plug that again.
So I work in a slightly weird medium because we do an actual play. So I have players. They improvise all of their responses based on a rule set of a game. And our limitation is that normally when you play these sort of tabletop role-playing games, you have maps and minis, but that does not translate at all to an audio, because you can't just say, I'm going to move my water over here and cast Fireball, because that does not help anyone. So for us, one of our major limitations is the rule set relies a lot on physical things, visual things, and we don't have those. So it is mostly me telling my players, hey, how do you do that? How far do you want to go? What does this look like when you pull this thing off? So we kind of have to be a little bit liberal in how we approach stuff. So we have to use theatre of the mind, which is not a normal thing for an actual play. We have listened to some shows that really do. I'm going to move over there. Please don't do that, guys. That's the worst. So yeah, we've kind of like over the last 6 years, we've developed some sort of shorthand. So I'm no longer asking, how do you get over there? What does this look like when they do this? Mostly they do it themselves now. So I'm very happy that that's happened over the last few years for us.
So I suppose one of the biggest challenges that we've had to overcome is the lockdown itself and remote recording in general. The project that we decided to make over the most intensive of the UK lockdowns was a full cast musical that involved loads of singing, loads of really complicated acting.
And I think I really underestimated how long it would take.
Yeah.
Because we managed to get an Arts Council grant for it, and I think the timeline I put in was about 3 months.
I remember hearing you on a phone call to someone say, yeah, so Lawrence is going to have the music ready by the end of the month.
And it was 3 days till the end of the month. No, yeah. So I think, but the biggest issue was the fact that a lot of our actors didn't have remote recording setups, whereas I think most voice actors do nowadays. But at the time, we had to walk a lot of them through it, didn't we?
Yeah, and apart from the kind of the technical side of trying to make all of these mics of very varying quality and people's differing recording environments, aside from the kind of technical side of making them all match up, which obviously was a big part of it, matching performance, because we recorded everyone individually as well as remotely. That was just the way we did it. But in terms of the troubleshooting of that, the way that we found we were able to get a performance that sort of felt like everyone was in the same room was by us reading in all the other lines, but not like half-arsing it. So really acting the other lines, really kind of giving them a performance to play against. So in doing that, it meant that we were kind of directing by acting, if that makes sense.
We were controlling the energy levels, I think, of
Yeah.
the scene. So we were controlling the dynamics of the scene as well. And I think if we'd given quite a flat performance to them, like just read the lines, I think we would have had a lot of mismatches.
They would have given differing energies back.
Yeah, and then gluing the dialogue together would have been a nightmare.
Yeah.
I mean, it was quite nightmarish.
It's kind of a nightmare anyway,
Yeah.
but it was made less of a nightmare by us directing in that way, I think.
Yeah, my next question was about directing and remote recording, but it seems we've covered that, so that's all good. Anyone have any troubles anyone suddenly remembered some burning troubles that they would like to have shot? Yes, Lou.
So I think, honestly, the thing I have the most trouble with, which is why, thank God, I have a producer now, is overcoming that kind of, when I have to ask for a pickup or somebody to redo something, or even just asking for stuff at all. Like, just that kind of moment of like, I'm inconveniencing the person and they've done a thing for me. Like, how do you deal with that? And do you have any tips for that, really?
I'm going to give a story because it's relevant to at least one person sitting in this room. So I get pickups for some of the non-player characters, people that I voice but my players don't. And I usually go for voices that I cannot do. Yeah, I can try to do a deep grumbly dragon, but I can't. So over the last 6 years, I've gotten much better. I now shoot the shot. It is like you write an email out, be as professional as possible, be a little bit grovelly, because that also helps, and tell them why you like them and why you want them. And you kind of get used to that over time. But the very first 2 emails that I sent out, one to David Alt and one to Krim, they were just like in a Twitter message, like, "Hi, I know you're really busy, and I'm not really sure if you have any time or anything, but I kind of want you to be the voice of a dragon." And less than 20 seconds later, this man just turned around and said yes. I hadn't even got down to the, "Hey, I can kind of pay you a little bit," which he still doesn't let me do. So you kind of, over time, develop a little bit of I'm going to send a message out. After time, you're no longer an imposter. You are doing these things. You have something to back it up. And even if you don't, you've written it, you started producing it, you have something behind you. Even if it's not made yet, you have the idea, you have the drive to go out and reach people. It's shooting your shot. The worst things that would have happened is that Krim would have blocked me. And to be fair, I would have had to find a different voice for the dragon, and that would have sucked because, all dragons should be English. So.
I've got a lovely technique that I was taught to help beat the imposter syndrome. Especially as we are creators and actors and stuff like that. To me, and I can only speak to my experience, my imposter voice is the one in the background saying, "They'll never do this, they'll never do that." It's just wrong. In your head, that voice is there. And I was taught, well, you're an actor. Give that voice a character. Give that voice a voice. And make it a really Weasley minor kind of, someone you really can't respect anymore, and get him to walk off into the distance. And he does. And I can then just, fine, bye, and I'll carry on and do what I need to do.
Yeah, we have been known to do our cats' voices as like the most horrible critic. So they'll be like, "Yeah, you'll never amount to anything," And yeah, putting them as a stupid voice coming out of a fluffy cat, it takes you realize, you go, this is a ridiculous thing to think.
Yeah.
Stupid cat.
It's make that voice ridiculous so your energy does not get sucked away by it.
I would agree with that, and just from a coaching perspective, that it's neurological. So even in NLP, it's like a cognitive behavioral therapy skill to do that, to name the critic. We have an inner coach and we have an inner critic. The coach's voice is always going to be a bit nicer. Usually it's not as loud as the critic's voice, but to literally play those roles and actually draw it. Drawing is really interesting. And you can use that, as Kareem said, as was said by my fellow panelist here, is that even attaching it to something that's loved as well, if that makes sense. I'm assuming you love your cat.
Yeah, most of the time.
Begrudgingly, yeah.
I've got a saucy tortie. I get scratched regularly. I'm up at 6 o'clock every day. It's just that there's also some kindness attached to that, because almost in a weird way, if you make it your enemy, I feel like the voice gets louder. So a great skill to reprogram that voice as well. And that's what affirmations are good for, is to keep repeating something else so it drowns out the other sound.
But also, if somebody asks you to do that voice or to do that pickup, what would you say? You'd be delighted. You wouldn't tell someone to piss off. You'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, so just think, even the most famous people who may not have that much time, if they see what you're doing and they think it's good, they're people. Like, they're not gonna, they'll do it if they
should
can.
be angry at you.
Yeah.
They should be encouraging. But on the pickup lines, I would rather not sound crap. So please tell me I've done it wrong and just send me a new line. Because there is nothing worse than listening to a line and you think, I could have redone that, especially if you as a director or producer knows, I want to start you something slightly different. It's fine to ask, so long as you're not asking for every syllable like 400 times in a row. Be humanly reasonable, but if you're not getting something, it's fine to ask again, because If you think it sounds terrible, it probably is, and I don't want to sound terrible. So go ahead and ask for pickups. Nobody should mind, and if they do, strike that off. Someone you're not going to work with again. It's absolutely fine.
I actually have something. I keep forgetting how loud the microphones keep coming through the speakers, so I'm like, oh my god. But I'm going to turn. I can see it properly now. Okay, so it's kind of related to this question, and it's talking about well-being. So obviously, we've talked a little bit about remote recording sessions, and obviously we can talk about in-person recording sessions as well, if that's part of it. But how have you found is the best way to... Thank you for turning me down, by the way. But how have you found is like the best practice for looking after your performers or everyone on your team during long recording sessions? Have you already got an answer? Okay, amazing.
Feed them.
Food. Lucia knows that a certain amount of budget needs to be acquired into food, and I don't just get, like I said, people of culture, so a lot of the time it's Caribbean or it's Thai or something that feels nourishing as well, but food is so important. Have them fed and watered, because essentially, and to the last question, they'll do anything. Well, they'll do those takes because they're nourished, but food is so important.
Because I record everything remotely, we've done like one live recording session, and we did it in a week. They flew to Iceland, and it was really different. And yeah, we were like, food, drink. We take breaks every hour and a half. And if the episode goes longer than an hour and a half, I should probably stop and let's go get something to eat and drink. Yeah, 100% that. But if you're doing remote recordings like we do, we have 10 hours between our performers or players. So for some people, it is lunchtime, and for some people, you should be in bed already. But for us, having the cameras on and listening to people as they play or as they perform, because you can tell when people are getting tired and when they need a break, and when their throat begins to go, like, because you talk, well, at least I do, because I'm the GM, I talk forever. You can tell when people need to take a break, and it's just looking at them, and it's just hearing them, and if they're not engaging as much and they're not as responsive, go take a cup of tea. It's fine to hit stop, it's fine to start again. So for us, we just use our episode breaks. People use the bathroom. They admit, yeah, I probably need to go to bed, or like, look, I've got to go have some lunch. So can we do that? So yeah, a lot of keeping an eye on people. Just ask people too. It's fine.
Yeah, sometimes actors can start to spiral, and we've seen that happening. I mean, naturally, you do a delivery that you don't like, and then you'll do it again, and it'll be the same as before, and it'll get worse each time. And sometimes you just need to take a break at that point, I think, and and distract and not talk about the production sometimes. Sometimes just like do a hard reset in a way. Although that one time with Lucy, that was yeah.
So there was an instance where we were recording a particular thing, and we had lunch, and it was like the recording was going great, and we were really happy. We had lunch, and afterwards, one of our actors just wasn't quite matching the same energy as they were beforehand. All it took was just playing a little bit of what we had done before, and she just went, oh, okay, yeah, right, that's where it was. It's like in just having had a little bit of time, she'd just sort of forgotten where we were at that particular moment. And then as soon as she heard it again, she was straight back in the vibe. So I think if you're going to have a break and then come back to it, possibly playing a little, like 5 minutes of what you've done before the break is just not a bad way of recalibrating.
Yeah, I've always found that like the feeding is the good one. Like having
and that as well.
Yeah, feeding is the very important, because so we recorded a season during lockdown, and it was all remote recorded, and like we tend to try and record in studio as much as possible, but like the remote recordings felt a lot more tiring and draining. And I think it's just because you're sitting in a chair, like staring very, very intently at a screen all day. So it was much less like, I mean, obviously we said take a break, but it was also like go outside for a bit, take 5 minutes, go outside, go for a walk. I think like anything you can do just to kind of calm people down and slow people down, I think is always going to be helpful. But yeah, food is the big one. Does anyone have any other troubles? Excellent. Just the one trouble.
Me again.
Multiple.
This just occurred to me when the session began, that this might be something that you might have some useful thoughts on. The thing about, growing your audience, and one of the things that is recommended, and I love it, is doing a live show. However, I'm one of these people that does everything online, and my people are all over the world. And so, we've gotten, from the beginning, recording one at a time. So mostly they don't even meet each other until they hear each other in the finished product. But, yeah, any ideas of something that would work in the most fun way that live shows do, but we can't do that?
I know I'm the chair, but I actually have an answer for this one. So I had a similar thing. I think that all audio dramas should do live shows, because I think if you are able to do a live show, it shows that you're taking yourself more seriously and you're taking your production more seriously. But also, I think with social media being in the state that it is, RIP Twitter, the best. So I come from a music background, in particular, like rock bands. I'm in a rehabilitation now, and I'm much better for it. But the best way to get people to listen to your music has always been to go out and stand in front of them and perform it. And I believe that is true for podcasting and audio drama as well. So I think if you can do a live show, that's really great. But yeah, how do you corral? If you've got people all over the world, how do you get them in one room in front of people? And I think one way that I've got around it, and I'm going to be performing it later, so if you're here for the live shows, please come along to that. Basically, you have a soundboard, and you can log anyone that's not there onto the soundboard. You can get like free apps for a computer. You can get QLab for Macs. You can get an equivalent app for Windows now. I'm looking at you, Lawrence. I'm assuming you know this. But you can also get like SoundPad apps for like iPads and tablets and things. And that's a way of running it with a much smaller team. Like, so the show I'm going to be doing later, it's just going to be sitting at a table, reading bits of a script, but then having music and sound effects all coming out of a box. And having multiple characters and multiple conversations and things. So I think it's an interesting question, and I think it's something that I think we don't quite have all the answers for yet, but it means you can experiment and find a way that works for you. Yeah, sorry, I spoke for way too long there, so I believe some good answers.
One of the things I was going to say about podcast growth particularly is the only thing that we've found is really effective is cross-promotion. So
100%.
yeah. So doing, contacting other podcasts and saying, would you like to put an episode on your feed of our show, and I will put an episode of your show on my feed, is basically the only...
Hey, do you want to swap episodes?
Sure, yeah, let's do it.
Can I get on this
we'll
as well,
talk.
please?
Yeah,
I've got some business cards to
yeah. We'll all talk, yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk.
But yeah, basically, that's the only thing, that kind of podcast-to-podcast cross-promo is the only thing that's really effective. Well, one project we had Arts Council funding for, and we thought, let's get a PR company. And, we've got some people, some actors who are quite well-known in the cast, let's really go for it. And they did great work for us, the PR company. They got us, like, on ITV News. They did loads of really good, loads of coverage. It made no difference. The downloads were just exactly the same. So I don't think podcasting works in the same way as something like a PR company would work for other media. So yeah, don't bother with it. Don't pay for any kind of advertising or promotion because it doesn't really work for podcasting. But that podcast to podcast thing, which is free and just is basically about emailing people and asking, that really does work. And we've really found this, I'm going on as well now, we've really found this having joined our network. We're part of the Fable and Folly network, and they do wonderful work. And since we've joined that, our numbers have grown kind of exponentially. It's been hugely beneficial for us. So basically just latching onto a kind of networking, but not using that horrible word, just basically making friends and asking to swap podcast stuff is the best way to do it, I think.
You're asking about how to do live shows remotely? You might want pens and papers or something. There is a beautiful piece of software, I think most streamers know, it's called OBS, Open Broadcasting Software. you can get a bunch of plugins and drivers that essentially will plug into your DAW, your editing, where all your sound effects can be stored, and you can plug that into your Zoom, so that your Zoom call can have picking up your streaming software, which has all of your sound effects on it, can have all your cameras in the right way, and you can use Zoom as a beautiful way to do a live show with a ticketed event. Easy enough. You only send out the invites to the people who want it. Or you can just do, I think, what No Sleep does. They do it on YouTube. And that's free for everyone to turn up and be like, hey, this is free. You want to chip something in if you've got the ability to? And if you don't, fair enough. So yeah, there are definitely options out there for doing live shows. If you want to ticket it, there's a couple of softwares, Zoom, OBS. There's a couple of other ones that are very similar that Twitch streamers and YouTube streamers use. Or you can just put it up on YouTube. There you go.
Amazing. Any other problems? Or we have a Sarah.
Oh, Sarah.
Hello. Can I just ask about money? Because we all want to make some, and you guys are potentially, hopefully, now at the point where someone's coming in, right? So
we said we'd pay you, Sarah.
any day now.
But yeah, it's just, I know there's certain avenues. So I know, for example, Fable and Folly, it'd be really interesting to just fathom like a bit more about how that's funded between all of the projects, and also anyone that does advertising or other ways of bringing some pennies, please. Do share.
We got audio content. We got a grant for our production, and so for the Tower of London, it was paid for by the Tower of London, and it was a commission. And then for in the beginning, it was a grant, and we did a partnership with a radio station called Fun Kids. So that's how it works. The Audio Content Fund. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. And
you got in there.
Just. We did apply 3 times. So just to say, for grants, try and try and try again, because you might not get it on the first time, but it's worth trying many times. We did that.
The best mindset thing I ever came around to is that all arts funding is money laundering. They need to spend that money. So, and also the closer you apply to the tax deadline, it's a risk and reward thing. You're more likely to get the money, but you're more likely to get the money right before the tax year. With the Tower Part 3, we got 80% of the funding the day before the new tax year, so we got taxed on quite a lot of money. But it meant the year after I had no tax because I'd given it, I'd paid everybody for it. Yeah, I'd also recommend Arts Council funding. Like, apply for everything. I don't know much about the English system, but in Scotland, podcasters are getting together and they're sharing funding applications, being like, "This is what worked for us. This is what this is how we get these successful funding applications." Like, if you've had a successful funding application, tell people about it. Share information. I think as long as you can say that you're promoting the arts in the UK, or you're growing the sector or whatever, as long as they can point to something on a sheet and go, "Look, we are paying for art," that's all they really care about. Like it's easy to have imposter syndrome with funding applications, but fundamentally they just want to get rid of the money. So apply for it.
And just before Lucia tells you about how we get them that paper coming in and not those coins. If you are having issues with funding or it is a challenge for you, check out Hatch Ideas, master funding application coach Yemisi Maluku. She runs workshops through the British Library. So if you go on the British Library website, she's got one coming up, I think around the 21st of this month. But she is a master at getting money nationally and internationally, and she'll teach you how to do it.
So what was that name again?
Hatch Ideas, Yemisi Maluku. And if you check the British Library's website.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Lucia.
Also for funding, if any of your actors are in other countries, that's not joking. Really, really look into it, because they could get funded for helping to produce your stuff. I mean, we're international. We have many countries we can have a look at. So yeah, just ask, because I'm sure that your voice actors would love to get more money. For the help production, yeah.
Yeah, and Fable and Folly, the way that works, so it's a network of podcasts, and what they do is they sort out your marketing, essentially, as well as feed drops and things like that. So they help grow your audience, but they also put adverts onto your podcasts. So yeah, that really helps because we've now got something like 21 hours of audio drama, I suppose. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah, and so with the adverts on that, we have a nice passive income that's started now. But money is still a massive issue and always will be. And trying to get grants is not easy, and it seems to be getting harder and harder. So we also have the kind of like the Patreon model, although we do something called Coffee, which no one's ever heard of, which really really doesn't help. Has anyone heard of Coffee here? KO? Oh yes, yeah. Good, so brilliant, excellent. Hey. They just don't want to give us money through it.
Patreon, not funded by venture capitalists. It's great, it's good, it's good.
And I think is that, oh, and yeah, and occasionally even doing merch and stuff, isn't it? And all these little bits, they come together and make it a little easier to make the podcasts. But it is constant hustling, really.
It's, thank you. Wow, I feel like I'm
yeah,
at a press conference.
So just to say, we because with the Audio Content Fund, they fund the production, but they don't fund any marketing or anything beyond that. We decided to invest our own money in a bit of merch, so we made this lovely colouring book, which the great thing is that each story has a QR code, so you can colour and listen to the story at the same time.
That is a genius idea. It's amazing.
So we've got a few that we would love to give away.
That we'll give away.
Yeah, so if anyone's got some children in their lives that
Or
they'd like
adults.
to...
Hello, this is therapy.
Or they like
Do it
colouring,
yourself.
or they want to do some colouring therapy while they listen to some great audio drama, then please come to us. We've got a few to give away.
If we're doing this, then
We're doing
so we have Madame Magenta, who is our in-house psychic, who has invented these decision makers, the patented decision maker. It's it looks like a coin, but it's magic.
Can you show us it in action? Let's decide on a thing, Lawrence.
Sure. So you basically, if you got it out. So yeah, on one side there's a picture of Magenta's face. So we call that heads. And then on the other side there's a picture of our long cat logo, who has a very, very long tail.
Hello, if you're listening to the audio.
So we call that cat. So yeah, so the idea is that you ask it a question.
Who has a question?
Who has a question?
Come on, someone has got to have a question. Yes,
we have a question.
It's ridiculous. I'm sorry I introduced this.
This is great.
So following up on the point you were making about funding, I follow a lot of people, quite a few artists on Patreon and things like that. And obviously they have a product. They have a physical product that I could buy, or I'm getting something that I can physically have and own, and that's how they make their funding, as well as paying for Patreon. That's the downside, I guess, of audio drama, is that we're giving you a product, but it's nothing that you can physically have. Yes, I mean, how do you, with Patreon, like one artist, she gives us extra art that we wouldn't normally see elsewhere, or that she's just, it's locked off to only the Patreon members. You can't really do that with audio drama because you want as many people as possible to hear your audio. So you can't say, well, I guess the only thing you could do is, as a Patreon, you get to hear the episode a week early or 2 days early or something like that. But
you get a magic coin.
Yeah, you get a magic coin.
You get a magic coin or a colouring book.
I say soundtrack albums as well is a good one. That's what we've kind of found.
So yeah, is there any other goodies that you might offer for example, a Patreon?
Behind the scenes, people love that shit because that can be very easily locked behind a paywall that doesn't make it feel like you're locking people off from the story that you want to tell. And don't be afraid to add a story that's only behind the paywall, because that is exactly the same as an artist going, I'm going to produce this piece of art only for paying patrons. It's the same with side stories for audio dramas. Like, yeah, it could be an extra scene that you really wanted to put in, and instead of killing that darling, just record it and put it behind the paywall. Little extra things that people want that you think, okay, this is a nice to have, but it's not what I want to put out into the world, but there are people who want to see that. And generally speaking, I mean, we do actual play. We don't put anything behind a paywall except an AMA, Ask Me Anything, and early access to stuff. So everything we want out there as a story is out there. There's nothing stuck, but people generally want to support indie artists, even if they get nothing in return. I've seen a lot of actual plays and audio dramas who do literally nothing except say, thank you so much, you are amazing, and then go, this is a patron who supported this episode, and you read their name out at the end of an episode. And you can just do other things, like send them a little thank you video. And so long as you're upfront and honest about, here's $1, $2, $3, $5, $10, and honestly, there's no difference between you, what level you support at, just the level of thank you and the stability that you give us. So I think as long as you're open about it, you can also give nothing. It's absolutely fine as long as you're open about it.
Oh.
I was just going to mention crowdfunding, actually. If you have got, it's probably not going to work so well for your first season of a drama, because no one knows about it, but great for season 2, if you got a reasonable following on season 1, of course. So Kickstarter works quite well for funding, although it's a bit scary. And just another funding idea for my series, The Dex Legacy. We sold the whole season as a box set up front, so that people could buy, literally. I mean, the risk is that there are, spoilers out there, and that someone had to make the bloody whole thing.
So do you mean like a physical box set, or is it like a...
As a digital box set via Ko-fi.
Oh, amazing.
You can buy through Ko-fi, advertise it in episode 1, if you're impatient for the rest of this. Chuck us some money.
We do like on Patreon, we open like our side campaign, which our patrons were like, you guys are funding this extra work you're putting on me. So we just went, you get this like 2 months early, and they're just happy just to pay for that. But honestly, though we've got like a lot of patrons at that tier, none of them listen. And that's because they've got no one to spoiler about it with. So they're happy that they have access to it early, even if they don't listen to it early, because they've got no one to talk about it with, but they still want to support us. So yeah, definitely early access and boxes, which you can also do on Patreon now, by the way. Yeah, people love binging stuff. Unfortunately, because of the nature of what we do, we cannot produce the whole series, because I'm still 6 years through something that's like 11 days of content. So like, there's no way I can box that up and put that out as a thing. There's no way.
Okay, thank you so much to all of the creatives we are lucky enough to have here today. Please show appreciation for Howard Khan, Lucia Scazocchio, Ken Brewster, Lindsay Sharman and Lawrence Owen, and our chair and super ledge, Amber Devereaux.
If you're feeling a little bit hungry, you're in luck, as we have a break now until 6 o'clock. From 6, we welcome our amazing live shows.
Live Lightning Butler, Elia's Choice, some live reading from the Victoriosity novel from
That deserves an ooh. And we have Amber Devereaux with the atmospheric award-winning The Tower.
I think Fireworks Night deserves an ah.
and let's try and be more amazing than the fireworks tonight and hear a woo for Unbound Theatre, who are here later with their newest superb comedy, Gertrude and Dorothy.
Oh, you lucky people, so go forth out into glorious High Wycombe and see you back here around 6 o'clock for a prompt start at 6:15.
Welcome. There we are. Excellent. Welcome back. And for those who've just joined us, welcome. We have not one, not two, not even 5, but 6 live shows for you this evening.
I can't wait.
Starting with the ever chaotic. Oh boy, is this one chaotic. Dashingly quirky live, which reminds me, I need to get changed. Christopher, would you assist?
This is a salubrious start.
Hello all, I hope you found somewhere marvellous to eat. Not groovy, I'm not quite sure what groovy eating might be.
Oh, maybe spaghetti. Spaghetti, yeah, spaghetti. Carbonara, maybe.
Really?
Hang on.
That's groovy food, is it?
Yeah, groovy food. Yeah, with a fine beer. And sometimes, you know, I dare not tell anyone to eat that carbonara over there, though, after this show, because it does take a pummeling.
As will all ears.
It's also got jelly in it.
Yep. Yeah. So, groovy eating aside, welcome to this year's Dashingly Quirky Live with her, Sarah Golding.
Oh, and me, Fiona Thrale. Now, we love new writing and had some absolutely astoundingly brilliant entries this year. And if you're a writer, we'd love to have your scripts when we do this again, because we're going to just keep doing it until someone arrests us. This year, we asked for horror, and boy, did we get some.
I did nearly waddle myself.
I don't know why, but I find that a really funny word, and I didn't think you'd say it out loud. Anyways, thank you to all who sent in the scripts and to our winner. This was chosen with the help of many-time winner and horror aficionado, groovy gore guru, Paul Spencer. Can I give a round of applause for Paul? I'm sure he wouldn't mind if I called him the gory gore guru. I can't say it now, I did it once, damn it. Groovy gore guru.
I think you've said worse.
Yes, have I? Well, thanks to Paul, who did not enter and win this year. He's on the live stream, hello, and he's pinged some audio grooviness to us in the last few years. And to the 11th Hour Horror site, you can hear his contribution to that this year. If you don't know what 11th Hour is, you can please look at that on 11thhouraudio.com. It's a collection of fantastic horrors made from Foley! Made from people all over the world, collaborating with people they've never worked with before. So if that's something you want to do, 11thhouraudio.com.
Absolutely. There is some great stuff in the back catalogue there. There's some superb horror from...
Yeah, like No Sleep. We've got stars of it here today. David Old, welcome. Give us a bow, go on, say hello. If we'd have known he was coming, you know we'd have roped him into all of this today. There's also Shadows at the Door. We love that show. Give us some cheers for these. Yeah. Read Dracula. Woo. Red Odyssey. Archive 81. Mabel, Tanis, Pseudopod. SCP Archives. Canaan Field. Oh, there's Gallery Curious, there's Welcome to Night Vale. There's so many, right? So many.
Yes, more. Unwell. Someone dies in this elevator. The Magnus Archives. Palimpsest, Campfire Audio, and even more than that. Can you shut us out anymore? Is anyone...
What other shows?
anyone
Horror
got
shows.
anything?
Give us some. What haven't we listed? I said Canaan Fields. Canaan Fields. Any more? You can't think of... We listed them all in the world.
Yeah, we did. We've listed them.
Okay.
But if you do want to, pop #audio horror into your social media place of choice and browse the wealth of screams therein.
Talking of which, we need a scream queen for this here audio play, and I can think of no better than in our front row, Hem Brewster. Hem. You know, so seeing as you are here, and, you know, I just wondered if you could just help us out a bit, would you mind? Yeah, that was a yes, under duress. I haven't got any weapons pointed at her. It's all good. Hem did a memorable How to Scream tutorial on one of my Madiva podcasts. If you're a voice actor, have a look. MADIVA, modern audio drama, indie voice acting. I love a bit of an acronym. There's a wealth of really good interviews with people on there who are astounding, I must say. So yeah, it's one of the best, very best scream queens in my book in the house.
And it is a big book.
Massive.
Great. So as usual with Dashingly Quirky, we do not just perform the script as is. We have some very important live Foley. Yeah.
They're so brave, they're so brave.
Yes, and this year our team captain is the sonic wizard and very brave Oliver Morris.
And stepping in today, we have to say, with no prior knowledge of the chaos about to begin, Amber Deborah!
So, Ollie and Amber, would you like to tell us a little about Foley and what it is?
Let me give you one of these.
You don't have enough
I was going to do it in the style of the lightning bottler. Hello, my name's the lightning bottler. I come over here and I do some Foley work. Foley, if you're not so sure what a Foley is or what a Foley does, you got to make sounds in these here audio radio drama plays, and these sounds, they don't come out of nothing. They come out of stuff. And as you can see here, we got a wide variety of stuff all around here. Noise makers and little balls and things that go pop and things that go whistle and things that go oh and honk and that was a very... And sometimes you have a suction cup and a tub full of jelly, and that's just what you need for your Foley work. You make the sounds that you're going to be making in the audio drama. And so this has been done since time immemorial with big gongs in the Superman radio serials, and it's been done right up until the very modern day, 2023. What day is it today? November 5th?
November 4th.
November 4th. Oh, got some work to do at Parliament tomorrow. But here we go. We're going to be making some Foley for you. That's what we're going to be doing.
Beautifully put. Now, Oliver will also need some extra help, people. You're not getting away with just sitting there. So he's going to randomly give some folks some horns, I think.
These. Okay, right. These.
No.
Horns.
Horns. We have a cityscape at the beginning of this exciting thing, which is in absolute chaos. Essentially, we'll need some car horns. So Amber, do you want to deliver some of those to random folks?
And while they're going round, we also need a few more screamers. So are there any other decent screamers in the room? Lines will be like, help, help, the blob monster is coming. Oh my goodness, we're doomed.
Yeah.
Please, no, don't. Yes, fabulous, thank you. And would you like to choose another person?
I think we have Andrews. We have one more perhaps in the house who can scream in peril. Don't have to actually scream, it's just, as I say.
You can shout if you'd rather not scream.
That's good. Any beggars for mercy in the house?
Which you'll be doing by the end of the show anyway, so, you know, why not do it
maybe
now?
halfway through. Well, if you feel so inclined, please shout help, help and perilous things randomly right at the beginning of the show. Thank you very much. So, yeah, essentially, we've given you some water for your health and safety for that particular screaming. Please feel free to gargle and warm up as we go. If any strange noises coming from Hem, you know that's what Hem is doing. So, yeah, what else have we got? Michael has, we've got the water. So, yeah, feel free to warm up your face and your lips and all the things you would do for screaming beautifully as we go. So, also, Hem, you have a scream seat and a scream sheet. So, at the end of this particular endeavour, you will be perhaps enticed to help Michael and Wendy with this sheet here. Just kind of do what they do with the sheet. You'll see it. Just improvise. And we like a little surprise. And Ashley Cricket, thank you. Cool. think that's that. So, yeah, oh, we have a named part as well. That is a requirement of a dashingly quirky script, somebody who can just walk on and do a role. So this named part is RAM.
Yes, RAM stands for Random Audience Member, which is pretty clever. Anyone want to volunteer to be our RAM? Yes, you're very welcome. Wonderful, please.
Super,
do.
come up,
If you want to come on up, if you would like to join us, Wendy here, Wendy Lapp is here all the way from Scotland.
Huzzah for Wendy!
Hooray! And she's playing one of our main characters. Okay, Ram, so if you go with Wendy, she will give you a script and help you rehearse for a moment while we sort out some of the characters. So Sarah, who else do we need?
Well, there's two folks called the Insiders. These folks are stuck inside, and this is a bit of a spoiler, a rampaging monster. Okay, and that's here in High Wycombe, and they all speak at the same time. So we need people who might be able to get, groove on together, not like that. And we need two of you, and there is a costume. Prophet over here. Yes. So can I have two? Thank you. Thank you. Go on, one more with the. Feel free to utilise it as well. Yes.
Multitask.
It's before your performance as an insider. Yeah. So come up over here and grab a hat of choice. One more.
One more insider who would like to.
Yeah, Lou. Woo-hoo.
Lovely.
Okay. So yeah, I think that kind of suits you in a weird, glorious kind of way.
Put it on your head.
Look lovely.
Please take pictures of these guys. We can't take them while we're doing it. Yeah, so we've got our insiders. Brilliant. So, do you want to have a seat? And any of these three seats over this side? Near the balloon.
Okay, wonderful.
We should just double these folks up. So, I'm going to give you, we've also got some blobby toys to do your own heartbeat with. So when you are inside this glorious blob monster, you'll have these little things. And essentially, as close to the mic as possible, we would like you to emulate your own heartbeat with these. So you'll be on the mic where Wendy is. So do you want to just crowd round that for the moment? Lovely. And when you speak and are present, we'd like you to make that sound like that as you go. And we'll let you know what else you need to do in a moment. So do you want to have a sit down for a second? Actually, do you know what? We're just going to use you again. I've just decided that right now. We've also got balloon poppers. Yes. So I'm going to give you this bag here and you this bag here, which will stay over here. Attached to the front, in fact, you want to take your own one, is a pin to pop said balloons. Okay. At the beginning of this, the chaos of the cityscape of sirens and horns and whatever these guys are getting up to will be explosions. So we were having that with you popping the balloons. We're going to do a practice in a moment, but so can you mime the balloons, because we haven't got enough balloons to do the actual thing on this. And then in the actual thing, right at the beginning, random explosions of things just blowing up. If you want to go and make sounds as well of people in various parts of the room, please do help us to create absolute chaos of that. So are you happy with balloons? Are you okay to pop balloons? Yeah, if you're not, please do say. Yes, you're okay? Yeah. Super. So. Yeah, fine. So that you have a balloon bag each. I think we're done with the balloons. No pricking yourselves, please. We're British. Okay. The City in Peril. Yes, we'll make chaos. Skip the script.
Yes.
Right, let's do a cityscape practice, shall we, Fiona?
Yes, let's. Why not? So we will start with silence, and then this music. Could we have Q1 now, please, James?
It's Ollie today.
Oh, sorry. And then Michael introduces the show, and then as the music fades, we want the sounds of a city in chaos to erupt.
Yes, so as I say, reiterating, don't burst the balloons yet. No. Wait for it and just mime. And then him. We need your screamers and babblers and anyone sort of wants to be in peril in the room, shouting things, some horns and so on about the,
Yes. And think about the horns. You want to think about your motivation with the horns.
Totally. And yeah, I think, yes, let's just go to you there, shall we? And the horns, sirens and horns in chaos.
Yes, so choose which you are, a police, an ambulance or a fire. No need for Coast Guard. And do your best. Don't just honk in a row. Really think about that motivation, like I say.
Yeah, so is it an angry car honk? Is it a scared car honk? Is it a death honk? You decide. And we have various vehicles, crashes, explosions happening, and Oliver will be smashing something else over there. So, yeah, when you see me do this, you just fade out for the time being. And, yeah, I think we're ready. So, horns at the ready, screamers at the ready, miming balloons at the ready. 3, 2, Cityscape 1, go!
Wow!
That was actually really
That was really good.
That was worth all that build-up to make that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, that was a practice. Good.
Okay. Right, so we did record that, didn't we, Sarah?
We are recording everything. And hello to you on the live stream. I hope you're enjoying this madness. Utter Chaos is our middle name. So, yes, relax. If you sit anywhere, actually, yeah, you folks just sit chill until we need you. What else do we need to do? On to Ram, I think.
Yes, just at the beginning. Just at the beginning.
And then you can relax with the balloon.
Okay, cool.
All good?
Okay, well, use this balloons.
Okay. Okay.
Ram, the random audience member, you mean?
Yes. So, Wendy, have you had a fabulous fun rehearsal? Yes.
I think we're going to smash everything. Not balloons yet.
Balloons
Not the balloons. Wait for it. So, hello. Ram. Hello. Come up to this mic. Please come to this mic here. Thank you. So remind us of your name, please, and if you're in a podcast, please can you tell all of our lovely audience what it is and what you do on it?
I am Vic Collins. I am a voice actor in a number of podcasts. I'm here tonight with the Eela's Choice team, where I play Percival Railworth, Station Master.
Amazing. It was lovely to meet you, and I hope your show goes brilliantly this afternoon, better than this one. And shall we have a practice of your lines? Are you ready?
Sounds good.
So, what vibes have you got for this character so far? What are you thinking? Who are they? What's going on?
My interpretation is that they have had a bit of a misfortune.
Yep.
They're in a little bit of pain.
Yeah.
But they are quite happy about it.
They're quite happy.
They're quite happy about the situation they've ended up in.
Okay, I agree that. So, so shall we
run a few lines?
Yeah, let's just run the lines.
Okay, right. We'll give you the cue lines only, and we'll do it a few times to see what you can do with it. Okay. So, yeah.
Ram was at ground zero.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a bad idea to fill a trampoline park with Jello, but when it got struck by lightning, and here I am. We are. Woohoo! It hurts.
One more. That was gorgeous. That was a really great start. Can we try some other motivations? Can we try it like you're really chirpy, really happy? You're happiest to be there, interspersed with immense deep pain.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Go for it. Just the first line like that for me, please.
Ram was at ground zero.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was a bad idea to fill a trampoline park with Jello, but it got struck by lightning. It's also slightly painful, and here I am.
Superb, good. I can see it's developing. Can we add a bit of laughter in there as well, somewhere of like this ecstasy going to like mania, and then back again. Bring the pain out more. I need more pain, more happy. Go for it. Same line.
Ram was at ground zero.
I thought it was a bad idea to fill a trampoline park with Jello. Then it got struck by lightning, and here I am. We are.
round of applause, please, for them.
Would anyone from the director workshop today or the panel have any directorial advice for Ram that you would like to offer?
Feel free to impart. Anyone have ideas? Perfect. A-star performance. Thank you very much. Okay, so we know you're so good, because they've said you are, that we don't even need to do your other lines. So thank you, and have a seat until we need you shortly. Brilliant. So to our insiders, can we group you in your gorgeous shower caps around the same mic? Please, you don't need the balloons. Leave the balloons. Leave them alone. Not yet, not yet. Okay, so essentially, you've got your shower caps and your props. Super. Can you both say at the same time, after 3, the words, "Hello, Audio Drama Hub Podfest." 1, 2, 3. And speak the words. "Hello, Audio Drama Podfest." No, you speak.
Okay.
Just the words. "Hello, Audio Drama Podfest." 1, 2, 3.
Hello, Audio Drama Podfest.
Oh, beautiful resonance together, haven't they? This is the start of a beautiful... Hello. Oh. Hello. Okay, here we go. Now it's coming out. Okay, that wasn't bad. So you have a good few lines. We're going to not do all of them. But yeah, are you ready? The ones in front of you on the script? All together, we're just doing one in a row. I'm going to cue you just line 1 and then you say it, etc. So, line 1.
Welcome!
Just a minute. They're proper milking it. It's brilliant. Line 2.
Oh no! I cannot.
Right in the hole.
That's not bad. Well done. Then the last line, you may have noticed there's a stage direction underneath that the audience here cannot see because it's...
redacted for now.
Yes, we don't want to spoil it. So you see it, okay? Yeah, you see what that says?
Yes.
Good.
At this point, you say, please just slowly duck to the floor as Wendy and Hem will bring this sheet over your heads. All to be revealed soon.
Okay. So, can we have a huge round of applause for our insiders, please? Super. Take a seat if you dare. Nearly time for balloons. Nearly time for balloons. So it's not a complicated script at all to do, is it, Fiona?
No, not at all.
We owe that to this person here, by the way, Brian Rust, who has been absolutely amazing. We know they're watching us today on the live stream, so can anyone just turn and say, "Hello, Brian."
Hello, Brian.
Say thank you for the script, Brian.
Thank you for the script, Brian.
Okay, all we need now is our monster. Are you ready? Do you think he's ready?
Let's hope so, because we need to crack on.
Yeah,
it is Kareem Crunfley as the Blob Monster.
Blob Monster! Maybe. You love it.
Do I look groovy?
Always, Kareem. Okay, so we need to get started. I do hope you're ready, James, and we're ready with the intro music. Okay,
Balloons is going to be now.
Okay.
Okay, ready, horns? Okay. Dashingly Quirky Live 2023!
For this, double sure, triple sure. Okay. You asked for it thrice. For your delectation and delight, we welcome to the stage all of you and the Foley team and cast of A View from the Inside. The Mickleffield neighbourhood of High Wycombe, England, 2 p.m. in the afternoon, 5 minutes into a great monster rampage.
this way.
What even is that thing?
Ah, duck.
I am no bird expert, but I really don't think...
No, duck, actually. I think... The car went too early. Let's just do the car again and pretend that didn't happen. Car, 3, 2, 1, go car!
Whoa! He threw a car at me.
Yeah, I'm sure. Hey, ow! I'm sure it was nothing personal. Hey, look what happened to that pretzel vendor.
Oh, yuck. Point taken. What's it even want, though?
Oh, you mean it? What does it want?
No, he gives off a really male vibe.
Oh, it's a 50-foot blob. One who's moving this way, so we should really be quiet.
Well, I should be quiet. You are the one who wanted to argue pronouns with me. Besides, he's too big to even fit in this alley, so it really...
Worst day ever.
Oh, where are we? Is this hell? It's pinker than I expected and stickier.
Oh, can you stand up? It's like a mix of fairy floss and shampoo.
I'm Alex, by the way. Thanks for saving my life briefly, anyhow, before we both fell into hell.
Oh, yeah, you know, I don't think we're in hell. I don't think we're in hell at all. Just High Wycombe. I'm Jamie. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I think we just got swallowed, and now we're inside the monster.
Exactly. Welcome, new friends, to your new lives.
Welcome. What the frick?
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure the stomach seems a little scary to you right now, but I promise you'll soon get attached to the place. I know I did.
Okay, she's being literal, isn't she, on account of
the creepy umbilical cords attaching her to the wall. Yes, I saw it too, thank you. So, hi. You all got eaten too, then?
Most of us.
Ram was at ground zero.
I mean, I thought it was a bad idea to fill a trampoline with Jello. But it got struck by lightning, and here I am. We are. Woohoo! It hurts so much.
Sorry, but why are you all so cheery? I mean, you're being digested by a monster.
I mean, I was doing that yesterday too. Only the monster was called capitalism.
Oh.
No more worrying about rent! I've never smelled so good!
Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. How do we get out?
Out?
Yeah.
Outside?
Yeah.
Have you seen that place?
Yeah.
It's a disaster out there.
Yeah. Because the monster is smashing everything except the trains. Yeah, the trains have always been a mess. Alex, you're with me, yeah? Yeah, we're ready to do a Pinocchio.
What do you mean, turn into donkeys?
Be wooden puppets?
No. This is like them when they're swallowed by the whale. I mean, we've just got to, I don't know, just build a fire or tickle it or something so it opens up and spits us out.
Okay, but let's say we does that. Now wait. Well, I go back to my life teaching middle school geometry, watching my neighbour's dog poop on my lawn, lying awake, trying to think of ways to passively aggressively shame my housemate for stealing my food without actually needing to confront him. I'd rather stay here.
There you go. Just lean back and relax.
Oh, yeah, this is fine.
No, you can't let this monster win, okay? We've dealt with these worst, and we've dealt with worse than this goo creature, haven't we? I mean, remember when remembering more. Any more to remember? No, I forgot, okay. Remember when the Foley locust sounds happened?
I'm trying, my hands are covered in jelly.
And they synced up with the 38-year mayfly cycle. Remember that? And both swarms hit at the same time during the Picnic in the Park festival. Yeah?
That was a lot of bugs.
Was, yeah. And remember when that crazy director tried to improve his production of Night of the Iguana by turning his actors into real iguanas on stage?
That made no thematic sense.
None, it made none. And when the sinkhole opened in the street during the holiday parade, did we let that stop us?
No. We kept on marching.
Right into the hole!
Yeah, we overwhelmed 3 hospitals that day.
Well, yeah, we can do this, right? If we, I know what, if we take my vape pens and my lighter and Ram, do you have some batteries or a flask? Well, Alex, you're a teacher. You've got to be carrying some heavy drugs on you to get through the day, right? Some horse tranquilizers or something. I mean, no judgment. Just pass them over, and I bet if we combine them all, we can guys? Oh. Great.
If it helps, I thought you were quite eloquent.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
I would wave, but that's anatomically impossible.
Well, what's one more impossible thing today? Jelly monster I'm inside of.
There is that spirit again. The others lacked it. That's why they
Yeah, I'll be indigested.
took the easy way out.
Oh, potato.
I do not know what either of those are. I do not know many things. I am but 1 hour old.
Oh, right.
Which is why I have an offer for you. Be my guide and pilot.
Why should I do that?
Because you want to live. Because you want this town to live. I just want to get out, to survive. There are others like me coming, and they will do far worse.
I help you and I get to go free.
We help each other. We both get to go free.
How does this work exactly?
Press your hand where you see the glow.
Oh, like here?
Oh, good. Now the other one.
Oh, wow. I can see. But the view, everything's so small. Oh, am I looking out through your eyes?
Oh, but the word eyes is extremely inaccurate, but yes.
Oh, look, there's the Tesco and the duck pond and... Oh, now there's the boba tea place that fired me because I, quote, had too much Scorpio energy. Before anything else, can we crush that place?
Why not?
No. Ha! Take that, Sebastian, with your groomed eyebrows. Yes.
By the way,
Yeah.
what is boba tea?
Oh, it's actually really tasty tea, but to drink it, you have to deal with those weird solid lumps that get sucked up through your straw.
Oh, I understand. And you have to feed them a reassuring fantasy so they relax and dissolve in your mouth. Just like I am doing to you.
Yeah, exactly. Wait, what?
In Dashingly Quirky Live 2023, A View from the Inside, were Sarah Golding as Jamie, Fiona Thrale as Alex, Wendy Lapp as Mary, Corinne Crompley as the Blob Monster, and introducing as Ram,
Vic Collins.
And our insiders today were
David Holt.
Lou Sutcliffe.
Our Foley captain today was Oliver Morris with Amber Devereaux. Balloon explosions popped by... yes, right, the same. Give a hearty cheer for the ADH audience as our cityscape and introducing Hem Brewster as our scream queen. That was the chaos of Dashingly Quirky Live 2023.
Never a dull moment with this lot. We will decarbonara the stage area, and there will now be a short break before our 5 main live shows, starting with the poetic wonder and oft dark delight of the Lightning Bottler in 15 minutes.
Maybe
Grab a
10.
drink.
10, I think we have to go.
Okay, we'll need to cut it down. 5 to 10.
I still have time for a cigarette. That's good. begin? The lightning bolter is a thing that I've been doing for, well, it's been like a playground for experimentation and odds and sods and bits and bobs. The thing that I'm presenting today is the lightning bolts, which are sort of quick hit poetry thingies, and I have to say thank you before I start to Amber Devereaux, whose setup I'm essentially nicking, and gimmick I am infringing upon by sitting down while doing audio, but sitting down while doing audio is just like, oh, it's so wonderful. Yeah, I'm going to read you some poems, and there's going to be some sound design, and we're going to get through it, and that's the plan. So let's, without further ado, begin. The Lightning Bottler by Oliver Morris. Episode season. It's been hot lately. The sun, an unwelcome guest, has breezed in every morning at 4 a.m. and persisted to blare out heat until late into the evening. He's a blackguard and a brigand, our roaring sun. He goes on all day about his exploits, letting everyone know how big and how shiny he is. And only the odd cloud can break his flow. But the clouds are in high demand, and water is needed for their arrival. And water is needed everywhere for the plants and planet's general survival, though not too much and not too ancient, because then the world floods and we all die. But the sun, I hear, has been buttering up glaciers through holes in the sky. So, fuck it. I guess the sun is staying for a minute, for a while. Do not stay in his presence too long, or your skin will burn as he beguiles. The next poem is called Slow Pickers. Come on, Ollie, we're picking slows, says the weirdy-beardy hippie from down the road. The one who ran for the council twice, but no one voted for him because they know he's the kind of guy who'll play Freebird at parties and knock on your door and go, come on, Ollie, we're picking slows. So we march our way to a public path, a place where all the berries grow, in brambles and bushes, in shade and in solitude, apart from the passing pickers of fruit. So me and my dad, a bucket each, his family, a battalion of slow-picking pickers, sidle up to these unfortunate bushes that have been poked and picked at for most of the season. And here we were for the last crop before autumn, where the juiciest and sweetest were all but depleted. But we got on our gloves, just kidding, we pick our slows naked, and got to the business of gathering up. And it's back-breaking work, and the sun's beating down, and this 7-foot hippie might as well have a crown, because as he picks from the tallest of these slow bushes and passes them down to his family carriers, and we work away till the evening is twilight, as the gloaming sits over the sweet sideways pasture, and we gather our buckets and our bags and our gloves and make haste for our finished picked slow departure. My dad makes gin, which turns purple with time and tastes rather nice with the addition of sugar. I eat one raw and wonder why anyone would gather a fruit that's so fucking bitter. The next poem is called Ungrateful. My mum bought me grapes because of COVID. And grapes is what you get sick, people. And I'm sitting here, eating them in great handfuls, thinking they're not even charcoal seared with honey butter. They're not poached in red wine. They are not served with soft cheeses. And that's a poem called Ungrateful. And like that, we reach our final poem, Spring Showers. Trains rumble like thunder, and thunder rumbles like trains, as I stand in the doorway, observing the rain, as it trickles onto the carpet and tickles my toes until my knuckles are damp and my nose is cold. I'm not wearing shoes, so I dare not go splash, and I'm not wearing my Mac, so that ruins the pact that I made as a child, to stamp in every puddle, to be hit by passing car spray, in welly boots and huddle by the fire when I get home from my soggy expeditions. I curl up with the cat and watch the passing soggy pigeons. You've been listening to Lightning Bottler, poems performed by Alan Morrison, everything else. And thank you very much for your time, your patience, and your applause. Thank you. Short and sweet.
Two. It's on. Amazing. Thank you so much, Oliver. I think we have to give it up one more time for some beautiful wordsmithering. Thank you. Of course, we need a short moment just to set up for our next show. Ela's Choice. Let's hear it for that. This is a very new and exciting audio drama written by one of our favourite and brilliant new creatives on the scene, Dr. Lou Sutcliffe. We're back in a moment. I like it. I love it. Thank you. Talk amongst yourselves for a short while. Thank you.
I know. For our next show, the ever ebullient Dr. Lou Sutcliffe to the stage to introduce their own show. Et voilà.
Eela's Choice is a maritime horror fantasy podcast set in Eskmouth, a small coastal town whose economy has lived and died on the hunting of the great eels for generations. Hunting the eels is dangerous work, so there's always a sawbones around to look after the eelers. Content warnings for this performance include illness and injury, medical procedures to the face and eye, and mentions/discussions of disease, rot and decay, violence, and classism.
It was a lovely late winter's day in Eskmouth, which is frankly quite unusual for a little town. I do enjoy my work here, but it would be nice if it didn't rain so much. This morning, though, the sun was warming my office through the window and making the sea across the road from me sparkle. It was still early, so I just settled down with a warm drink to begin reading a medical periodical when my first patient of the day arrived.
Hello. Is this the Sawbones office?
It is indeed. Come in. The young person who entered my office was somewhat dishevelled. From the brown robes, I could tell they were a student at the Eskmouth Scrim Chantry, which is a very prestigious seat of learning. The robes in question were grubby and with dirt and disarray. On top of this, there was a fresh bruise on their jaw and a streak of blood under their nose. Name, please. Novice, I presume?
Adarid. Novice Adarid Tanner.
Thank you. And what has happened to you this morning, Novice Adarid Tanner?
I fell on the cobbles. It was slippery.
I see. I looked out the window at the bright sunlight outside shining on the very dry street. Indeed, it had not rained for several days.
I was near the docks. It was slippery from the seawater.
Those cobbles seem to have bruised your jaw and bloodied your nose.
They were very hard cobbles.
And how did you encounter these cobbles?
Well, I was in the marketplace with some of the other novices shopping for the Candletide Festival, and they started making fun of me.
Yes, I understand the cobbles in the marketplace can be particularly rowdy.
Making fun of my socks.
Oh, how rude.
My mum knitted them for me.
I see.
My socks are lovely and warm, and maybe we can't afford the best yarn in the most matchy colours for them, but Mum does her best, you know? Not everyone who's studying scrim chanting is rich. They shouldn't be so mean.
The cobbles.
Yes, the cobbles. So I wouldn't let that stand, and I lost my temper and kicked off. But there were more of them than us, and also Novice Litorina ran away, so I had to fight all the cobbles on my own.
The whole street, eh?
Yes, one of them hit me square in the jaw, and I fell into a fishmonger's stall, and fish went everywhere, all over the customers and the street, and the fishmonger was really angry, and the cobbles ran away, and the fishmonger threatened to call the constable, so I ran away too, but then my nose hurt a lot. So I asked one of the dock workers to put me to the sawbones.
I think I have a clear enough picture of what happened. Shall we have a look at you then?
Please, my face hurts.
Could you move your jaw for me? Yes. Oh, good, good. And if I press here, does it hurt?
Ouch!
Well, that'll be yes then. Well, good news. Your jaw seems to be only bruised, but I'm afraid your nose is either broken or dislocated, and I will need to set it. This will hurt. Here is a stick. I suggest you bite down on it.
Make it quick, please.
Sorry?
Make it quick, please.
Don't worry. I've done this many times before. There will likely be another fight this evening as the pubs kick out, so I imagine yours will not be the only nose I have to fix today. Although it is admittedly unusually early for me to be doing this. Now, brace yourself. On three. 1, 2, 3.
Ow!
There now. That wasn't so bad, was it? Believe me, the long-term complications of leaving it like that would be far worse. Breathing problems, perforations,
Please
infections.
don't go on. Can I go now?
Shortly, yes. But I would like you to remain a little while just in case of complications. Are you expected back at the Scrim Chantry?
This is our day off when we can go into the town, so I won't be missed right away, but yes, eventually. I really don't want to get in trouble with the principal adept again.
15 minutes or so will be fine. Please take a seat in the chair over there, and I'll make you a decoction of willow bark for the pain.
It's not so bad now. Oh, my head's gone all swelly.
In the chair, please. And if you feel faint, I recommend lying down on the couch over there. Now, where is that kettle? Oh, busy morning, it seems. Come in.
Hello. I may need a bit of help. I can't see very clearly.
One moment. The gentleman on the other side of the door was exceedingly neatly dressed. Every item of clothing was starched and pressed to within an inch of its life. This was in dramatic contrast to the very strong smell of fish that was emanating from him. His left eye was swollen, and he was blinking repeatedly. Oh dear.
Oh, no, I knew it. I'm going to die, aren't I?
That's difficult to ascertain just by looking at you. But you do smell quite strongly of fish. Tell me, were you recently in the marketplace?
Good heavens, yes, I was. How on earth did you know?
Lucky guess. Come on in. Name?
Railworth. Percival Railworth.
Oh, station worker.
I am the station master.
Forgive me, of course. Now that I think about it, I recognise you from the station, which is always very well run, I may add. Spick and span. I'm sorry to say that this was a lie. I very rarely pay attention to the staff at the railway station, and they do not usually come to me with injuries. Railway-related mishaps usually involve being hit by a large mass of fast-moving metal, and there is very little I can do to help in those cases. Perhaps I should pay more attention. The station is always scrupulously clean, though. In that part, I was not being disingenuous.
Yes, well, one does one's best. As do all of the staff, of course.
Of course. Now, what has happened to your eye? It seems quite swollen.
Hake.
The fish.
Yes. Hairborne.
I believe I'm starting to piece this together. Was there by any chance an upset fish stall? A flying piscine projectile, perhaps?
Exactly. I was buying some juicy cuts of meat for my dear little Mr. Ruffles when some youths began roughhousing. Absolutely unacceptable. Why, if I had behaved so, my dear mother would have been horrified. Let me tell you, the youth these days.
They started it.
So the fish hit you in the eye?
Yes. My unbloodied left eye. It is extremely itchy.
Would you mind if I inspect the surface of the eye for damage?
Oh, yes, of course. Please, carry on.
Have you been rubbing this?
Of course. I was trying to get the fishiness off.
Well, there is something lodged below your eyelid. Near the tear duct, it is transparent, so I suspect it may be a scale or a fin, and it is causing the irritation and inflammation.
Inflammation? Is it going to infect me? Oh, I'm going to get that awful disease the refuse workers get, aren't I? It's eel rot or something.
Oh, I heard about someone who got that. They went on manky.
I can assure you, Mr. Aylworth, there is no such disease as hake rot. You have a piece of perfectly ordinary fish lodged behind your eyelid. I will remove it and then thoroughly lavage the eye with bold saline. And I imagine the worst you may suffer is a case of mild pink eye.
Is that deadly?
Not in my experience, no. A novice tanner, if you're going to offer your medical opinion, and then I shall enlist you as my assistant. Please pass me that roll of tools over there.
Sorry, Sawbones, yeah.
Now, Mr. Aylworth, If you would look up towards the window for me, I'm going to remove the object, so please try to avoid the tweezers.
Please do be careful. My Mr. Ruffles will be left without a soul in the world.
I am always careful. Hold still, please. There we are. Got it. And now the lavage. There you are. Your symptoms should resolve quickly, but please come back if there's any further reddening of the area or any pus or discharge.
What would that indicate?
A minor infection.
Oh.
Novice Tanner, you also seem to be fine, so I believe I can discharge you as well with the following advice. Please avoid blowing or poking at your nose until it heals. Or doing anything that will cause it to be injured again. If any cobbles, flagstones, bricks, gravel, or any other building material expresses an opinion about your mother's knitting, I recommend simply walking away. Now, don't let me detain either of you any further. No doubt you have respectively classes and trains to attend to.
Say, you do look familiar, youth.
Yes, that happens a lot. We all look the same in the robes. Thanks, Sawbones, see ya.
Right. Well, thank you and good day to you.
Dealer's choice. Warning in the Esquimalt Sawbone surgery was brought to you by Interiority, as Spartina Sawbones, Leanne Egan as a Darren Tanner, Vic Collins as Percival Railworth, our sound technician was Holly Sanford, and the show and writer was me, Lou Sutcliffe. Thank you for listening, and thank you as well to the organisers of this wonderful event for giving us this space to perform in. And we'd also like to send a shout out to all the wonderful people involved with this podcast who couldn't be here today, some of whom are watching on the live stream. Hello. So my co-showrunner, Daisy McNamara, the cast, the Anguilliform chorus, editors, artists, consultants, and all the eel enthusiasts out there who have supported the show. Thank you.
Thank you to the cast and crew of Eela's Choice. You can hunt down and enjoy both of these new showcases on most podcatchers. Please bear with us while we clear the stage of eels for our next world premiere extravaganza. Thank you.
Ollie, ollie, hello, hello, hello. Buy merch, buy mugs, buy pens, buy people's company, buy come to the pub after. Really importantly, I'm really excited about this one too. I want to say about that last show, we really encourage new writing, and isn't it exciting to see the adventures of the groups that have just performed that, you know, have got, I think, a brilliant show there, which I really look forward to seeing the next set from. So we give them another big rousing applause, please. We left the room. We now have what I now have corroborated is a world premiere of the, yes, bigger word than that, a world premiere of this very exciting bridge between our new shows, which is performed by the beautiful gentleman to my right. This is going to be, I think, something that every single person in this room needs to go off and book to get in March is when it's going to be released. So please make sure you do that. I'm sure this pre-orders are now. This will be available right now. So one half of who I feel and our team here feel is one of the most amazing writer duos working in indie audio fiction today. We have Chris Sugden. Chris to the stage. Woo-hoo!
Hello, how's that? Thank you very much, Sarah. That's very, very kind. Yes, hello, I'm Chris Sugden. I'm one of the writer-creators of the podcast Victoriosity, along with Jen Sugden, my co-writer and occasional wife, who sadly could not be here today. I'm very excited to share a short extract from our upcoming novel, High Voltage, which is the first novel set in the universe of Victoriosity. If people aren't aware of Victoriosity, it is an audio drama, let's see, where to start? It is a detective thriller comedy audio drama set in the alternate Victorian city of even Greater London, a extremely technologically advanced, vast city that rampages across the entire south of England. It follows the adventures of Detective Inspector Archibald Fleet and journalist Clara Entwistle as they solve cases in this chaotic city. Yes, the novel is standalone. It is a new adventure featuring Fleet and Clara. I wasn't quite sure which part of this to bring because it is a mystery thriller. I didn't want to spoil the story, so naturally I've chosen something from the middle. But it is a bit of a vignette from another character's point of view that hopefully won't spoil the story too much, but will give you a bit of a vibe. I can only apologize for turning up at an audio drama day with a book. An unforgivable crime. To explain, we were kindly invited to perform Victoriosity. I did explain our cast of any given episode is usually about 30 people. And I thought it was a bit tough to wrangle them, so just me. We love you, Chris. Thank you, sir. We love you. I love you. Okay, so I will begin. Oh, to explain, sorry, the story of the novel. Sorry, it's very well prepared. High Voltage, the short summary is a series of mysterious, unsolvable, inexplicable bank break-ins are taking place across the city of even Greater London. That is the central mystery of this story, hence the unforgivable pun of the title. This extract doesn't deal with that directly. It is just a little vignette from the world. Okay. Reverend Kilburn, unlike more or less every single other person in the city, was filled with joy. Not happiness. Happiness comes and goes. What Kilburn had was joy. It burned inside him like unblown-on soup. Only it wasn't soup. His was a joy of spirit, of devotion, of service to a higher power. What exactly was that higher power? Who could say? The higher power, that's who. Probably. It was a very young religion, and there was a lot of detail still to be sorted out. One thing was for sure, mind. Queen Victoria's 11 and counting miraculous resurrections at the blessed hands of Her Majesty's Royal Medical Engineers. Not to mention Inspector Fleet's just the one, but still pretty good considering miraculous resurrection, also at the blessed hands of Her Majesty's Royal Medical Engineers, whose skills Fleet had been kindly loaned on account of his stopping a particularly nasty crime that happened to capture Her Majesty's interest. A lot of people were less keen on these things. They thought that if someone was going to die, they should just very well have done with it and not keep careening back and forth between eternal planes. But for Reverend Kilburn and his acolytes in the Church of the Mechanical Man, established about 2 months ago, these technological undeadenings were a marvel. No, more than that. They were themselves the telltale fingerprints of the Almighty. For how else could humanity have come to bear such terrible power than through the impossibly clever but sometimes hard to understand plan of the all-knowing yet cheekily unwilling to explain what he's up to? It wasn't as though the revivals were even much of a secret. It was just that with the Queen, people responded with a deeply respectful uncertainty and by trying very hard not to think about it. And with Fleet, few people realized they were meeting a detective whose death had been reported in the newspaper. Fewer still had enough headspace beyond their own workload, pending errands and general city cacophony to realize that this was unusual. Very few indeed took much notice of it other than to say, gosh, and you could count on one finger the number of people who, shortly after running into him one day, decided to go ahead and set up a new religion. This idea had occurred to Reverend Kilburn in part because he had been a Church of England vicar for several decades beforehand, and this experience could be seen in the Church of the Mechanical Man in the form of familiar schedules, accessories, foundational theological tenets, and such like. No reason to throw out the divine infant with the bathwater, he often said, to no one in particular. And it was for this reason, and also to do with poor time management, that at this precise moment, late in the evening, the Reverend was in the vestry writing his weekly sermon, which is to say, he was avoiding it entirely and convincing himself that polishing the big silver Sunday plates was a critical part of the creative process. On his desk were several screwed-up balls of paper, on which were various attempts he had made to try and clarify some pressing questions his congregation, now exploding into the double digits, had been putting to him recently. For example, why have you filled the font with motor oil? Well, what is the washing away of sin if not a sort of 1,000-mile tune-up for the soul? Should we all seek out technological modifications, or is it just for Her Majesty and that Fleet chap? Probably best we leave it to them for now and just admire from a distance. We still don't know the long-term effects. What do you mean when you say the Creator is joined by a sort of improver or mechanic? Well, you know, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Why stop there, I say? The more the merrier. What does all this mean for Jesus' resurrection? Oh dear. It's probably a bit soon to get into that sort of thing. Kilburn had just finished buffing the rim of the really, really big plate when a voice called out from the nave. Hello? At this unexpected sound, his nervous system did what millions of years of human evolution and survival instinct had allowed it to perfect, which was to make him drop the plate onto the stone floor with a deafening clatter and collapse in a heap. Ah! What? Called the voice. Won't be a moment, Kilburn cried, and he sprang back to his feet, snatching up the spinning plate on his way to a small mirror to make sure his appearance was suitably churchful. The silver hair of his 60 years flowed like a mane, and he had a beard to match, but he wore the typical black and white garments of a vicar, which meant that overall he looked like a wizard summoned before a magistrate. The only specific sign of the Church of the Mechanical Man was in the center of his dog collar, where he'd had stitched a small image of a cog. The cog. For are we not all mere cogs in some great cosmic machine? A humble component, but essential. Working together, turning and turning to drive the crankshaft of destiny or what have you. Plus, cogs and people both have teeth. That's another similarity. Hello? Gracious. I said I wouldn't be a moment, and I've been several moments at the very least. Kilburn pulled back the dark green velvet curtain that hung across the doorway, then remembered he'd better take the silverware with him, or he'd just forget about it for days. So dropped the curtain, grabbed the rest of the plates, pulled back the curtain again with a free elbow, and walked with as much clerical solemnity as he could muster out into the nave. Good evening, Reverend, said Fleet. Kilburn clasped his hands to his mouth, sending the tower of silverware crashing to the floor. Through sheer force of will, he remained standing and instead blinked in astonishment through his round spectacles. Inspector? Yes. Inspector Fleet? Still yes. Kilburn was immobilized and hadn't even registered the presence of Helena Evans and Clara. He was too busy having a religious experience. You're here, he whispered. You're actually here. Of course, I always hoped this day would come. Although, in honesty, it would have been better if more of our number were here. Fleet scanned the empty room. More? But no matter. Here you are indeed. Hallelujah. Absolutely not. Clara tried Clara tried her best to catch Helena's eyes with some desperate looks and the flapping of hands, but the engineer was unable to stifle her curiosity. "I'm sorry," she began. Are you worshipping him?" Kilburn emitted a small chortle. "Goodness, no. Oh dear, no. No. We don't think of Inspector Fleet here as a god per se. I'd really rather you didn't think of me at all. But if you were to ask me, Reverend Kilburn, did Inspector Fleet inspire the creation of your religion? Or if you were to ask me, Reverend Kilburn, does Inspector Fleet represent the possibilities of human mechanical potential, and therefore of mortal flourishing and goodness? Then my answer would be, would you care for a pamphlet?" "Does the pamphlet answer the question?" asked Helena. "Oh no, of course not. But it has some absolute corkers of further questions." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chris. It's truly exciting to see how a podcast can traverse many media. Congratulations to you and Jen on the book, Chris. Make sure you bagsy your copy on pre-order. I think it's an audio book as well, possibly.
Audio, digital, and print.
Righto, and let's hope everyone in this room has one to read in March.
Having just tried to order it myself, be careful. High voltage gets you down some very odd areas. SEO, possibly different choice next time. Anyway, how do we get signed copies, Chris? How do we get signed copies?
Buy a print copy and bring it to me.
Excellent. That's a good plan. So, we'll just have a relaxing moment of calm. That'll do. And for our next live team, this bloody tablet, set up, as our next live team set up. So talk amongst yourselves about how amazing the Victoria Austin novel is. And we'll be ready in a moment. But, I'm going to interject something and go off script. I know it's a pain, I'm sorry. But we have grown this event slightly this year, and I'm hoping we grow it again. So please, everybody, when you get home, or even now, whilst you're waiting for stuff to happen, could you please sort of promote the event to other creatives in your circles to potentially come to join us next year? Use ADH Hub Podfest or little things like that. Just tell people about us, because it's been a lovely day and you've all been fantastic and wonderful and lovely and wonderful and fantastic and all those kind of things. But we could do with more of you. Okay? So I'll leave that alone. Let the Unbound Theatre crowd join us, get ready up the front, and I'll shut up. Oh, so who is it now? The Tower. Oh, it's Amber. My apologies. It's just... No. It's just the Unbound crowd came in the door, so I thought it was them next. I hadn't read the script. I'm sorry. So this teaches me for going off script, doesn't it, basically? Amber, make your way to the appropriate position. Assume mine. Are we testing all the bits and pieces? We are good to go. Excellent. So, I would say quiet, please, but you're already there, so bloody well done.
Good audience. It's very
Hang on. Glasses. They're a terrible pain. I'm just older, my eyes don't work quite the way they are. So, in the meantime, all eyes and ears this way. So now, to one of the most talented noise wizards, nay, sorcerers of this and any century, composer, writer, producer, voice actor, and more. Here we have a treat for you folks. Yes, it's Amber Devereaux and The Tower.
Hi, first of all, thank you for sticking around to the end of the day. That's really appreciated. It's especially if you've been here since 11 o'clock like me. I'm starting to go a bit loopy, so I can't imagine how you guys are doing. Yeah, I love this table, by the way. This tablecloth is beautiful. Like, it's great. Oh, I touched a bit of jelly on it. That's just, okay, I'm going to just do my show and then wipe my hands. So hello, my name is Amber. I'm a non-binary audio producer and musician, and I make audio fiction stories as Tin Can Audio. And the button doesn't seem to have any audio coming out of it. That'll be why. Press the wrong button straight away. There we go. Ever since I started playing the bass at the age of 12, I've always loved performing for people. But performing an audio drama live takes a lot of work. You have to find a space. You have to sort of herd all of your actors into that space. You have to rehearse. You have to have a fairly complicated tech setup. There's an awful lot of standing up. And then you get to the day of the show and then nobody shows up because you've been so busy putting it together you forgot to tell anyone it was happening. I wanted to do something that was much smaller, that I could travel with, that I could carry around with me without having a van full of actors with me at all times, which is very stressful for everyone, especially the actors. And I thought for a very long time about what that looked like, what that sounded like, how best to tell you about the stories I make without just playing you an episode while I sit here and vibe, I guess, right? So after many drafts, after many scripts, after many test recordings, and a lot of messages from friends saying things like,
I'm not sure this works. I'm not sure it's quite working yet. Since when do you have a podcast? Also, this doesn't work.
that last one's my wife, incidentally. I thought I would tell you about the story I'm the most proud of. It's an audio fiction concept album, stay with me, called The Tower. I'm going to talk about where it came from, a little bit about how it was made, and a little bit about the journey I went on while making it.
Hey, Kiri. What's up?
Hey, I didn't wake you, did I?
No, not at all. I'm still up.
Yeah, me too.
I can tell.
Sorry.
Insomnia still got you too, huh?
You there?
You okay?
Yeah. Weirdly, I just made a decision.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to climb the tower.
It's January 2018, and I am not doing very well. Winters in Glasgow tend to be very long, dark, cold, and it rains all the time. I work in a cocktail bar, working long hours that has ruined my internal clock, and also seems to mean that I'm awake during the long, dark, cold, rainy parts of the day. It's starting to affect my physical and mental well-being, but good bar jobs, or God forbid, a job in media, thin on the ground. Thin pretty much everywhere. And who has the time to look? I spend a lot of days feeling tired and anxious and trapped inside my own head. My world feels very, very small.
I booked a train ticket for tomorrow.
You want to climb the tower in winter?
Yeah, there's less people at the bottom.
That's a good thing?
Yeah, less people to stop me.
The thing that sustains me is making music and making audio drama. Writing stories and making things has always been how I figure out how I feel about stuff. It helps me process things that I'm going through. So I start writing a news story about about a young woman in a very similar situation to mine who one night just decides to leave it all behind.
Seriously?
Whoa. Do you know what's up there?
No, but I know it's not what people think is up there. You're being ridiculous.
Look, Chris, I have to do something. I'm so bored of being worried all the time. I need to get out of this city, get out of my head, and then feel like I'm being someone.
And climbing an infinite tower to certain death is the way to do that.
It's not infinite. Nothing is infinite.
That's the bit you're focusing on?
Whatever's up there can't be worse than what's down here.
It feels strange hearing that line now.
Whatever's up there can't be worse than what's down here.
I don't think I quite realized how bad things were when I wrote that.
I'm sorry I yelled. I don't want this to end in a fight.
You're serious about this?
Yeah,
Are you coming back?
I don't know. I want to.
Okay.
In my mind, I saw a rainy city at night, stretching out as far as the eye could see. Wide, but somehow narrowing and confining at the same time. With a shadow of something far in the distance, a dark mass stretching up into the sky, over the city, over everything. An imposing mass of ancient stone.
It's so big and square.
A ziggurat?
Bless you.
No, the structure. It's called a ziggurat.
And I saw a young woman named Kiri, leaving behind her isolated, claustrophobic existence in the city to climb this seemingly infinite, impossible structure, covered in undisturbed snow and forgotten by time. This was the beginning of the tower.
Hello?
Hey,
Kiri? What? How?
I know. It turns out someone installed payphones on the way up the tower.
What?
I know. It's weird, right?
I'll say. I didn't realize payphones still existed.
Yeah, this place is all kind of old.
The tower is a story about friendship, identity, our place in the world, and our relationship with our past. Everyone in this story is trying to fix something, but they don't quite know what it is they're trying to fix, and they don't quite know how to go about fixing it. There's also quite a lot of phone calls about phone technology.
Hello?
Oh. Wow, okay. Hello?
Who is this?
Who is this?
I asked first.
Well, my name's Ike, and I run the phones on the tower.
Really?
I mean, I don't run the phones. I test them to make sure they're still working.
That's your job?
As far as I've been told, yeah.
Why'd you have to test the phones?
To make sure they're still working, obviously.
I made the first 6 episodes of The Tower with the help of my friends.
Katrina Allen as Carrie.
David Pellow as Chris.
Mark Galley as Ike.
And Sarah Golding as Kiri's mum.
We initially made the first 6 episodes of the show as a little experiment. It was a side project while we worked on other things. But now we have 3 seasons, 5 music albums, including a lo-fi remix album called Chill Beats to Climb Impossible Towers 2 that you're listening to right now. 400,000 downloads, which is a very silly number. A couple of awards, a piano book, and now whatever the hell this is. This story seems to have resonated with people in a way I really wasn't expected. Who would have thought that a story about how isolating the modern world could be would resonate with so many people? In some cases, it seems to have resonated just a tiny little bit too much.
1 star.
I'm sorry, that's not an ending. Terrible.
That is a 1-star review of our first season, which ended on a bit of a cliffhanger. It's my favourite review of anything I've ever made. They loved the series so much that the ending made them cross, but because of that, the whole series gets 1 star. I love it. It's great. It contains layers. The Tower has always been a place where for me to explore what I'm thinking and to basically kind of be a nerd and talk about the things I think are really cool and interesting. It reignited my interest in history, in science, in reading books, non-fiction books specifically, in just generally in learning stuff.
I'm really getting into reading about the tower.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good. It's good to be learning stuff again. Makes me feel like I'm getting better every day.
One of my favourite parts of the Tower is towards the end of season 2. Kiri is not doing very well.
I think I just assumed that I'd come out of this and go back home. Back to normal. I'm starting to realise that that's not really possible anymore.
Do you want to go back to normal?
I don't know. In some ways, yes. I wasn't happy before, but it was stable, predictable. Now I don't know what I'm doing or where I'm going. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
You'd rather be able to know the future.
I'd like to know if I'm going to be okay. Is that too much to ask?
Well, I don't know how this ends, and I know you don't either. And there's not much either of us can do about it.
Yeah.
So we made part 2 2020, 2021. Might have bled into the writing a tiny little bit. Also at the time I'd recently figured out I was non-binary. There was a hell of a lot going on when we were making season 2. Anyway, Kiri has a voicemail.
We got another voicemail, which I think might be for you.
Really?
Yeah. I'll patch it through. Think I've got this worked out.
Mark Galley, who plays Ike, improvised the next bit, and it warms my heart very much.
You here, and you're friends with this guy, and then that means you go, yep.
And this is my favourite part of the show. It features the voice of Sarah Golding, who you might have heard of, and also signed off her recording for this, like this.
Stop getting excited. Have a lovely day. Bye.
Voice actors are incredibly normal people. I'm going to talk about why I love this monologue and why I think it's a good example of why I love this show, and I think I like to think why people like the show, but I just kind of want to let this play out for a bit first.
Hi, Kiri. It's Mum. Yeah, I'm sorry I missed your call. I was out hiking again. Yeah, the hills are getting bigger and bigger, and the walks are taking longer and longer. It's not too bad, as I have the time now. It's okay, Kiri, I know you're busy and you should be busy, but not too busy. I learned that one the hard way. If you work too hard, you're very much like us that way, but we turned out fine, as did you. There is time for long walks now. Yeah, I hope your trip is going well. It can be hard when you're away to ground yourself in something, especially when everything is changing around you. That can also be exciting. And I know you won't shy away from it, and that you'll keep on moving forward regardless, because you are my daughter. With all the bravery and stubbornness of her parents and much, much more besides. It is okay to worry, you know. I mean, even the strongest of us have days when we must rest, and that's how it should be. There were days when I would worry for you constantly.
massively. Even though I knew you'd be all right, I still do from time to time. But well, you're older, and I think wiser some of the time. Yeah, we're okay, Carrie. We miss you. But we are proud of you. Every day. And every step of the way, we are behind you. You're always miles ahead of us, eh? Yeah, there will be time to visit, Carrie. Don't worry. And there will be time for long walks. Okay, take care. Bye. Bye. Bye.
I think there is power in slowing down, in giving ourselves permission to slow down. My friend Ollie, who has a podcast called The Lightning Bottler and stole my idea for sitting down while doing radio, once mused that the world would be a better place if it were run on marijuana instead of speed. The world moves too fast sometimes, and we're so often told that if we don't move with it, if we don't move fast enough, that we'll lose out, that we're not being good enough, that we're not being productive enough, that we're somehow failing to live up to some sort of potential.
I wasted time, and now doth time waste me.
But we have so much time. A lifetime might as well be forever. And I think the thing that I love about that monologue and the thing that I love about making this show, and I hope it's the reason that people like this show, is that it gives anyone listening, it allows anyone listening to just take a second and slow down and breathe. Just put aside everything that you have been carrying just for a moment and know that you're going to be okay. I don't work at a cocktail bar anymore. This strange little show has allowed me to make telling stories with sound my career somehow. I have more time for long walks now. Making the tower made me realize what was important to me and the kind of stories that I wanted to make and the kind of music I wanted to make, and it helped me figure out who I am and who it was I wanted to be. It made me brave, I think. I am so proud of this series and everyone involved in it, and I'm so thankful to everyone who has come along with us on this journey, including everyone here. Thank you so much for listening to my show. And I can't wait to see what happens next as we climb together.
Remember the courage.
I will.
Good luck, Gary.
Thank you. Good night, Chris.
Good night.
Remember the courage.
Thank you so much for listening to my show. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.
It was such a beautiful and evocative slice of audio there. Please do hunt down all that Amber does with Tin Can Audio. And again, we really cannot thank you enough for sponsoring the live streaming. You're amazing. Thank you.
Isn't that a beautiful use of the sound medium? I mean, it gives you such a vibe listening to it. It's just one of the most beautiful works I think I've ever listened to in my life, I have to say. And of course, being mum, thank you. I mean, you know.
So every time we've done a series, right? I've like, I don't score the series in advance. I wait till all the tape comes through and I can score underneath it. And I say to Sarah, right, this is the monologue for the mum character, and Sarah sends me 3 takes, and I'm listening to it, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is really good. And then like I'll listen to like the final take, and then I'll just openly start. I don't know how Sarah has done it consistently over 3 seasons, but like every time Sarah's audio has come through, it's been a joy to listen to, and it's been a joy to score as well. So thank you for being in it.
I'm embarrassed now. Yes, so I'm afraid, don't be sad, right? But it's actually, I think, potentially the last show of the evening. So essentially, let us just set up. We've got a cast of 6 waiting at the back. So let's just give another rousing applause for Amber, and we'll be back in a second.
very much. Thank you all for your patience. Looks like we are truly ready for. And last but not least, well, you can be the judge for yourselves. Hooray! It's only the folks from Unbound Theatre with Gertrude and Dorothy. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, thank you all very, very much. Just before we begin, I would like to introduce the team to you. So we have Jackie, who is going to be playing Gertrude. Hannah will be playing Dorothy. Mary playing Mrs. Burton and Miss Donahue. John will be playing Mayor Winstanley. I'm Erica and I am going to be playing Mrs. Gilhooly and the driver. Thank you. And over here we have Gareth who will be performing some live Foley for us, and we hope you enjoy the show.
So we're introducing Gertrude and Dorothy, a comical crime caper bringing together two legendary women.
Mary.
What?
The introduction. We agreed I'd do the intro.
Did we?
Yeah, when we were rehearsing next door, we agreed that it would be me.
Oh.
It's just, well, you know, I've got more experience, haven't I, in the whole audio thing.
Fine.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's all yours. It's all yours.
Thank you. Introducing Gertrude and Dorothy, a comical crime caper bringing together two legendary women, horticulturist
and artist Gertrude Jekyll.
Jackie.
And what?
The intro.
Yes.
Mine.
Sorry.
Horticulturalist and artist Gertrude Jekyll and record-breaking racing driver
Dorothy Levitt.
Hannah!
My bad.
Just play the title music.
Today's episode is entitled...
Don't you dare!
Sorry.
Today's episode is entitled The Mayoral Murder. We join our heroines as they arrive in the picturesque village of Lower Lumbar.
You know, Dottie, I'm not sure I'll ever get used to this motorised contraption of yours. It's called a car.
Don't worry, Gert. I'm sure you'll get used to the old girl.
Now then, have you got that letter we were sent?
Yes, it's in the car. But are you going to do that every time we say car?
We've only got 20 minutes, you know.
Now then, the letter. I've got it here. I'll just open it.
Don't worry, I'll do that.
Remind me what it says, Gert.
Addressed to Jekyll and Levitt Detective Agency from the desk of Mayor Carlton Winstanley, Esquire. Esquire.
Oh, yeah, sorry, with the posh accent, it did sound a bit like,
Ah, give me strength. Dear Mrs. Jekyll and Miss Levitt, I implore you to come to my parish of Lower Lumbar at your soonest convenience. I have reason to believe one of my constituents means to kill me. You see from the attached map that the journey is not too far.
So, here we are, in the car. Wassock.
Oh, Miss Jekyll, Miss Levitt, thank heaven you're here. I'm Mayor Winstanley.
Excellent. Now then, Mayor, how do you know someone in the village means to kill you?
They said meet this letter. I'll just open it for you. It says, Dear Mayor Winstanley, I'm going to kill you. Warmest regards, Anonymous.
You know, as threats go, it is a formal one.
There's never an excuse for bad manners, Dottie. When did you receive this, Mayor?
2 days ago.
Do you have any idea who might have sent it?
There are a few residents who aren't too keen on me being mayor, I suppose.
Such as?
There's Jemima Burton, who runs the local factory. Letitia Gilhooly, a journalist who lives on the village green. And I suppose the local mechanic Betty Donahue and I have had our differences. But these are all minor quibbles, I assure you. I think the whole thing... I think on the whole, I'm very well liked by the village.
Good heavens.
He's been shot.
Several times.
Oh, no, I've only got one paper bag.
Quickly, we must summon the police.
I don't think so. This is no crime for the constabulary to deal with. This situation needs our crime-fighting gardener and a sleuthing racing driver. Let's meet the locals.
What do we do with the body?
Oh, we can put that in the back of the automobile.
Good thinking, Gert. Then we can notify the registrar.
And so, our detectives split up on a mission to...
Whoa, hang on a minute. So, am I just getting half a scene?
Yeah, you're the murder victim. What did you expect?
I mean, I came all the way for that.
Somebody had to do it.
I don't think I haven't noticed it's only the male actor that gets killed.
Oh.
This is discrimination.
Oh, give it a rest, Lawrence Fox. We've only got 20 minutes. We're on a tight schedule. And so, our detectives split up to question the suspects. Dorothy begins by visiting Jemima Burton in her office at a factory on the outskirts of the village.
Thank you ever so much for seeing me out thing. Much appreciated.
I can only give you 5 minutes. I'm extremely busy.
Yes, the factory does sound like it's going 19 to the dozen today. Quite the mechanical marvel you've got there. I dabble in motors myself, you know. So then, what exactly do you make here?
Finest garments this side of the channel. See for yourself.
What a dainty pair of socks. How lovely.
What is it you wanted to see me about? I can't be away from the floor for long. I've been here since the crack of dawn, training up the new recruits to work the machinery.
It's about Mayor Winstanley.
Ha! That nasty little...
Redacted.
What was that?
Oh, swear filter. They asked us to be a bit more family-friendly this year.
What? So we can't say...
Redacted. Redacted.
Not even...
Mega redacted.
Whoa!
Steady on, Mary.
Look, just finish the scene.
Don't you talk to me about Windbag Winstanley.
You and he weren't exactly bosom buddies then.
He denied planning permission for new factory. This place can't cope with demand. We need somewhere bigger. I've spent all my money buying up all the land, and he turned the application down, jumped up.
Redacted.
Little
Redacted.
brained
Redacted.
twit.
But with the mayor out of the way, surely you must be in with a chance of getting the new factory built.
Chance would be a fine thing. He's only just been elected. It'll be at least a year before I can reapply.
Ah, you haven't heard the news.
What news?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Burden, but Mayor Winstanley is...
Absolutely fine.
What?
Yep, Blitz just graced me. I'm back on my feet with an irrepressible zest for life.
Found another paper bag. It's just down there.
Oh dear. Looks like the mayor really is dead this time. That one went straight through his thick skull.
Oh, for
Redacted.
sake.
Meanwhile, Gertrude makes her way to the village green in order to interview Letitia Gilhooly.
Let's see if there's anybody home.
Who's that knocking on my door?
It's Gertrude Jekyll.
The famous garden designer?
The very same.
My goodness, I shall open my door at once.
Where's the prop door?
Back in Aylesbury.
Why?
You tried fitting a door in the back of the Corsa.
Well, what are we going to do for a sound effect?
Oh, I know. When is a door not a door?
When it's ajar.
There you go, squeaky hinges. Why, Miss Jekyll, what an unexpected thrill. I am such a fan of your work.
As I observe from your garden, Mrs. Gilhooly, I see you've kept a close eye on my principles of colour matching.
I do love being out in the garden. It's getting trickier as the years advance, of course. Look at my fingers, swollen to high heaven. Still, I know my way around a garden fork. I won Best Lower Lumber Garden 9 years running, you know.
Congratulations. Here's to the 10th.
Oh, that ship's already sailed.
Really? Why, pray tell?
Mayor Winstanley saw to it. Before he was elected, he was my biggest rival. And to be fair, his privets were magnificent.
Indeed.
He got frightfully jealous And seeing as it's the mayor who picks the winning garden, as soon as he took office, he made sure this year's praise went to Mr. Goldacre across the road.
Still, it's only a competition.
Not for me. My reputation depended on winning. I write a gardening column for the local paper, and now I'm not the best gardener. They're giving the job to Goldacre instead. I'm out of work, and I've been humiliated.
Still, with Winstanley dead, you'll be eschewing the competition next year.
He's dead?
He is indeed, but I, his identical twin brother Jeff, am still alive and well, and ready to take on my deceased sibling's role as mayor of... Damn it.
Yes, Mrs. Gilhooly. I'm afraid the mayor and his identical twin brother have been shot.
Who by?
That's what my colleague Miss Levitt and I are here to find out. We're looking for anyone with an axe to grind.
I thought you said he was shot.
If I might come in, I'd like to question you further.
It's got nothing to do with me. You mind your own business. Good day to you, madam. I'm slamming the door on you now.
Really? How bizarre.
With only one suspect left to interview, Dorothy heads for the local garage to speak with Betty Donahue. Mary.
Oh, hold on. Which page are we on? 13.
It's 14 in mine.
Hey, let me see.
It's
No, the page numbers are different on yours. You've got the title page is 1. It should be 0. Did you print it off a MacBook again?
Well, I haven't got page 13 or 14.
Are they in the right order?
Wait, no, scene 5, isn't it?
No, scene 4.
Mine says scene 5.
No, that's a previous draft. Scene 1 in that one is now the intro.
So which one's scene 5?
Scene 6.
On the village road?
No, Erica just said it's the bit
with Donahue.
It's all right, I've got it. Page 57.
Huh? 57? It's only 20 pages.
21 in mine.
Oh, I did make the font bigger.
Sorry, what scene are we doing?
Oh, shut up!
Hannah, your line.
Now, this is my kind of gaff. Motors as far as the eye can see, and that heady aroma of petrol, grease, and oil. There's nothing like it. Now then, Miss Donahue, I'm so sorry to be a bother.
Not at all. Ain't every day a racing driver stops by my shed. What can I do for you, Miss Levitt?
I'd like to ask you a few questions about your rather spiffing garage, but I need you to answer them without saying the word car.
Right, you are.
Never mind. Did your business ever bring you into contact with Mayor Winstanley at all?
I should say so. Bloody pest was trying to bank up motorised vehicles from the village.
What?
I know. So they were too noisy and too smelly, and that now that he was in charge, he'd be keeping the place a green and pleasant land.
Like that ever sort of thinking will catch on. Which would have put you, as a local mechanic, straight out of business.
Precisely. Lord only knows what I'll do if he gets his way.
You won't need to worry about that anymore, miss. He snuffed it.
No. Someone finally did for him.
Yes, but I'm back as a ghost. Woo!
Oh, give me strength.
And you can't shoot ghosts, so I'll be here way until the final scene. Woo! Oh man, come on.
Having interviewed all 3 suspects, our heroines reunite on a country lane on the outskirts of the village.
Oh, it's so good to be outside among the birdsong.
Well, by the sound of it, all 3 suspects had a good reason to want Winstanley out of the way, but we've no evidence to say which one of them it was.
If only we had something more to go on.
Look out, God! There's a car coming straight for us. A car?
No, you've made it quite clear how you feel about my horn.
Fairly sure that should have been redacted.
I'll do it myself. Vroom, vroom. Quick cut! Jump out of the way. Vroom, vroom.
Whoa!
Phew, that was a close one.
What about the driver?
Oh, so sorry about that. hard to drive when there's two roads in front of you. I was aiming for the one on the left, and then you four appeared. Who are you?
Good Lord, your breath could kill weeds.
I'm not surprised. Look at the back seats. Whole crates of booze. Smashed.
No, I ain't. I only have the sniff up.
And where were you taking this little lot, pray tell?
Can't say.
Why?
As a plot point.
Well, if you don't tell us, how are we going to find out who did it?
Come here, and I'll whisper it to you.
Why whisper?
As a dramatic device.
Go on, then. Good heavens. That explains everything.
Oh, I'll tell you another thing.
Why the long pause?
There's a cliffhanger.
Oh, I've no time for this. Back to the village.
And so, Gertrude and Dorothy.
Narration?
Oh, sorry. And so, Gertrude and Dorothy return to Lower Lumbar, where the suspects gather on the village green.
And so our suspects are gathered.
Right here on the village green.
Told you.
I do hope you're not going to be making any more insinuations, Miss Levitt.
We make a point not to deal in gossip here in Lower Lumbar, Miss Jekyll.
Are you sure this shouldn't be a matter for the police rather than a gardener and a driver?
I'm here too.
Why? You're not a suspect.
In for a penny.
Hang on. Are you being paid for this?
On with the drama.
The police will be here imminently to arrest our murderer, but not before we've unmasked them. Now then, all three of you had a motive for wanting Mayor Winstanley dead.
It already jeopardized your income, Mrs. Burton.
And yours, Mrs. Gilhooly.
Your garage was safe, Miss Donahue. But for how long?
You're not saying we all did it, are you?
Of course not. That only happens on trains. No, a recent roadside development revealed everything we needed to know. However, simple process of elimination would also have sufficed to find a solution.
Miss Burton was at the factory at the time of the murder, and her new trainee workers will be able to verify the fact.
Quite right.
Mrs. Gilhooly has swollen hands from a life spent gardening, so pulling the trigger would have been far too difficult.
I knew there was a reason I mentioned that. It seemed so unnecessary at the time. As a clue.
Which means the murderer could only have been...
Jeff!
What?
Mayor Winstanley's identical twin brother.
Weren't you shot as well?
A cunning ruse. I killed my brother, then faked my own death to allay suspicion.
John, will you pack it in? You're ruining the plot.
What plot? It's obviously Donahue did it.
Oh, don't spoil the ending.
Oh, what's the point? Donahue was running a smuggling ring for illegal booze. The crash car full of bottles was one of hers. If the mayor banned cars, she wouldn't be able to sneak the stuff in and out of the village anymore. There.
Oh, brilliant. So all of this was for nothing.
Well, come on, it's not exactly Agatha Christie, is it?
Well, that's true. I saw the ending coming a mile off.
I can't believe this. Look, we've been asked to come here.
There we are. I guess that's the full series commission out the window. Credit music!
Gertrude and Dorothy starred Jack Knight as Gertrude Jekyll, Hannah Rogers as Dorothy Levitt, Mary Hall as Jemima Burton and Benji Donahue, Erica Sanderson as Letitia Gilhooly and the driver, and John North as Mayor Winstanley. Live Foley was performed by Gareth Johnson and title music by Claude Signet. It was written and directed by Dario Knight for Unbound.
Well, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for finishing in a beautiful, chaotically fun and fantastic way. One more massive clap for these absolute legends, please. Superb. We need you on the dashingly quirky table next year, please. I think, what a day, hey? You survived. You're still breathing and you can see and stuff. You haven't gone completely blind or deaf. If you want to take your seats and relax as we finish the day. I think we've had panels, haven't we, of audio loving joy. We've had workshops of absolute awesome that wanted to go on and on. I think a few people have said we could have done a lot more hours on each of those practical workshops today and still not got to the end of what they wanted to. I think the live streaming has been a really lovely, fantastic asset this year, and my hearty thanks to James, to Byron and Ollie for making that happen. Can we give them a huge, huge round of applause? Yeah, you're amazing, honestly. I'm a bit sad we're at the end of the day. No.
Oh, don't be sad, Sarah. We can do it all again next year. What do you think?
Should we do it? What do you reckon? Should we do it? Yeah, that was half-hearted. Give me a louder one than that. We need motivation. 1, 2, 3.
Cool. I think that was a yes. So if you have liked any aspect of today, please tell us. If you haven't liked any aspect of today, tell the police or someone else. I don't particularly. No, seriously. Send us any pics you've taken, wisdom you've gained, or things or people you'd like included next year.
I think Kareem did my piece earlier on, but I'll go again. Please do use ADH Podfest hashtag to share on social media. Share your pictures and do tell your friends, colleagues, and anybody that will listen whether you had a good time or not here today.
Anything important is worth repeating.
Just tell them if it was a good time. Thanks very much.
Super. I've got exciting news just in, folks. We have the actual runner-up for our sound effects, breath only, original music and Foley. They are, drum roll, votes have been counted, verified and revealed. They are
Paul Nearim.
Woohoo!
Congratulations.
That winner, the runner-up there is piece 4 that you listened to, and we will put online a little bit more details because I think we're going to save some time, but hearty congratulations to Paul, who actually did produce a winning piece from last year too, so we might have to ban you now, Paul, for being too amazing. Superb work, thank you. And basically, we have a winner, so as voted by you today, here and online, the winner is...
The winner is Alison Cossett.
Alison is one of our new colleagues that I'm working with on Red Odyssey. If you haven't heard it, she plays Fan in that and is absolutely astounding. So I'm really excited that her editing adventure has led to this. So congratulations, Alison. That's very exciting. A trophy will be on its way. And some comments about the winners we'll put onto the Audio Drama Hub at some point in the next few days. When life is not as mad as this is. We really enjoyed all of those. Congratulations to every single finalist for today. We've really enjoyed listening and choosing those top ones, and to everybody who entered. We would love all of you want to just show off your editing prowess for next year. Please get something together and pop it into our competition. Hope you've been inspired to get creative too.
Well, everyone who went to the music thing, you're obliged
to
enter next year. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Lovely. Just going to do a time check. Are we going to...
We're good. We're good for
We're good for a few
ages.
Minutes. Okay. So we've probably just got a few moments for maybe a little debate on where we're at now with the state of audio fiction. And perhaps we'll kick off with a question raised by Lindsay Harris-Friel. How do we get more listeners? So anybody got any thoughts on that?
Anyone any thoughts on how we can get more listeners?
We run into the high street, tie them up and drag them in.
Only if you wear your green suit.
Oh my, can you imagine? That's just a regular occurrence of costume in High Wycombe. Anyone thoughts on that? I'd like to think that generally clubbing together and promoting other people's work is at the moment the best we can have. Telling your friends and family how many of you got friends and family that actually bother to help you? It's really hard, isn't it? I think with regards to sort of pushing stuff out into the wider world, what was mentioned earlier, if you didn't hear it in the troubleshooting panel, was to get networking, to get other people on your show with their trailers and whatever else they might produce. Episodes.
It's called a feed drop.
Yes, I've done some. I remember the words now. With wireless, we did one with the wonderful folks from Longcat Media, Ghosted, and they swapped one of ours. And it was really exciting experience to just have a look at what happened to download numbers. So if there's people here you've met and you like their show, make sure you ping them and go, you want to swap something? And see what happens. It might bring, as I say, a whole new audience to you that it really works. I know it worked for Oz9 podcast, did that with Newts and Mission Rejected. I think Mission Rejected got a whole new audience, and we got some of theirs too.
If you'd like to read about it, Sean Howard has written extensively on his marketing efforts for Fable and Folly and his own podcast before Fable and Folly were created. He has a Substack, as I seem to recall. So.
Yes.
There's a link. There's links in the group or other things like that.
Yeah, and do follow Sean, because they've got all sorts of interesting insights into making your shows even more amazing. Yes, have a question from Ollie.
This isn't a question, it was just another thought on sort of promotion. If feed drops are working within the audio fiction community, it's good, but essentially we will be sort of sharing with other audio fiction listeners. What might be an interesting thing is to try and find different podcasts which are kind of like audio drama but not quite audio drama. So things like very well edited non-fiction podcasts or actual plays, things like this. So trying to bring...
I have another idea.
Yes, do.
We could do like Holy Smoke do, or Holy Smokes Media, who make The Offensive and Jackie the Ripper and now Sherlock and Co. I may be in all of them. But Holy Smokes, great bunch of guys, but they started off with Stack as their network, and they just got Sherlock and Co. onto Goalhanger. Nice. Anybody who knows who Goalhanger happened to be? That's the massively successful podcast that's owned by Gary Lineker. And yes, he's been promoting them. This is their first dive into audio drama. So different networks who have the idea as well. So you can only ask.
Lovely. We had a comment on the live stream just now from Daisy, which said, make friends in podcasting and get them to mention you on Tumblr, which is how they've done some.
Tumblr is the very interesting place when it comes to audio drama. They're very passionate. Can I use that phrase? Especially when it comes to Simon Fairchild. There are some things I've seen on Tumblr that are... I won't be showing my mother.
People will say the same of a live stream today, Kareem. I think as well, what can we do better then? Is there anything like that we need to be doing? Like today has been part about sharing education, about what you've learnt and sharing that with the room. We've also seen live shows in action, which may have inspired you to want to go, I want to do that. That's the whole point of today. The walk-on parts in Dash and Quirky are there because when I was sat in an audience, I was really yearning to get up and I never could. So that's what came of that. And I think this event today only came of it because I like people and I wanted to get audio fiction people together and look at all the amazing people that have come together to make it happen.
We were missing one important thing from today's Dashing Quirky.
Yeah.
No kazoos.
No, I forgot them. Dang it. Yeah, melodica, step up. Baby steps. But yeah, I think that's the whole thing. And from Marielle's message this morning as well, it's like, you can do it, right? You have the tools, and I'm sure friends and fam who you can bring in, and even total strangers to join you. I think Ela's Choice, for example, were talking earlier about how the team met really doing LARPing, and I think what a sort of a some, yeah, okay, some. So it's a side step from kind of the role play kind of thing and bringing it to a different medium, which I love. Did you have a point you wanted to make, Lou? You had your hand raised.
The one thing I always see people asking for audio drama actual plays and everything is transcripts.
always having transcripts available for accessibility, because it makes things accessible for people who have trouble with the audio. It makes it accessible for people who don't speak English as a first language or have audio processing. So if you can possibly, especially, I know it's much harder for like actual plays and to podcast with talking afterwards and that kind of thing. But if you can have transcripts, have transcripts. I think that makes it a lot more accessible for everybody.
And don't put them behind a paywall.
Oh God. Why would you do that?
Some people put them down as the Patreon thing, and people get het up about that kind of stuff.
I think, and that's it. Coming together at occasions like this, I hope you've managed to meet some other fun, amazing people, and do reach out to them. Don't just forget these connections. Life is about making connections and moving on with them, and having the best fun you can with people in a like-minded realm. So
You've all met amazing people
you
today.
have. Everybody's amazing in here. You should have badges that say it. But yeah, I think, any other thoughts on anything that you need? Are you lacking something for your team? You're not sure where to get it? What could we do to use the hub, for example, the Audio Drama Hub, which is why we are together as a team? How could we use that more efficiently? Any thoughts, any ideas? Anything we can get out of it? No. More hours in the day would be awesome.
Infinite money, more hours in a day, yeah.
Yeah, sponsored by Jelly. Unbound Theatre Team as well. I'm really excited you've got lots of exciting shows coming out, from Shakespeare to this raw comedy today, and last year you delighted us with your shows as well. So may I ask how you're kind of developing this thriving community? Should we go to you, Dario? and how you're developing this thriving community, and what advice you can give to anyone else who wants to do this kind of same?
Aha, I've escaped the cameras. We have an unfair advantage because we have our own venue. So we're all based at Queen's Park Arts Centre in Aylesbury, and that's been a hub for 40 odd years. So we have our own base, and people come. We've now got about 100 and something different actors and writers and directors. So having that as a sort of nexus point is really important. But again, we're open to more. Anyone come and have a chat? We're here for the rest of the evening. But yeah, sorry, it's not a brilliant answer. So get your own venue. Yeah. Simple.
Find a friendly billionaire. Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't necessarily a question. It was more like an idea of what we can use Audio Drama Hub for. And one thing that I think I have noticed is it's often very hard to identify where to find roles, where to find people who are looking for things. It so often becomes a word of mouth thing through a Discord server or Twitter, or heaven forbid we have to use Casting Call Club. So I think it's one of those things where somewhere where, particularly with Twitter being as it is, yes. There is probably some degree to which we do possibly need to look at more centralized spaces where people can go and be directed, ideally something that's not connected to some friendly billionaire's passion project. This is very much not something that is coming up with any particular solution, but it is ideas for how Audio Drama Hub could be progressed in some way.
I think, the Audio Drama Hub, I'll say this way. The Audio Drama Hub has got a place, and it's a place where we talk and share and this kind of stuff. Unfortunately, just on basic demographics of audience and other things, Facebook is for old people like me, sadly, and the youngsters are in other places. So I think it's you almost have to hit lots and lots of places, but draw them into a central location, whether that's Facebook or whether we go with a web page, or you call people into, you use Casting Call Club as a platform for casting, but you point people at it through the various media. A lot of us are getting onto Blue Sky as a kind of nicer place than X. And we have got the thread on the hub where you can share codes. I've got 4 codes if anybody needs any here today, and so on and so forth. it's just the nature of the diversity of the internet experience that there are lots and lots of places, and we're just going to have to cope with that to a certain extent. There are the rebroadcasters like Audio Auditions and VA Audio Retweet or whatever it's called. I can't remember. A whole bunch of them. We've probably got a list on the hub. If not, we'll pull one together over the next few days. It's the nature of the beast, sadly, because as soon as you set something in stone, somebody's going to disrupt it with something else, and somebody's going to reinvent the audio movie. Look, I produced this thing.
Ooh. Yeah.
There we
But,
go.
I mean, I started at Audio Auditions on that one thing you mentioned that we don't like. And it will start up again on Blue Sky. But I was doing it, and Tal Munir, the legend, they helped me to add in more. What I think is, if I perhaps set that up on Blue Sky, if anyone else here would like to throw in auditions to that and have the password to that, we could get more people throwing stuff in from different demographics and where you notice and where you find it. And that could be one thing that we could perhaps get out of today, is like just pooling resources and people's different places that you're looking to make that happen.
Yeah. The nice thing I'm finding about Blue Sky is specific communities are leaping in. So I'm a Spurs fan for my sins. A lot of Spurs fans are now moving there. Audio dramatists like ourselves. I think the communities are moving en masse steadily as the codes get shared around. So let's make our space there as an idea for the moment and see how that goes.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
So I agree that you have to post in several places, of course. And if anyone wants Blue Sky invites, I have a few, so hit me up for that. I wanted to promote the Discord, the Audio Drama Lab. So if you're not on there, they are actually amazing, and they're trying to kind of do what you are describing here, which is pulling everything together. And of course, not one place will never be everything. But it is a really good place, and Kirsty's nodding, so yes. It is.
I haven't spent enough time there yet. I'm in there, but I haven't spent.
I mean, it's big and it's sprawling, and it can be sort of overwhelming, but it does try to be voice actors, producers, showrunners, writers, audio designers, everything, so which I think is really helpful.
So one of the things I was just going to mention is we've been joking about the sort of the benevolent billionaire, but a theme that has emerged for me in this audio fiction hub that we've been doing is that the chances are rewarded in a sort of strange way. So our keynote speaker talked about kind of reaching out to Stephen Fry, and Stephen Fry sort of gave them the time of day. You know, I think there is, I think that can sort of link into, you know, how to sort of grow an audience and how to, you know, up your production or anything, is actually, you know, go and ask people you wouldn't expect, or people you wouldn't expect to give you the time of day, because it turns out that there is a lot of love for audio fiction, you know, especially in the UK. You know, we've got a rich tradition of it, and it's just, you know.
Jeff Goldblum, Rahul Kohli, other people, John Malkovich, many people.
I can't think of another. Jeffrey McGivern.
Yeah, oh, well, Jeffrey's done so much in audio. Well, he started out, his big break was Hitchhiker's Guide. So.
But yes, yeah, I think the fortune rewards the chances. I think that's what I've taken away from this audio drama hub.
Or as it was badly named previously, fortune favours the lucky. No.
Be tenacious. Tenacious is the word of the day.
Yes.
Groovy. Okay, I think, yeah.
There's Nemo's.
Oh. Thank you. This was my first time coming to Audio Drama Hub, so it was really it was really interesting. I didn't know how to pitch myself to people here, and over the course of the day realized that everyone is really good at making audio dramas. And I do wonder about the structure of it being panels and workshops. I think the workshop, I didn't get to go to any of the workshops because I was watching the panels. And I was thinking that there were loads of moments of like everyone giving each other advice. And if we are all audio drama creatives, the kind of panel structure of like not knowing as I sat down, like whether the people in the audience would be people who want to make audio dramas, have already made 50 audio dramas, etc., etc. And so what kind of vague advice can you give that is useful to everyone or not? And so, yeah, I don't know, like whether it's more Q&A or whether it's more like people sitting down, like more roundtable-y or something like that, or more workshop-y, or yeah. But that was my personal opinion. I'm not saying like change the whole thing immediately. It sucked because I do think
We
it
love
was useful.
feedback, and I think it would be really lovely if you compose your thoughts and ping us on quirkyvoices@gmail.com or on the hub itself. We would love to have any feedback about the shape of next year that's most useful to you, because that's the point of today. It's for us to make better audio drama, level up and connect, right?
This is our second year. We are learning as we go along.
Yeah.
We throw things into the pot, see if it cooks up something tasty.
Girlfriend.
We hope to grow back to a 2-day event, which will give us more breathing space to do that kind of stuff. So but the cost-wise at the moment, it's prohibitive. But
buy merch if you like.
I do want to say,
if we can get it right next
thank
year,
you for
maybe we can.
organising everything. Like that wasn't me being like this whole day shit. I really appreciated everything today, and I appreciate all the organisation. So.
No,
Feedback is good.
Yeah, no, it's really good.
We need to hear it. We want to have your ideas because Sarah's basically the brain behind this. The rest of us just pull the heavy lifting, and then Fiona keeps Sarah calm. So
is it possible? I don't know.
And we're all fans. We're all creators in our own ways, in our own specialisms. We're also learning about the other areas of creativity that gives us that extra vroom to make our every creation we put that bit better, so we can do better and better as we go further along. Thank you.
And I think as well, when we're putting it together at the beginning, we talk about exactly that, who is going to be coming.
Yeah.
And obviously you have to sort of get it together months in advance and ask people to come. And so, yeah, it's what we were kind of hoping is that we could have new people who've never made it before as well. But at the moment, it seems to be a lot of very expert people. So that's why we've sort of said to panelists, appreciate that everyone around also knows,
But we had a few who have not done many. I mean, we had Nemo, we had Amani, and so on and so forth. Yes, they've had successful shows, but it was their first time.
Yeah.
It's cool.
But it's good to know, the more, I think next year we're going to be doing it more in advance.
Just hope so. My life threw a few curveballs this year, folks, so it took a little bit to get it together. But yeah.
So then we can find out, can't we, what people... Yeah.
Yes, definitely. But please do feedback to us. We'd love to have your thoughts on what you want. Tell us, and we'll hopefully do it.
Yeah, cool. Okay, again, Kareem covered this, but just to say, events like this are really helpful in raising awareness of the medium. And if it gets nowhere, if it's just the four of us promoting. So if you've got anything out of today, please do go to your Discord servers and Facebook groups, your Slacks and Tumblrs and young things that I don't know anything about, Blue Skies. I'll be on, what is it, Friends Reunited or something? Wherever you hang out, tell them about it, write to newsletters, publications, your MP or something, and people who make blogs and help us to be seen so that we can raise the profile of us all.
Somebody could write a commentary for the Fiction Podcast Review. Maybe the podcast host who are one of our prime sponsors.
Huzzahs for them.
Go look them up. They're excellent again.
Cool.
As well as Tin Can Audio, who are brilliant and simply utterly talented.
Yeah, me.
I think we're getting to the end, though. Any final questions? No? Well, ladies and jelly spoons and other people who happen to live with 2 legs and 2 arms and occasional other bits and pieces, thank you. You've been brilliant.
Yes, indeed. I'm going to take it off you now.
Yeah, your turn.
Yeah. So it only remains to say thank you all for coming, and from me, Sarah, Fiona, and Kareem, we hope you've had a great day, making more connections, learning some useful things to take into making more astounding shows, and or maybe even start one.
So hearty thank you to our amazing tech team once more. They've got this room. They've made it absolutely beautiful and warm and welcoming. So do hire our amazing team, Pierce, sound and lighting. If you do any live events, they are absolutely stellar and have solved every problem we've had today with just beautiful aplomb and smiled at me and everything. So thank you very much, gentlemen. You're amazing. I'll give you your presents after when you've cleared all this up. And then thank you for your enthusiasm, and to, of course, all our panelists, workshop leaders, live show folks, our live stream folks at home. Hope you've enjoyed the day. You've probably got a few beers in. Hope you've enjoyed it. And happy creating, you groovy animals.
Yeah. And also, can I say a massive thank you to production manager of Wireless, Sarah Golding, who has put just so much work into this. You really have. You're an absolute legend, a groovy legend.
13 groovies.
Thank you so much. You're the best. And thank you all for coming. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.